the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it
Well, welcome in. It is a brand new week. We started together. Kickoff hour is live, and we are ready for another week with you. 866-WE-BE-BIG, the number. Very exciting week. We'll explain all that as we have a very, very busy one dead ahead, and we'll start it together. Again, the number 866-WE-BE-BIG. There'll be unscreened phone calls. No intern, I mean, most of you know that, but if you're tuning in, it's 866-WE-BE-BIG. So if we answer, you're live. But we have a very, very fun show, busy show, a little recap from this past weekend, looking ahead to this week, and we'll get it started. Over to my left, it's Mr. Greg Burgess, and to my right, it is Michael Helms. What's up, guys? How are you?
What's up, boys?
What is happening?
Back again.
Yes.
Yep.
So
there.
I was saying an exciting week just because it was for the Adlers.
That's right.
Baby number 2 is on the way, and that is scheduled for this week.
Forgot about that.
And so
I actually thought you were talking about our home opener at the Hoover Met.
Yeah, well, that
with
too.
The UAB Blazers.
But
yeah, that definitely takes the trump card there.
Yeah, it does.
That.
It
Wow,
does.
it's real.
Yeah. How about that?
Goodness gracious.
And then there was
number 2.
Yep. Oh, May. You know, the single
changer.
The single parents love y'all.
Yes.
Y'all are great people. Have some friends that are single parents, but I don't want to hear anything. When you have 2 or more, there's just a difference. It's funny because one of my buddies that's a single, like I say single.
You keep saying
I say single parent.
parent.
I'm single
Yeah.
child. You just have
Yeah,
one
there you
child.
go.
I'm sorry. Now the single parents, y'all
do have it tough.
Y'all do have it tough. So yeah, let me correct that. But those that just have one child, it's funny because we'll sometimes need a spreadsheet to figure out what's going on, and we have in the past with the kids doing all kinds of stuff, and he would have one,
Yeah.
and I'd be like,
Sure.
y'all, you guys,
I know.
you just hush,
I know.
and he would go, whew, yeah.
And you
So
don't
we got-
know.
let's see if we can get this done.
In their defense, and you allude.
That's all they
alluded to
know.
that's all they know.
Yeah.
And so
Popping worse than ever. Yeah.
Sure, it is.
Pop, pop,
We're
pop
out of the
music.
gate. It is crazy popping.
It is. Yeah.
And I don't know if the audience can hear it, but my goodness, I can.
Yeah.
Wow, right here in these
Had a
ears.
meeting about that Friday.
Sure. Saw a picture you took. Sent me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But so the Adlers are excited. We're excited for them.
Sure.
And,
Absolutely.
So we'll see if that stays on schedule or not. But it should. It should. So there you go. This past weekend, Chad Slade was the RBU. It was an awesome discussion of just playing at the highest level in college and then going on to the NFL, then having that entrepreneurial spirit that he has with the starting of a business, and so it was a really good RBU. If you didn't get to a chance to check that out, then maybe in your free time, check it out. Just search Rick and Bubba University on your podcast. Make sure you subscribe and like too, and then stay up to date on those. Those normally release every week, but this week we will not have an RBU because of what I just said, and that is Adler is on baby watch, and so this week we will not have an RBU, and then we'll pick up next week. But well, how was y'all's weekend? Good?
Good. Yeah, we got a few things done.
Mm-hmm.
You know how it is.
I was running a little bit late this morning and woke up like I always do.
Yeah.
Nothing's changed. Had to get one thing. I got to run up to Huntsville today with the parents. One thing I needed, I forgot to get out of the safe, and then I'm tooling around. I can't find anything. And then before you know it, I look up and I'm like, wow, I'm really behind right now. And you know how we just chasing yourself all morning long and you just don't know why?
All right. Yeah, I want to talk about this from a team aspect. Because when you show up the time you did today, we get concerned. Mm-hmm. It's a usual occurrence with me where I'll get here 5 minutes before we go on the air.
Mm-hmm.
So y'all are never like, well, he's not coming.
Mm-hmm.
But there was a moment this morning where Greg and I went, hey, is he off today and we forgot about it?
Yeah.
Because you never do what I do.
Right.
And so here's my question. At what point do we call each other?
Yeah.
Like, I mean, because, y'all are used to me not being here.
Or
but
just
like,
check in like normal. Hey, everything good?
yeah,
Y'all all
exactly.
right?
Should we have done that with you this morning? Or
I don't
It was
know.
getting close.
It was getting. I knew it was getting close. As a matter of fact, I almost sent y'all a text of
About
hey.
5 till I'd have probably went.
Yeah.
You were
I was going to say
pretty close
5 or
to
10. Yeah, well, I got here between quarter till and 10 till. is when I walked in.
And that's
that's late for me.
well, yes,
Yeah,
big time,
yeah,
because that's on time for me as far as that goes. But it caught me off guard. I was like, wait a minute, this is not normal for him. And I really hope. I mean, we could pull it off, but we had. Greg and I normally, when you're off, we get here a little earlier than we normally do, and we print off all the stories. We kind of get ahead of the day. And he and I were looking at each other like, wow, so we've wasted 45 minutes if he's not coming in.
Yeah. You know the player that's late for practice and he walks.
Yeah.
The coaches don't like that.
Sure.
Let me see you hurrying.
Right.
Because
Oh yeah.
You act like you're not behind right now. Give me some effort here. I actually
that's Carlos, by the way.
I actually ran from my truck into the studio today.
Did you? Well, that helps.
Yeah, just because I didn't want to be seen.
I heard your feet.
I didn't want to be seen walking across the parking lot.
Sure.
I thought that y'all might get on to me.
Our first initial thought is, did we forget something? Like, is he off today?
Golly, I really wish y'all would have called me. And
I picked my phone up and looked to make sure.
No. Matter of fact, when I was looking for what I was looking for, I was taking my time like it was 2:00 in the afternoon, and then I was like, so I've killed a lot of time here and I've lost track of time. What am I doing?
Yeah.
And then
I still got to drive.
Yeah. Got a little. I mean, but I didn't wake up any later. It's just
just kind of drag A around.
That's kind of what I was doing.
Being a drag A.
So is there a specific time? Wow, Pop.
Yeah, a lot of pops.
Is there a specific time you want us to call you, or no, just kind of let it go and move on?
Well,
because I think it would have to be, for y'all to call me, you'd already have to be on the air.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I would probably check in with Greg as if Yeah, really.
I mean, it'd have to be 5:06, and you'd be like, well, Helms is not here. We probably need to call
I would
him.
check in with Greg if it was bottom of the hour and he wasn't here. Maybe if it was 1:45, you check in with me.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, okay.
Right.
And then just a little, hey.
And when commercials start
hey,
running, y'all check with me.
Right. Yeah. If we're in the 6-minute top of the hour stop set, if we're 3 minutes in, we'll text you.
Okay, good. Good.
We got it.
All right, that's it.
Awesome.
We're good.
Good deal.
And really, it's just a text. All good.
Yeah.
And then maybe give it a minute or two, and if there was no response, then that follows up with a call. All right, so we're good. But yeah, no, I didn't want to be seen walking in. I didn't want to be seen walking in, so I actually jogged in.
Yeah. Act like you cared.
Yeah. You know that player that's late and he's just kind of strolling in like
Yeah,
I've got one that I see every day.
Yeah, you can't
We
do
price
that.
at 11. Pick it up.
Rick and Bubba.
These days, every new potential hire can feel like a high-stakes wager for your small business. You want to be 100% certain that you have access to the best qualified candidates available. That's why you have to check out LinkedIn Jobs. LinkedIn Jobs helps find the right people for your team faster and for free. Post your job for free at linkedin.com/Bubba. That's linkedin.com/Bubba to post your job for free. Or visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors for a link. Terms and conditions apply. Are you prepared for the unexpected? Now, it's only a matter of time before your out-of-warranty vehicles in the shop costing thousands. You can be prepared like us with CarShield. CarShield offers protection plans to fit every budget and includes 24/7 roadside assistance, courtesy towing, and rental car eligibility. Call CarShield now to save 20% on your plan, and you'll always be prepared for the unexpected. 1-800-465-6550 or go to carshield.com/Bubba. When inflation is this high, we're all pros at finding creative ways to save on everyday items. That's why I have to tell you about Upside. Upside is an incredible app for anyone who buys gas, groceries, or dines out. With Upside, you're not getting slammed by inflated prices because you get cash back on every purchase. Now, to get started, download the free Upside app and use the promo code BUBBA25 to get 25 cents or more back on every gallon of that first tank of gas. That's promo code BUBBA25. Get cash back today with Upside. A good pair of wireless earbuds is indispensable in 2023, and for premium audio at the perfect price point, you got to go with Raycon. Raycon's everyday earbuds look, feel, and sound better than ever. They offer optimized gel tips for the perfect in-ear fit and a 32-hour battery life. Raycons are priced just right. You get quality audio at half the price of the other premium audio brands. Get 15% off your Raycon order at buyraycon.com/Bubba. That's buyraycon.com/Bubba. You'd like to drop those leftover pandemic pounds, but how sick are you of all the ads for weight loss pills and fad diets? Field of Greens is a science-backed formula of specific fruits and vegetables you won't find in any other product. Proper nutrition reboots your metabolism so you burn calories faster and lose weight a healthier way. And Field of Greens is the only brand backed by a better health promise. Let's get you started with 15% off your first order. Visit fieldofgreens.com, promo code BUBBA. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who order the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 go on to order more. Try it at relieffactor.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Have you tried the innovative Helix sleep mattress yet? Well, they have over 12,000 5-star reviews, and nothing beats a great night's sleep, the kind you get with Helix. Helix offers customized mattresses that fit your sleep needs because they know everyone is unique. Helix mattresses deliver right to your door free of charge, and you get to try them out in your home for 100 nights. Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders right now. Go to helixsleep.com/Bubba. This is their best offer yet, and it won't last long. The stock market dropped 24% last year, so why are some people smiling? Because they own gold. And that makes now an opportunistic time to invest in gold. In fact, one CNBC expert predicts gold could go up 100%, hitting $4,000 an ounce this year. Get your free wealth protection investor guide from Lear Capital and receive up to $15,000 in free bonus gold based on the value of your purchase. Visit LearBubba.com. That's LearBubba.com or call 1-800-664-3066. Skip extra trips to the grocery store and spend more time doing the things you love with tasty HelloFresh recipes and fresh pre-portioned ingredients delivered right to the door. HelloFresh has 40 weekly recipes and over 70 seasonal and convenience items to choose from for more choices than ever before. Sign up today for 65% off plus free shipping with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba.
I can't
21 minutes past the hour. It's the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. We thank you so much for tuning in. We're looking back at a weekend here that had to do with NFL football. Yesterday, it was the conference championship weekend. It had two games, and I didn't get to just sit down and watch, from start to finish. The NFL, I was kind of looking over at it. It was on. We were doing different things around the house, but poor old San Francisco, they couldn't catch a break.
I saw a little of that.
Yeah,
Quarterback got hurt.
Yeah,
first series.
Yeah.
When you're playing your third string and then he gets hurt.
Yeah,
boy,
it was
starts getting kind of.
It was the classic hit. Arm gets hit while he's throwing. Have some nerve damage, some numbness in the fingers, so you can't grip the ball and you can't throw it. Terry Bradshaw's kind of spoke to that. I don't know if he had UCL damage or whatever, but he's like he'll get his feeling back. It just won't be today. And so when you can't grip the ball, you can't throw it. And so they go back to their quarterback, which is really their fourth string guy.
Yeah.
And he goes in and he lasts a little bit, then he gets a concussion.
What about his resume? They say he's been in the league 10 years, played for 13 teams.
Right. And I think it was his third time with the 49ers.
Yeah. How about that?
That is crazy. But so Philly, they win convincingly, 31-7. And then it was Cincinnati and Kansas City, a cold night in KC. And comes down to the last drive, and Kansas City wins 23-20. First time they've beaten Cincinnati in 4 tries, and so now the Super Bowl is set, and it's Kansas City and Philadelphia.
How about that?
Yep. How about that?
It's going to be a game. Now, this week, Greg all he's been talking about is the Pro Bowl because they play flag football.
Yeah, that ought to be good.
Yeah. It's going to be.
Why are we even bother with it? Let's just don't even have it anymore.
It's going to be in Las Vegas, 2 o'clock Sunday on ESPN. The Manning brothers will be coaching. Funny
Flag
dudes.
football.
Very funny dudes. And then the next week, it's the Super Bowl. And I saw where Chris Stapleton will be singing the national anthem. Rihanna and others will be doing the halftime stuff.
Yeah, I bet that'd be good.
And I want y'all to know that I've done y'all a solid. They have started releasing some of the Super Bowl ads, and I've kind of held off a little bit.
Oh, well, you might as well play them.
Well, I mean, 3 weeks out was
Bubba's
probably
he's going to ruin our.
Again,
deal
I'm not
on
giving that speech.
I know.
I'm not.
It's
Never mind,
wasted
just
words,
forget it.
Greg.
Yeah. Well, 3 weeks out, I thought was a little much. I mean, now that we're going to be 2 weeks out, I'm sure they'll start trickling into the show. But
I miss the days when you would sit there and go, I wonder what this commercial's going to be. Because now you know.
right, I know.
It does take away from my Super Bowl experience. Because if the game gets out of hand and we don't have any kind of, we're not hosting any kind of folks over anything, well, I'm done. I'm done with it by halftime, third quarter, because there's no sense in sticking around.
Yeah.
See the halftime show and move on.
Right.
Not excited about that.
No, I know. It's just,
No,
should be a pretty
I'm
good
not.
game, though. We'll see how that happens. But it should, I mean, 2 really good defenses, and we'll see. Mahomes was limping around with that high ankle sprain. He got through it, but
He said he didn't feel good.
no.
He's got a couple of weeks.
How about it? Boy, it was cold. And how about this? The Green Bay Packers, they've just come right on out and said, yeah, we're probably going to let him go. It looks like we're at a
They're tired of dealing
crossroads
with
here. And then Aaron said, I'm good with it.
Yeah.
So it just looks like Aaron Rodgers and the Packers, they just can't figure it out. And
It looks
he's
a
going to be
lot
gone.
like when he took over.
Yeah,
You know?
it does. It really does. You're all over that.
Because we all forgot about the backup guy they drafted out of Utah State a few years back, the first round.
Love?
Yeah.
Yeah,
So I guess maybe is he finally ready?
I guess so.
Same
guess
thing.
so.
Remember Rodgers sat behind Favre for a while.
Yeah.
And then
Yeah, he
took
did.
over.
Yeah. So there you go. So Super Bowl is set. It will be the Eagles and the Chiefs, and we'll now have fun with commercials and other stories that break. And speaking of stories, I saw where Georgia's quarterback Stetson Bennett was arrested on public intoxication
He's
charges.
still celebrating that win.
I guess so. He was arrested on a misdemeanor public intoxication charge in Dallas on Sunday morning. It was around 7:10 Eastern time, and they said that officers responded to a report of a man banging on doors. And the preliminary investigation found when officers arrived, they located a man, Stetson, and determined he was intoxicated. Bennett was taken into custody, transported to the detention center, and charged with public intoxication. He then left the detention center Sunday morning, but he could not be reached for comment. So I don't know. You think apparently he was trying to find where he needed to sleep, I guess, coming in from a long night and banging on doors, not sure where to go, and got busted for it.
What if you're the policeman that got called and you go and you find him, and you go, wait a minute,
Yeah.
that's the quarterback from Georgia.
I've
I
always
just watched him on TV.
I've always thought that, the officers kind of have to hold it together because they might have somebody that they might even be a fan of.
Sure.
But they got to do their job.
Yeah.
I've always thought that because you see, different people, like even athletes that are coming home from a big win or something later that night, they're getting arrested.
Yeah.
But so what do you think he was trying to find somebody to he knew kind of where he needed to be, but not really?
Probably shouldn't be banging on doors.
No.
But so he spent the night in jail.
He did. He
Next day, sobered up and was probably feeling pretty gloomy.
Right. He is considered a potential selection in April's NFL draft. This isn't going to look good on his resume.
No.
They said he might be a late,
'cause
fifth,
he
sixth
was-
round kind of guy that, be a good roster player, and you never know what'll happen. I mean, look at Purdy for 49ers, what he's been able to do. So
He'll get a chance, even if he doesn't.
this just
get
doesn't look
drafted.
good.
No,
Not it pretty. Let me tell you, bad timing.
it is.
Yeah.
Probably when especially you got the deck kind of stacked against you anyway.
Right.
People are skeptical of your
Right.
ability
Yeah.
to be on that level. This doesn't
Yeah.
help.
No, a drunk banging on doors is not good.
But
You
unless
know?
he looks good at the combine. Well, he might even get invited to the combine. But
I don't know. That was
he should have slept in the car,
yeah.
banging on doors.
Yeah. And by the way, and we just saw, speaking of walking around and all that, Bubba just kind of came through.
Yeah, sure.
And
did.
so
Was he
he's here
limping?
today.
Yeah,
He's
like
here
he's
today.
moving pretty good.
He's a lot
Little
better.
better?
A lot
Good.
better from the fall.
Yeah.
If you missed Friday's show, Bubba came in last hour to let us know that he fell at a home improvement store trying to get a pipe that he needed, like the top of the fence. You have that little pipe. He had to get in a little cubby hole kind of thing and reach in and grab it, and trip and fell and laid on the floor and strained his flexor there. And we're hoping for video, but that's just not happening.
No.
It's just not happening. But the effort's there. But he's here today, so that's news.
It's good.
Yeah, he's walking in. I thought he might have crutches or something
cane
like
or
that.
something.
Yeah.
What if
yeah.
we'd have heard one of them little scooters coming down the hall?
Oh,
He came
gosh.
in
and look, and he was outside the door, and you heard me,
me, and it had like a flag on.
yeah, and he was like,
Hey guys, let me in, please.
yeah,
You had to back up twice to get in.
right, kept hitting everything.
Yeah.
Then he sat behind here on, and
Oh, yeah,
all you
oh,
could
yeah.
see
He
was
Just
his
wheeled
face.
up. Yeah, he
He
just
pulled it
wheeled
right
up
in,
right
yeah.
there.
Right.
Yeah.
He's real low.
Yeah.
All right, never mind. All right, so anyway, that's there for you. So the week is set. We're ready to go. A little recap from this past weekend, sports talk, and we'll see how this all plays out. So now we're about to get to a point where we have no football at all.
Yeah. That's pretty
And
much
then,
about it.
but then, hey, you got the USFL. And does
That's
this
right,
year,
we
does
do.
the XFL start this year?
Yes.
Okay, so we're going to have 2 spring leagues.
My goodness. And I'm not sure which one. I think USFL plays first, and the other comes a little later. I'm not
Okay.
sure.
Wow. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
When inflation is high, we're all pros at finding creative ways to save, whether it's driving that extra mile for lower gas prices or grocery shopping on sale days. Saving money has never been so important. That's why we got to tell you about our new favorite way to save, Upside. Upside is an incredible app for anyone who buys gas, groceries, dines out. With Upside, you're not getting slammed by inflated prices because you're getting cash back on every purchase. To get started, download the free Upside app, use our promo code BUBBA25 and get 25 cents or more back on every gallon on that first tank of gas. Next, you just claim an offer for whatever you're buying on Upside, check in at the business, pay as usual with your credit or debit card, and get paid. Upside users are earning more than $1 million each week. That's probably why they have a 4.8 star rating on the App Store. Download the free Upside app, use the promo code BUBBA25, get 25 cents or more back on every gallon on your first tank of gas. That's promo code BUBBA25. Sure, we'd love to drop those leftover pandemic pounds, but how sick are all of you, like me, seeing these ads for weight loss pills and fad diets? I've been there, I've done that, they don't work. I'll tell you what works. Eating 5 healthy servings of fruits and vegetables a day. You do that and the weight can fall off. But A, vegetables, not a huge fan. Or maybe B, who has time to prepare for that every day? Legitimate concerns. Let's talk Field of Greens. Field of Greens is a science-backed formula of specific fruits and vegetables you're not going to find in any other product. Proper nutrition reboots your metabolism so you burn calories faster and you lose weight a healthier way. And Field of Greens is the only brand backed by a better health promise. Yes, you'll look and feel healthier fast, but the greater proof comes at the next checkup when your doctor says, wow, you've lost weight, whatever you're doing, keep it up. Let's get you started. 15% off your first order. Visit fieldofgreens.com. Use the promo code BUBBA. Fieldofgreens.com, promo code BUBBA. Have you tried the Innovatives Helix Sleep Mattress yet? Well, nothing beats a great night's sleep, the kind you get with Helix. So we love them, and Helix has over 12,000 five-star reviews with customized mattresses that fit your sleep needs because they know everyone is unique. They even have big and tall mattresses and mattresses for the kids. But how do you know which mattress is right for you? Well, Helix has you covered. Just take the Helix Sleep Quiz and find the perfect mattress in under 2 minutes. Place your order and your mattress will be delivered right to the door free of charge. And the best part, Helix knows there's no better way to try a mattress than by sleeping on it in your own home. That's why they offer a 100-night trial for you and a 10 to 15-year warranty. Right now, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders at helixsleep.com/Bubba. Best offer yet, by the way, and it won't last long. So if you've been waiting to try a Helix mattress, here it is. Now's the time. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for 20% off your mattress order. Folks, we've been talking about Relief Factor on our show for quite some time now. Do we guarantee Relief Factor is going to lower or eliminate your occasional aches and pains? No, we never make a claim like that. But what I can tell you is that the majority of folks who ordered the 3-week quick start pack for only $19.95 go on to order more. Now, what we really like about Relief Factor is it's 100% drug-free. It's a supplement that's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. For a lot of us, that's very important. Getting older, working outside in the warm weather, even exercising can cause frustrating aches and pains, or maybe it's the occasional back, shoulder, or hip pain that's bothering you. Relief Factor has helped us and so many of our friends, so when you think of it this way, is $1 a day too much to see if you can get out of some of that frustrating pain? To order this 3-week quick start pack for $19.95 plus shipping and handling, just go to relieffactor.com. That's relieffactor.com. Let's see if we can get you out of some of that pain. Also, you can go to rickandbubba.com. Look under the sponsors button for a link. These days, every new potential hire can feel like a high-stakes wager for your small business. You want to be 100% certain that you have access to the best qualified candidates available, and that's why you have to check out LinkedIn Jobs. LinkedIn Jobs helps find the right people for your team faster and for free. Add your job to that purple hashtag hiring frame to your LinkedIn profile to spread the word that you're hiring. Simple tools like screening questions make it easy to focus on candidates with just the right skills and experience so you can quickly prioritize who you'd like to interview and then hire. It's why small businesses rate LinkedIn Jobs #1 in delivering quality hires versus leading competitors. LinkedIn Jobs help you find the candidates worth interviewing. Did you know that every week over 50 million job seekers check on LinkedIn? Yeah, post your job for free at linkedin.com/Bubba. That's linkedin.com/Bubba to post your job for free, or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Terms and conditions apply.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba,
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba,
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba,
I can't start another.
Rick and Bubba.
It's 25 minutes until top of the hour. It's the kickoff hour, and I know we've looked back at this past weekend. Don't want to be sports heavy. Want to look ahead to this weekend with Helmsy, but also just real quick, is it Super Bowl 57? Is that where we're at now? I don't know what number we're at.
Look at some of them.
It is 50 something. I don't know
Okay.
if it's 57.
All right.
The Roman numerals, I'm not.
Yeah.
Once you get above 5.
Right.
I'm kinda lost.
Anyway, as soon as the Eagles and Chiefs booked their spot, okay, as soon as the conference championships were over, and the cheapest listed is like 5,700.
5,700.
All right, yeah, tickets just
For the
went through
cheap
the roof.
seats.
Right, for the cheap seats. And some of the lower tier seats are going for more than 37,000.
Look,
for
I'm
Super
all
Bowl.
about what the market will bear. I get it. If that's what people want to pay, then more power to you. But why?
Why?
Would anyone? Now, I get if you're filthy rich, but a lot of these people probably aren't. But
Right.
why? The game's on television. You can see it.
Right.
It's not a big deal.
I
It's
give you
about the
that.
experience, Greg.
Boy, that's got to be. There better be a lot more than a ball game going on. If
I'm
paying
telling
that.
you.
I mean, I like a good ball game as much as anybody.
What's the
but-
most y'all have ever paid to go see something?
Ooh.
Was it a concert?
Let me think. Let me think.
It was a
let me
game. It was
think.
the sporting event.
I think I went. So I took the family over to see the NFC. I forget what it was. What was it? I forget. It was in Atlanta. It was years ago. Was it the conference? No, it was no one. I don't know which level. It was the playoffs, and I spent a little bit more, but I didn't. I mean, it was. Some of y'all might laugh, but it was like a couple hundred a ticket.
I
mean, but that was about it. That's some. I think
It
that might
depends on
be
when
the
that
most.
was. It could be.
Yeah.
I took Braden and some of his buddies and did it right. You know, when I say do it right.
Right.
The tickets were nice. We ate a ton inside.
Sure.
And just experienced it all. And I think I got out of there a little less than $1,000.
Yeah, I remember that.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And I felt like that was money well spent because we don't do that often. And
Right,
so it was like,
right.
did we go over there 6-8 times
Mm-hmm.
at cheap route, or do we spend that kind of money and have really good seats, have a really good experience, park right next to the stadium, those kind of things. So, but that's about it. I've been very fortunate to win
700 stuff. Good.
Yeah, I've been very
it's
fortunate
cheapest.
to know that I don't have to spend that much on sporting events.
Yeah.
Of course, I don't go.
Right.
Or I would.
But to your point, that's a special occasion. Hey, we don't do it a lot, but I know some that, man, they don't miss like a Braves game. They don't miss, a Titans game, or they're there all the time. And some are season ticket holders, but still, that comes with a pretty good price tag too.
I think Lisa went. Her and her sister and her niece went and saw Fleetwood Mac one time, and it seems like I remember those tickets were very, very expensive. I think because, hey, some of the concert world.
I know.
You got pre-sales and everybody buys them up. Then you got to get them off StubHub, and they've done jacked them up. Well, the same thing with this football. That's what's happening.
Yeah.
Well, and you add we're talking 5,700 as the bottom rung on this thing.
Good night.
And you still got to pay for your flights. And rooms and all that. So it's $10,000.
But see, we don't relate to anybody's
it's play money for them.
NFL,
Sure.
and plus NFL loyalty.
Yeah.
To a lot of those cities, it's just like you have Auburn, Alabama here.
Right.
You got people when they go to the national championship, or they'll
right,
spend whatever it takes to go. I guess they feel the same way about their pro teams, and I can't.
Well,
relate. I can't relate.
Let
to
me
it.
ask this then. Let's go this way. Let's pick whatever your NFL team is. For Speedy, I think it's probably the Titans. For me, it's the Cowboys. Greg, I'm not real sure on your, but let's just pick one. They make
Titans,
it to the
I was a big Titans
so
fan.
they make it to the Super Bowl. You have an opportunity, but you got to spend. It's almost like you just have to spend what you can spend. Okay, and you get to go.
Yeah.
What's that number?
Oh,
Here I'll give you an example. If the Cowboys today were in the Super Bowl in 2 weeks, and me and Braden could go, both of us, for $5,000, I would go.
No, I wouldn't go for $5,000.
And that would hurt, but I feel like it'd be an awesome experience for us two together, and that's the most I could go. That would be my top echelon.
I wouldn't do that.
And wouldn't like that, and would hurt.
Yeah.
For a couple years because of that, but I felt like that would be a good thing for us to do because he likes Cowboys too.
Yeah, it would have to be wife or
Kid
related for me to do
Yeah, me too.
anything like that because I couldn't care less
my
about
kids were
anything.
young and it was something. Yeah.
And Terry and I realized
that would be the only
we're just
thing.
homebodies too. Part of our fun thing is we just love to hang out at the house together and just kind of fart around and
I
just
would
hang
never
out.
leave my house if I
and
could.
so sometimes just watching a movie or something like that, or having the family over. That's our fun.
We're the same way.
Let's not get carried away.
We'll binge something. But
it is.
But like I said, I used to concerts. I loved concerts.
Yeah.
I used to go to anybody that I liked. I'd go. Now I don't want to deal with having to park, having to get in. I don't want to deal with any of it.
I know we sound like
no-
grumpy old men, but that really is because it's just. Good night.
I used to though. If a band was coming or somebody that I was going.
Yeah.
I can't count how many concerts I've been to, but right now when it comes up, I'm like, eh.
Well, the problem with even my number, let's say that I say $5,000.
Yeah, but you're rolling though.
Listen, no, nobody's rolling. But listen to this: if I throw $5,000 out there, the problem with that is, and the reason I wouldn't go is because that's going to give me an upper deck seat where I can't hardly see anything. I'm going to be on some cheap flight, which is fine. But then I might stay in some cheap hotel, which is fine. But all these things, it's not worth it for that. To your point, Speedy, it's just better sitting there on the big screen.
And I do have to realize sometimes, not that I get to go and do but I have just through work we've experienced a lot.
Yes.
So sometimes I have
We're
to realize,
spoiled rotten.
well, you know what, my wife's not doing that, or
I
so
know.
I do need to do more. But she doesn't have the desire either. So but
that's why I threw Braden in there from the start because that's something he would want to do.
Now, but now you
couldn't
get
care
a Chris Tomlin in town, or you get somebody like that, Lauren Daigle in town, or another Christian. She's all about that. We're going. Hey, can you get tickets? That kind of thing. That's her interest,
Greg,
which I love. But
you're a music guy, so let's flip this on a music front. Who is a band that you're going? Okay, I'm gonna throw some money towards this. I'd like to see them.
See, that's what I'm saying. I'm at a point where I really
still
can't
nobody
think of
nobody out there right now.
No. I really can't.
Not that kind.
One I've seen most in the past, most people that I'd want to see.
Right.
But no, I can't. I can't think of. No.
Who's your favorite band of all time?
That's hard to say. That's hard to say. I don't know.
Just give me one. My
Well,
gosh.
I don't really.
You talked about the Eurythmics. You listen
Yeah,
to
I
like
love them. They're so good. I don't know.
Boy George.
Are you afraid your brother's listening right now?
No,
What's the
I
deal?
can't put my mind on what
He
would
has
be my
so
favorite
many.
band.
I mean,
Just name
where were
one.
you? Where were you on Van Halen?
I
Or
love
that-
Van Halen
that-
during
that-
the day before, but they don't need to play
Okay.
now. Well,
I
first
can't
of all,
walk
Eddie's
out my
dead, so they're not.
scenario if you won't give me a name.
I know, and in my mind, I can't think of nobody that I really care that much about. Let me think.
Just forget it. Go to commercial break.
Black Crows, I like.
Okay.
AC/DC.
Oh.
That's a big
All
one.
right, those two are in their prime today in 2023,
And you got
get
money
to go,
now.
and you get to go to both of them same night. Both of them are performing. How much you throwing down for that? You get to go with Greenwood, and I'll give y'all 2 beers apiece.
$1,500 maybe.
Okay.
Nah, probably not that. No, not that. I can't pay that. It'd be less than $1,000.
It is. It's hard to justify that. isn't it?
I'm just, and then I got to go deal with all that. I don't know.
Who wants to
All right.
park and walk in?
All that
I mean,
parking.
you know?
I got your parking
Everything,
pass.
they
I got your
charge you
parking
everything.
pass. I got your parking pass. And you get to sit where there's a 20 feet barrier. You don't have to deal with people.
Yeah. I don't know.
I'm trying. Spirit.
I know, man. It's like-
I'm really mad at
I
myself
feel like I
because
got
I
an
can't
ice
think
pick
of
over here
anything.
trying to fix a drink.
I can't
with
think of
some
anything that
block
makes
of
any
ice.
band or anybody
Right.
that makes me go, yeah.
Well, I'll tell you this. I mean, and y'all, I know I'm labeled the cheap guy here, and that's just going to stay with me, I guess. But I consider a couple $100 a lot for a ticket.
Oh yeah,
And it's not
that's
but-
average.
I do
now.
too.
Okay, so
Yes.
you got to understand if you start talking about thousands, then that now you're like in another league that I've gone. Why would I do that? You know,
I remember the first.
I mean, am I
time-
going to have dinner with the artist too, and hang out with them, and we're going to go play golf, and then go to the concert? Now that might be something I.
So
pay
that's
for.
what it does it for y'all. That puts y'all over the
No,
edge.
I'm joking. But it's just like, wow, that would be tough. Matter of
I
fact,
feel
I don't
bad
think that
for
my
myself.
wife would allow me to do that. No, we're not. Yeah, I want to go see that, but we ain't paying that.
I just,
Why would we do that? You know? So it's just, I mean, you know what I would do? I would pay something like this, $37,000 for the lower tier in the Super Bowl. And I would want the Chiefs to win, and we'd get blown out, and I'd walk out going, so I just spent
See,
all
I
that
don't
money
mind
for that.
spending
I'm-
like during the holidays when we went to the beach and rent that house.
Yeah. See,
I
that's
don't mind that because it's not a one shot event.
Right.
It lasts a few days.
Yeah.
You know, and you got your family.
They're proud of those houses.
They
But
are.
yeah.
They love them.
Right.
But that doesn't bother me. But for just a one shot, one night concert,
I'm
Yeah.
with you.
Yeah, like Mentone, the cabin, up in the mountains and all that. That was, I mean, I loved that. That's the kind of stuff I'd like to spend money on, not just I'm going to see a concert.
So I don't like to watch.
I think we're all in that stage
Yeah,
of life right,
right.
now. I've never really liked. I've only been to like 3 concerts in my entire life. One of them I wasn't supposed to be there. The other one, it was New Kids on the Block, and then
Well, they were huge.
They were. Then that one you climbed the fence and got in.
I can't count how many concerts I've been to. I don't know.
It's just there's so
Because
many of
in
them.
the '80s, that was big. Everybody came to Birmingham in the
Right.
'80s.
And then you would walk
Everybody.
in backwards to get in.
I would. I'd sneak in.
Yeah.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
Let's see, if something costs less, but people are happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MediShare. Maybe you've heard switching to MediShare to pay for healthcare can save the typical family $500 a month. And that's huge, but it's also true that people are way more satisfied after making the switch, too. The customer satisfaction rate for MediShare is double that of the typical health insurance plan. MediShare works. It's been around for more than a quarter century, and members have shared more than $3 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. So, yeah, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care. So if you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan you're happy with, you can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. 855-51-BIBLE. That's 855-51-BIBLE. 855-51-BIBLE.
Valentine's Day should be every day.
I usually forget.
I was just going to say he usually forgets. I liked him from the beginning. I thought it just clicked.
She cared about other people. That was attractive to me.
52 years. We saw
That long? Like two old shoes, it gets worn and treaded, and the fit is better.
Boot Barn, share the West.
Milk, eggs, $42. Ma'am, you okay?
Need bucks? With Jackson Hewitt, don't wait weeks for the IRS to send your tax refund. Come in now for up to $3,500 with a no-interest, no-fee refund advance loan when you file your taxes. That's up to $3,500 today. Don't let high prices get you down. When every dollar matters, it matters who does your taxes. So get to Jackson Hewitt today. For eligible clients, loans by Republic Bank and Trust Company. Details at jacksonhewitt.com.
Asthma symptoms can attack anywhere, like on a city street. Now you can get fast relief anywhere with new improved Primatene Mist, the only FDA-approved asthma inhaler available over the counter. So whether you need relief of symptoms at the park or at your kitchen table, Primatene Mist starts working quickly, opening up your airways to restore free breathing. For temporary relief of mild symptoms of intermittent asthma, use Primatene Mist and breathe easy again. Available at CVS, Rite Aid, and Walgreens. Use as directed.
You're gonna feel a puff of air.
Jong's Optometry has set their sights on staffing up.
Try the next line. Hey, Kim, can you tell our 2 o'clock we're running 15 behind? Sorry, we're a bit backed up today.
He needs an optometric technician to keep an eye on it all.
Where are the dilation drops?
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
These days, every new potential hire can feel like a high-stakes wager for your small business. You want to be 100% certain that you have access to the best qualified candidates available, and that's why you have to check out LinkedIn Jobs. LinkedIn Jobs helps find the right people for your team faster and for free. Add your job to that purple hashtag hiring frame to your LinkedIn profile to spread the word that you're hiring. Simple tools like screening questions make it easy to focus on candidates with just the right skills and experience so you can quickly prioritize who you'd like to interview and then hire. It's why small businesses rate LinkedIn Jobs #1 in delivering quality hires versus leading competitors. LinkedIn Jobs help you find the candidates worth interviewing. Did you know that every week over 50 million job seekers check on LinkedIn? Yeah, post your job for free at linkedin.com/Bubba. That's linkedin.com/Bubba to post your job for free, or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Terms and conditions apply. Sure, we'd love to drop those leftover pandemic pounds, but how sick are all of you, like me, seeing these ads for weight loss pills and fad diets? I've been there, I've done that, they don't work. I'll tell you what works. Eating 5 healthy servings of fruits and vegetables a day. You do that, and the weight can fall off. But A, vegetables, not a huge fan, or maybe B, who has time to prepare for that every day? Legitimate concerns. Let's talk Field of Greens. Field of Greens is a science-backed formula of specific fruits and vegetables you're not going to find in any other product. Proper nutrition reboots your metabolism so you burn calories faster and you lose weight a healthier way. And Field of Greens is the only brand backed by a better health promise. Yes, you'll look and feel healthier fast, but the greater proof comes at the next checkup when your doctor says, wow, you've lost weight, whatever you're doing, keep it up. Let's get you started. 15% off your first order. Visit fieldofgreens.com. Use the promo code BUBBA. Fieldofgreens.com, promo code BUBBA.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another day without him, brother.
All right, we're rolling back. 866 We Be Big to all business owners. Maybe you're a manager and you're doing the hiring and firing, and you're trying to find the right person to fill a potential hire that you need. Let us suggest linkedin.com/Bubba. Now, I mean, there's some high stakes when it comes to small business hires because you don't want to make a bad hire. It could affect everything. Could affect, your business, your bottom line. Everyone wants to make sure they get it right when you're hiring the best qualified candidate available for the job opening that you have. And so let us suggest linkedin.com/Bubba. LinkedIn Jobs helps find the right people for your team faster and for free. Add your job and the purple hashtag hiring frame to your LinkedIn profile to spread the word of your hiring. Simple tools like screening questions make it easy to focus on the candidates that's just right for your job hires. So check them out right now. LinkedIn Jobs, #1 in delivering quality hires versus leading competitors. They help you find the right person worth interviewing. Did you know every week nearly 50 million job seekers visit the site each week? So join in and get that first job posting for free at linkedin.com/Bubba. You can find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. All right, so I had a buddy of mine send me an article, and it was from Field and Stream. And, you know, I'm not a big reader. I try. And it was a long article. But he said, hey, I promise you it's worth it. You need to check this out. And the headline really, really got me. Bow hunter takes state's #2 buck while going #2.
Wait a minute. So and first of all, he admits it.
Yes.
That he was, we say going #2.
Right. He was using the restroom
in the woods,
right? And he wasn't standing.
Had a stomach attack in the woods. That happened.
So he's come out of a stand, or he's out of his
Not
ground
just any
blind,
buck
or
walks,
shooting
yeah.
house. He's in the woods.
Those of you, and you don't have to be a hunter, but you can just be a stomach attack person, and you find yourself leaning on a tree or doing an air squat.
Yeah.
Okay.
He was in that process, and up walks the #2 ended up scoring second biggest deer ever killed in that state.
Right.
Of all
Chris Alberini, I believe is his name. He was using the restroom when he killed a 196-inch whitetail.
He's gonna start hunting like that now
while taking a squat. And get this, it should be the state's #2 non-typical bow buck killed. It was in Massachusetts. Am I saying that right?
How about not only was he standing with his pants at his ankles, had to make a bow shot.
You're right.
I mean, it would have been a lot easier with a gun. I mean, not only, he had to let it get, 20 yards, 25 yards from
It's really a really cool story, and I'm not going to sit here and read the whole thing, but the story actually started way back in 2016 when a friend of his got a picture of a buck on a trail camera. He got actually got a shot at the buck but failed. The next year in 2017, he started getting pics of this same buck and continued for several years. So this bow kill goes back to 2016, 2017, and all this kind of stuff.
The only shot he gets is when he's sitting there having a moment.
Alberini, he knew that other hunters were also catching this buck on camera too, and so it kind of and from the pictures, it was around a 5-mile mark of this buck's been seen in this area. So every bow hunter in the area was after this buck.
So 5-mile radius. So all these guys out here trying to hunt this deer.
Yeah, they're all pursuing this
Fowls
deer.
Over
and
taking care of business.
Yeah. Actually, 2 seasons ago, he posted some cameras there, and in 20 and 21 still saw this buck. So now he's out.
The buck thought he was grunting.
Right.
That's why.
So now he's out.
I hear another buck grunting.
And he gets up in the stand. Now, understand, it's 20-something degrees.
Good night.
He gets up in the stand, and he had been drinking a little bit too much coffee, and it hits him.
He said,
and he starts looking around. He's like, I got to do something. And
down the tree.
It's prime time. It's rut. And he's like, I'm about to blow up this hunt. No pun intended.
So
he gets down. He takes it and he lets his bow down. He was smart enough to take his bow with him.
Yeah.
And he goes back. He said around 60 yards behind the stand. Tries to dig out a little hole and use the restroom.
Oh my!
All right, and he's in a bind. And he said so. He's sitting there and he's got pants at ankles and he is air squat. All right. Elbows on knees.
Oh my goodness!
And Bo sitting beside him.
Beside him, just in case.
And then all of a sudden, these 2 does come flying through that area,
running from.
And a 6-point is chasing him.
Okay.
He's like, okay, oh my gosh! And now understand where he's at. That would
Still funny.
That would even be exciting.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, this buck of a lifetime, all 196 inches of this big buck come
big
at
one,
him,
guys.
And he's at about 35, 40 yards and walking right to him. Right to him. And suddenly he stops what he's doing and actually
Evidently, the wind was blowing in his face.
Right. He actually stops, he said, thinking about using the bathroom because now this guy's right there, and he is absolutely frozen because he says, and I quote, one of the lines of this whole article is, he thought his white butt was going to give it away because it was standing out. So he very slowly goes and kind of reaching to his side for his bow. And he gets the bow, and the buck is still walking to him. And he's like, all right, if I let him get any closer, there's a chance here that I'm about to get busted. And the buck presents itself at about 30 yards, and so he pulls back and releases the bow, hitting vitals and killing a buck while his pants are at his ankles.
All right, first of all,
Wow.
I think it's
What a
fantastic story, and I've seen a picture of the buck. It is an amazing deer.
The buck's impressive enough without the.
I was going to
story.
say, so my question to y'all, because I would not, if I killed this deer, I leave the other part out.
I may tell my
y'all
closest-
never know. Y'all never know this story.
I promise
just
you,
simply
when they interview me about killing the second biggest buck in the state, I don't mention it. And I may
either.
tell my buddies.
I don't either.
But that's just.
And if I do mention it, it's years down the road.
And there's so many questions I have. but
Sure.
anyway.
Yeah. You're talking about having the wind at your favor.
Yeah, it
Good
must
night.
have been. And
Guys,
was
what
he done? Did
what,
he have to
what
finish
an
after he
amazing?
killed
Well, he
it?
actually said he had to finish up a little bit and go over and get it.
That dude paperwork.
Yeah, he did. He did. Guys, he killed this thing, and y'all.
You know he had to get the laugh into his.
I'm about to. I'm gonna send Helmsy the story so we can put it in show notes at rickandbubba.com. But this deer.
So he thought his white butt
so
made-
big.
made him give it away.
He said he thought that his white hiney was going to give it away. It was standing out. Can y'all believe that?
No.
That's an article from fieldandstream.com back on the 27th of January, 2023, just a couple of days ago. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I started getting some emails, and we now have I told them I'm trying to make that change. Did they ever get that to you, Helmsy, too? I told SSI to let you know we
updated on the website.
Yeah, so it is updated. But for those of you in the Chattanooga, Tennessee area, we were on an AM station there and had some folks that were listening because they were the ones that were at first they thought we had been moved to an FM frequency that they couldn't get now. But the woman who emailed me said her husband corrected her, and she thought we had been moved to a frequency that she had wrong. And the good news is it's actually 97.7 now in the Chattanooga area. So she said, I actually can hear you even better than I could before. So it actually worked out to be a good thing. So we're thankful to be making that move. And so those of you that maybe right now you're on the TuneIn app, you're trying to figure out what happened. If you didn't, now they were promoting it on the station that we were moving. So. But she heard the promotion but had the frequency wrong, so she thought she'd lost us. But so we have made the move there in the Chattanooga area to 97.7. Some of the some of you may be hearing that for the first time. So hello and thanks for being with the show. One of the things that I was talking about from yesterday, we got into some of the discussions yesterday about words that we don't say correctly on the show, and of course that
was enlightening.
That was very well, and it's not surprising. And of course, you have the words that we just say wrong, then you have the words that we say wrong on purpose. Then you had this other thing that I thought we had crossed over into what I'm now calling language Pharisees, because I understand when a word is being pronounced incorrectly, and everybody agrees that word is said this way, and we're not saying it right. Okay, I got that.
Right.
So, but then you get into the words we say on purpose wrong. Spatula.
Yeah, we're having a little fun with it.
Parentheses. Okay.
Parentheses.
So, but then we got into an area yesterday that I'm saying I won't go here. This is what I call language Pharisees. Because as we were just listening, for instance, to Dominique a minute ago, it's obvious that Dominique has an accent.
Yes.
That is based on wherever his origination is.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or parents.
Or currently or whatever. Yeah. So there's certain things that are accents that do not apply to what we were talking about yesterday. And so, first of all, somebody sent, which I now call language Pharisee, that was completely wrong, and that is that there is it's either often or often. It's either. That's been well established. You can say often or you can say often.
I often go
neither
to
one
the
of those.
store.
Neither one of those are wrong. So I had somebody saying we didn't say that right. Well, that's a language Pharisee because they're wrong. If you say often or often, neither is wrong. Okay, so let's move on with that.
Can I ask a question? Who is the final authority on it?
Well,
and who put them in charge?
Yeah.
And I will submit this to you, Rick. The English language has been slaughtered when it came from England to America because we don't spell the words the same. We don't use the same meaning.
Right.
It almost is its own language.
Right. And then I wanted to get into the language Pharisees on this. We can't bring into that yesterday's conversation can solely be words that everybody knows are said this way and we don't say them right. You can't enter into accents. Then people started sending me stuff. Well, when you say M-O-C-K, it sounds like you say M-A-W-K, malk instead of mock. Well, that's Calhoun County.
Yeah.
That can't. That's an accent from where I'm from. I'm not delusional that the word is spelled differently or is said differently. There's certain things we say because of where we're from. That's language Pharisees there. You can't start talking.
You're talking about the Calhoun County dialect?
That's correct. Mm-hmm. You may take the boy out of Calhoun County, but you can't take Calhoun County out of the boy.
No.
And
it goes with you for life, right?
Yeah. There's words that are said a certain way and you say them wrong, but then there's dialect. And we can't referee that. There's certain things we say the way we say them because it's where we're from. So, I mean, it got into a little bit of a, as we always do, language Pharisees.
That's like if you're saying, I should not have done something, we may say, I ought not have.
Right, Greg, thank you.
That is very
I ought not do that.
You ought not done that.
Yeah. Yeah, his mind was not like it's supposed to be.
Yeah.
Or not air. Like it ought to be.
Instead of that there, at air.
Yeah, but if you say
look at that air over there.
If you say they're mocking me versus they're mocking me, that's dialect. That's Calhoun County.
The whole oil and oil thing.
Yeah, that's not.
We've battled that.
That's not
well, and I used to get into this discussion with a teacher, a very favorite teacher of mine. When they would say this is a rule in English and then give you 6 exceptions to it. Well, it's not a rule anymore. It's an average.
Right. I used to get mad about Y being sometimes A-E-I-O-U and sometimes Y. No, I mean, it's either is or it ain't.
Language is a mess.
I don't want it to sometimes be Y.
Right. Yeah.
It's Y a vowel or not.
Right.
All right, here's one that you guys, I don't know if anybody gets this right in this room.
No, I'm smarter.
Have you noticed he talks down to us?
I'm
about
not. Have
you noticed that?
I'm not trying to.
I think
I'm not trying to.
So I can completely let him talk down to me. We're going to talk music next.
Yeah. Hey, go get the tambourine out. You go on the bus.
If you have one mouse in a room that is one pest, if another mouse walks into that room, you have 2
pest.
That's
pestices. You have pestices.
6 minutes past the hour, Rick and Bubba. A brand new hour and a brand new day on a brand new week. We have a lot to do today, and we'll start unpacking it right after the national anthem. It is 7.5 minutes past the hour. You got the Rick and Bubba Show, America's favorite radio show. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, and Helmsy have already given you a kickoff hour on all the Rick and Bubba platforms. And now Bubba and I will join them going forward. I'll be Rick. How are you? Eddie Van Adler's coming in. He's got the YouTube experience. Big week for the Adlers. And he's got live and archive for you today on your YouTube experience. If you'll just subscribe there, you'll get alerts when the live show starts, when the Wednesday Bible study starts. Anytime something new has been added, you'll know. So it doesn't cost anything. Just go subscribe. All right, so we got everybody on the field except one, the silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters, man of the year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and a master at a King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, welcome into the little party we call Rick and Bubba. It's just us, you, and a few friends sitting around on the back porch.
Yes.
What's on your mind today?
Let's go.
Money and fame.
There ain't no doubt about it. There ain't no doubt about it. Bubba, how are you?
I'm good, sir. How are you?
Good. Got good reports on your injury over the weekend. Looks like,
no breaks. Just a little soreness. Much better every day. We'll work that out. But, the bottom line, try to stay on your feet when you're in major box stores.
There you go.
You'll do better with that.
That's it.
Other little issues we'll keep working through, and all good on this end. How about you?
Yeah. Well, I'm being very careful out there not to run into glass. So it's I think you and I are making some adjustments. I think that's good stuff.
The way we're going, we could play quarterback for the 49ers.
Well, I thought we were going to.
Yeah.
I didn't see much of the championship games, and one of them I thought I had an opportunity to check on it. And as soon as I checked that Cinderella had become a pumpkin in this one too, I was like, okay, so the little heartwarming story guy, he can't throw. And then they've gone to some fourth or fifth string person now, and they're playing one of the best teams in the whole league. I thought, well, I'm not going to pay attention to this one. I don't know how it ended. It was like
31-7.
Yeah, it didn't.
The Eagles move on to the Super Bowl, and it's bad when your fourth string quarterback is in the game in the NFC Championship, and he gets knocked out.
Yep.
I mean, you're really looking around. Hey, anyone?
Yeah, they said Christian McCaffrey was the emergency, quarterback in case something actually went down, and it did. But Purdy came back in, but he just couldn't throw.
And I think was it Bebo? I think he can play quarterback too. I think he played some in college. So if they had to have him, they could use him. But you really don't want your star wide receiver or your star running back to play quarterback.
No, probably not.
Not when you're in the NFC Championship game. It's not like a preseason game that we're trying to figure out what we're able to do. It's
I don't feel like they're going to throw the out pattern, especially 20 yards down the field to the wide side, because they just don't practice it that much.
No, and then of course, and I got so much email and people, whatever it is, when somebody lets you know what they're saying on social media, it just. Then I go to the AFC Championship late and only catch like the fourth quarter.
That was a good game.
And Romo, wow.
Yeah, I know it.
And so many people from everywhere were like, Rick, Why have you done this to us? That's all we hear now.
He gets very excited.
I'm telling you, Jim.
He does go Scooby when he does
I'm
that.
watching
Shaggy.
Jim.
That was really him.
Here he comes, Jim. They moved him, Jim.
Yeah, I feel so bad for Jim. I mean, I can't imagine. I mean, the fact that he calls him by his name so much.
Right.
I just and it's just poor Jim.
but Romo gets pretty good, viewer response. I mean, he's been.
You
been
better
very popular.
believe it, Bubba. They love me out there just like Jim.
Well, good for him, man.
I
mean,
literally
he has his
laughed
own-
out. I laughed out loud one time because it sounded just like you, Rick. And I know we can sometimes exaggerate characters,
Right.
But
That's the whole comedy thing.
hey, but there was no over exaggerating this. Hey, I'm like, well, that's it. That's
Yeah,
I mean, there it is.
Come on, Jim. They're gonna rush, Jim.
Yeah, that's
Oh, I hear they're walking up, Jim.
it. Really is Romo's version of That's Right, Rick.
Right,
You know?
it is. It
It's
is.
funny. It really is.
And but
And
hey,
hey, how about shoving the quarterback out of bounds? So
You can't do that, Jim.
wouldn't have made the kick without that 15 yards.
Bad play. That's the only play I saw the whole game. I happened to turn it on. It was on that last drive.
yeah.
Oh my goodness, he was so far out of bounds.
I understand.
What are you doing?
I understand every yard counts, especially on that drive. And Mahomes was hobbled, but he didn't hobble on that particular run. He actually went wide open.
Can we talk about the trainer that got like nailed standing right in front of the bench? Watch his left leg here. Is anybody talking? I mean, I don't know if he's okay or not. Nobody. Yeah. What you see his left? Well, you can't see it in this angle here, but he gets knocked into.
Look
he's
how
standing,
far out of bounds he is.
He's standing right in front of the bench, and he gets hit right there. That guy. And his left leg, his left knee goes the other way. I guess he's okay. I don't know, but that's the first thing I saw.
I saw.
You see 58, the guy who actually pushed him. Look at his right leg when he plants that.
Oh,
left
yeah,
time.
yeah.
It did a little bow out.
Yeah,
too.
he probably wanted to be really hurt because he felt
Yeah.
stupid.
Well, all right, watch this right here. Watch 21 trying to keep him from doing it. See the DB right there. Look, come on, man. See him try to say, "What are you doing?"
Yeah.
That was stupid.
Well, it was, and
15 yards.
But you have to give credit because what gave them that 15 yards the kicker needed was what you guys just said. Mahomes, a battler, even though he's struggling, he's like, look, if we're going to go to the Super Bowl, I'm going to have to make a play right here.
Yeah.
And he said, I'm just going to suck it up and dig. And the fact that he took off like that is why the linebacker hits him late, because he's thinking, man, he's about to get a first down.
And Rick, he hadn't run like that the whole game.
No.
He's hobbled at best, and he just dug it on that last one.
Mm-hmm.
But a good quarterback, a good running back, can use that. And you've seen Mahomes that you've seen others. They'll run right down the sidelines like they're about to step out, and they get somebody running full steam. They know they can't stop, and they'll step on the white and then get hit. You know,
it's hard. It's hard as a defensive player not to.
But I felt bad for 58. That
yeah,
was,
well, it's
Hey,
he
cost your team the Super Bowl.
Yep.
But again, like we say, you play 4 quarters. I'm sure you can find other plays. If they'd have been made, it would have been the difference in the game. That was a dumb play. Don't get me wrong. And you did hurt the cause.
There was a lot of bizarre calls, and we had a third down replay, and
Yeah, got
several
blew the
things.
whistle.
Yep.
All right, again, we got 4 quarters to get it done.
We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Uh,
He will. He's a threat to correct us on words, and all the while he's doing it, he's wearing like a homemade dime bag Daryl shirt. You know, it just doesn't look right. Then I'm being corrected by the guy with. I mean,
his hat selection these days too. I don't get it.
It's crazy. I mean, you know what I'm saying? It just doesn't feel right. I'm being corrected by dime bag. Thank you, buddy. I mean.
I understand what you're saying.
Sorry, Adler, we're injured.
There's a lot of things that you go to Adler and go, everybody needs to listen. He knows what he's talking about.
But he is a very intelligent guy. It's just the appearance.
But being an English professor is not one of them.
Yeah, that's right.
That's
Music.
Yeah.
video.
Absolutely.
If you ask everybody in the room to spell to dentist, we would not leave off the S.
No.
We would not.
See, now
anything.
Like,
I mean,
you know
that's
what
the
I
thing.
would We're not going to encounter more than one dentist very much anyway.
Let's hope not.
Why
So
do
who
we
cares?
need more than one dentist?
Well, it goes back to this again. It goes back to what I said a minute ago.
Dr. Dudney. I'll just say Dr. Dudney.
There's a difference in being ignorant to a word as opposed to having a speech impediment.
Correct.
Or to have a dialect situation from your accent.
Yes.
That's a whole different genre. No one here thinks that there's no S on the plural of pest and dentist. We're just incapable of saying it.
But what about when Bubba said Loch Ness Monster?
Where they think they now have found the Golden State Killer has been arrested now in California. This is a person who was just a rampant string of evil, mainly located in the the late 70s and mid 80s. I was looking at some of the things they think he was tied to. The case went cold. They believe that he had raped up to around 37 people and killed 2 between 76 and 78 is part of this. But
now, Rick, I'm showing 12 and 50 rapes on this story.
I guess I'm just giving you this 2 years.
Okay,
So
okay, total.
Yeah. The total number is bigger than that. I'm just saying that was the 2-year run where he was really like on a rampage, and then it would kind of go away, then it would pick back up again, like a lot of others that have been gone cold. They won't like even the Unabomber. He went away and didn't do anything for a while, then he come back, blow things up again.
I guess it's me. I'm not familiar with this story. I mean,
I'm not either.
We've heard
I'd never heard of
Zodiac and Unabomber. I've never heard of the Golden State Killer. Total. What I'm showing in this, 12 murders, 50 rapes. Neighbors said they were shocked to learn he was suspected of being a serial killer. They said he would mostly keep to himself, but would launch into swearing fits and temper tantrums from time to time. One neighbor said he once threatened to deliver a load of death if they didn't stop their dog from barking. The Golden State Killer is suspected of terrorizing parts of California between 76 and 86. He had been charged with murdering 2 couples, as you said, and then he previously worked, Rick, as a police officer in Auburn, California, before he was fired in 1979 for shoplifting. Before he retired last year, he worked at a distribution center for Save Mart grocery stores for over 27 years.
Wow. So
but they used some DNA evidence, right, to catch him. And Greg, you were telling me it was about a book that had not been published, right? Is that right?
Patton Oswalt, he's a comedian and actor. You would know if you saw his picture.
I just saw his picture. You're right. I do know who that is, yeah.
His wife, who has passed away, was writing a book about it. And they're saying that a lot of the attention was brought up on the case. Because, like I said, I'd never heard of it from her book and that. But then again, the investigators also said, well, yeah, but we never quit, trying to solve the case. But they're saying that book kind of brought it back into light.
Yeah, he keeps saying that his wife never wants any credit. That's not who she was. But she wrote the book, which became a #1 bestseller about this case. And he says he thinks the book kept the awareness about the case out there. The investigators are saying there's no information extracted from the book that directly led to the apprehension. He says, understood, but the fact that her book was so popular, the case, it's like it kept it alive.
Right, kept people talking about it.
Yeah, and I can't figure out, though, how he finally is arrested.
They're saying there's some DNA, but but again, unless his DNA was in a data bank, which I'm sure it wasn't, what made them go get his DNA and go, we're going to see if it matches this? You know what I'm saying?
It is 22 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today. A brand new Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, dropped over the weekend. Chad Slade, our guest, and leading up to the Super Bowl, be a good interview to go and listen to or watch. So that is available wherever you get podcasts. So the gang's all here. As we work our way back, we mentioned we now know who will be in the Super Bowl. 49ers are out. and so are the Bengals. So it will be the Chiefs taking on the Eagles, and the Eagles look really, really good. They look healthy from what I could gather. Like I said, I haven't really followed it. This was I've seen one quarter of the NFL this year, but listening to everybody talk about it, it sounds like the Eagles go into the Super Bowl like a machine, and the Chiefs are limping in with a lot of injured players.
Well, I do think this. I think you got the best two teams. I mean, you had the number one seeded team on both sides, and so, from the whole season, it looks like you got the best two teams. And, yeah, the Chiefs are a little beat up, but they'll get it together because it's 2 weeks, right, to the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Don't we have an off week this
We
time?
got a flag football game we got to play.
Right.
Well,
With the Manning brothers.
I tell you what I did not know. I did not know that Cincinnati had beaten the Bengals the last 3 times in a row.
Yeah, by 3 points.
As a matter of fact, one of the players that I heard at the end of the game had made the comment that y'all need to stop calling our game with them a rivalry because they keep beating us until we beat them.
Right. And I agree with that.
Yeah,
I agree with that.
That was Chris Jones.
And some of the players were calling it Burrowhead Stadium instead of Arrowhead.
Well, I
so
think,
after the game, they were talking that up.
I think the mayor of Cincinnati did a proclamation.
Yeah.
And, of course, the mayor, trying to support his team, gave the Chiefs the ultimate bulletin board material. Because, as Greg said after the game, while Mahomes was being interviewed, Travis Kelce came up and explained to everyone that it was not Burrowhead Stadium.
Yeah, he did.
In very colorful terms on live TV.
Did he? Okay.
So, and Rick, we do have a couple of records here. I think Hurts now will he set a record for wins with the Eagles in a season, and I think he will be the youngest quarterback starting in the Super Bowl, right? At 24, is that right?
Yeah, I don't know.
I think
or what was it? It was something to do with
he
his
was top
age.
3. I think there were 2 that were 22.
I
may be wrong.
It was something to do with his age, but another
because Burrows was in it last year. How old was he?
Because
he was in the Super Bowl last year. He can't be.
There was
very
something to do with his age, but also you have the Kelce brothers are going to be facing each other.
Yeah.
I think it's the first time we've had brothers playing each other in the Super Bowl. So
All right, so Adler's,
that'll be pretty.
Adler
This
has
is
the video.
Kelce coming up
Can
behind.
you? Have you got this? Bleep that.
This is clean. I actually didn't hear the other thing that maybe Bubba was talking about, but this is clean, and this is in relation to the mayor that Kelce was and Bubba was talking about.
Wise words for that Cincinnati mayor. Know your role and shut your mouth, you jabroni.
He didn't rhyme it, Greg. He
didn't say it right.
Fight for your right to party.
Okay.
Oh, so now he's quoting the Beastie Boys.
Yeah. By the way, Greg, he messed up the know your role.
And shut your mouth.
Yeah, that's not the
Who
rhyme.
is that, Biff?
That's not the rhyme. It's know your role and shut your hole.
So hey, after the NFL
man.
championship game, Terry Bradshaw's down there with Jalen and everything, and starts singing and gets Jalen to singing, and he's on mic singing a cappella to everybody. That was a little bit of a secondhand embarrassment moment, but he did the best I think he could do with spur of the moment kind of thing. But I always turn it, and it's part of my second hand, and I'm not proud of it.
Yeah.
I always turn the post game.
Oh.
One, two, three. Hit 'em low, hit 'em high, and watch those eagles fly, fly.
That's Kelce.
Eagles fly
62.
on the road to me.
Wow.
That
Pretty
was not
bad.
good.
That's pretty rough.
That's pretty rough. But you know what?
He'll sing all the way to the Super Bowl.
He'll sing right on to the Super Bowl.
Did you know too?
He's really
Hurts
become a great pro quarterback.
Yeah, this is the first time since high school he's had the same offensive scheme and coach 2 years in a row.
Yeah.
So he's had to deal with changes when he was at Alabama, and then going to Oklahoma, and changes with the Eagles. So, yeah, he's really done a good job.
Yeah, so that's that will be the matchup, and hopefully the Chiefs can kind of get a little healed over time, so they don't limp into that one because they look pretty banged up. But I'll tell you one thing you got to say: is his last name Burrow singular or Burrows?
Burrow. Singular.
It's singular.
Mm-hmm.
So Burrow he has gone to the Super Bowl. He's only been in the league 3 years, and he's carried not a team that normally goes. He's carried the Bengals to the Super Bowl and then to the AFC Championship again,
Right.
and only his third year. I mean so he has
in his first year he was out with a knee injury.
and I watched him in that game, and the Chiefs are fortunate to win because he's shown that in the 3 other times he beat them. But he is a really good professional quarterback. He really is.
He can do it all. He can run, he can throw. He can do
much better runner than I thought he was.
How about
when he needs to run?
He's a good runner, and his passing has really improved.
Yeah. Rick, you being a former defensive lineman, you've got to when Chris Jones says, "I'm coming to get you," and he doesn't really try to go around anybody either. He's just going to power push you back into everybody.
Well, everybody talks about the push out of bounds, which that is bad. But you got to go back to Jones. That sack, also won the AFC Championship game for you.
That's right.
Yeah, how about when they put him? He's internal lineman most of the time inside, and then they stick him on the outside.
Move him outside, Jim.
Hey, he was just too much. He was too much.
Well, he had 2 sacks in that game, so when he decided to be an impact player, it sure was a good time.
Yeah,
you know.
Good. Nice.
Pick your moments. He picked his moments wisely.
They're moving Jones outside, Jim.
And I'm coming to get you.
Right.
Nothing you can do.
Well, look, there's some of those guys, we talked to Chad Slade about that in the podcast this past weekend, who was an offensive lineman in the NFL. And there's just some really difficult individuals that you have to try to block. Mm-hmm. I mean, they're difficult.
And to hear,
they're really strong, really large, can really move.
And Chad was talking about they were built more for speed than the big guys that push.
Yeah,
and he's a very big guy.
Oh yeah,
I mean, you're talking about bulldozers in there.
Oh yeah, it's there's a lot going on down in there every play. We let our eyes drift to the skill guys, but down in there, there is no. Every single play is an ugly war down in there.
It is,
and it goes on and on and on for a long time.
Yeah,
to break it down.
Bottom of the hour, you have your Super Bowl coming up in 2 weeks. Eagles against the Chiefs. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Have you seen that in the story? What led to that?
No,
I don't know.
All the story says is that DNA linked him to the crimes. And I'm like you, so if his DNA was in a bank, it seems like the first time they had some DNA, they would have run it and he would have come up. What made them go to his house and get DNA?
From the report, here I go.
Or did that even happen? I don't know.
They were able to link a number of different crimes and all into one. In other words, it was, what was it? It was the Golden State. It was the East. What was it? The other? Golly.
Yeah, he had a few different names. Now they're saying
they were
all these different name rapists and killers we think are all the same person.
Right, and they were able to link them into one crime or one suspect, I should say, for all of those.
All right. Here's what they're saying about the DNA. It says, we knew we were looking for a needle in a haystack, but we also knew the needle was there. He said, despite thousands of tips throughout many years, D'Angelo's name, which is the guy they arrested, hadn't been on the authorities' radar until last week. We found the needle in the haystack, and it's right here in Sacramento. Sacramento County Sheriff Scott Jones referred to the genetic material as discarded DNA, but authorities refused to give specifics about how it was collected or matched the suspect. Is it possible that somebody thought, well, this is not important because of the investigations of the day that you couldn't do with what they had, what you can now? And all of a sudden somebody said, hey, you know what? We had some DNA that we never even tested. And they tested it, and then his name came up maybe?
But would he have been in the database?
Well, if he was a police officer, he probably would have been.
From the 1970s?
Yeah, well, but let's be clear. The reason why we can't find it is this story says they're not coming forward about that part yet. It just says it was a needle in a haystack. We found it, and somehow it involved DNA that had been discarded that they went back and checked. That's what I'm getting out of the story. Now, I don't know the details of that or how D'Angelo, but now to Speedy's point, part of what helped too is in a bigger area, these same type crimes were happening, and they were, you had the Golden State killer, then over here you had the East area rapist, and they kind of said, wait a minute, is it possible that all these are the same person?
Right. Mm-hmm.
And they kind of lumped it all together. And now that might have been something that this book helped with a little bit. I don't know, but obviously, this is another one of those cases where here's a guy that 27 years working at a company, lived to be 72 years old, and they've been looking for him for a long, long time, and they think they have him. So
Yeah, in their press conference yesterday, they said they're certain they've got their man.
And it may have been that just during the time that this was a popular story, we were so young that we just didn't pay attention to it.
Yeah,
I guess so.
Yeah. Wow.
So I'm sure some people out there screaming, "Y'all didn't know about the Golden State Killer?" I didn't.
I never heard it with all these other ones. I mean, I'm sure there'll be a movie about it.
You know, you go Zodiac, I've heard of that. You go Unabomber, I've heard of that. I don't recall ever hearing
John Wayne Casey. You hear about that?
Oh, you have to always bring that one up, don't
Or
you?
Gacy. Yeah, well, him too.
Why do you always bring that one up? Because
that one, Rick, is
that's
just
one of the
disturbing.
That's
It is
one of the biggest
disturbing.
penalty flags on the play.
Now the BTK was kind of like this. Remember,
BTK,
32 years later, they got him because he got cute because he was one of them like to tease the paper and all.
Oh yeah,
and he started sending out messages and they tracked it to the computer at his church, I think.
And you remember the son of Sam? You had him. The
No.
dog was telling him to do it. The neighbor's dog. Remember?
Look, I mean, let's talk about don't forget Dahmer.
Oh yeah.
Oh goodness.
And what was the other one? God, what was his name? He went across the country. He was a pretty good looking guy.
Oh yeah,
Ted Bundy.
Ted Bundy.
Yeah, Ted Bundy.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, that's
crazy stuff.
Rick, you suggested it. Helmsy watched it. I started.
Don't get him started.
I started
he'll start
Manhunt.
talking about it again.
I started Manhunt on the Unabomber.
Yeah, that's
yesterday.
And I want to be on the record too, even though
Amazing.
it's history, you did ruin it, a lot
Yeah,
of it.
yeah.
So,
Well,
I wanted to play that card of what's history, and he didn't really ruin it. Blah blah blah. Yeah, you did.
I want
which
to,
is fine. I know now.
Yeah, I want to go into this too because there's almost a panic out there right now concerning me, and I'm getting emails about something. People trying to reach out to me on social media, and I'd like to on this topic, and I'd like to come back and just let everybody know exactly how it's going to go. All right, we'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
Talk. It is 35 minutes past the hour. Thanks for being with us today. We've got a lot to come. We'll break down, the Paul Pelosi body cam video is out. We'll look at that. Stories from the weekend. Damar Hamlin tries to put all these bizarre conspiracies to bed. And then the horrifying story out of Memphis of police brutality and some of the bizarre narratives people are trying to come up with on that, which is... it's okay just to say that we have people who abuse the power they've been given. I know some of you are panicked because the story wasn't in your cute little convenient package you normally want. That doesn't lessen the severity of it, but we will talk about that coming up. Fieldofgreens.com, there it is. This is a product that I'm getting rave reviews on. I can give you rave reviews on it. I love this product. Talked to another friend this weekend who just started using it and said, you know what, you're right, I'm already starting to see the benefits of this. It's really not that complicated because if we know that our body is designed and needs certain fuel, and then in our normal attempt to do this in our diet, the foods that we consume, it does not give the body what the body needs, and then Field of Greens gives the body what the body needs, then we should expect for the body to say, this is how it ought to be. And so if you would like to get yours, you can go to fieldofgreens.com. I get asked a lot which one I use. I use the one in the green bucket. I guess I should probably describe it more than that, but it's the one in the green bucket. But anyway, it gives me the amount of fruits and vegetables that my body needs every day. Take a scoop in the morning, take a scoop at night. You can mix it with water. Or you can put it with some fruit juice. It's really good there. You can put it with, if you make a shake, a protein shake, I put it in the protein shake too. There's all kinds of ways you can do it, but it's not like some of the attempts at superfoods in the past where they were just so awful to try to consume. It actually tastes good. So you can get yours, fieldofgreens.com. Use the promo code Bubba, and you'll save 15%. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors, and I just love that product. All right, so you were talking about, I said some other things that we're going to try to get to today and look back over the weekend a little bit too. I can tell you a pretty funny story of me thinking I could have something. But anyway, we got that coming.
That happens every day.
Yeah, we got that coming up, and Bubba, we're glad to hear that you're also feeling better.
Thank you.
Look, we were all saying when you're looking at when the show is over, one of us, our hip breaking would be it, because that's the thing that happens when it's over. But glad to hear that your hip is actually in good shape.
Yeah.
It's just you need to keep. Try to keep from falling.
Yeah, stay out of the pipe display. You'll be all right.
Right. And my favorite part of that whole story is it wasn't even the right pipe. That's my favorite.
Yeah. I still need that piece of pipe today.
That is so funny to me. Yeah. All right. So you were mentioning something about the Super Bowl is set, the big game, whatever you're supposed to call it, and the price of tickets is always, it leads to a lot of conversation. I know the kickoff hour talked a lot about these ticket prices and so I didn't hear the exact numbers, but I know it's ugly.
Well, prices through the roof now that the Super Bowl is set. Cheapest tickets listed at $5,710.
Say it again.
$5,710. Some of the lower tier seats are going for $37,000. Of course, they'll be playing in Arizona.
I agree with a lot of the kickoff hour talk today. If you got money to burn, but what I'm saying is even when you have money to burn, there still has to be this thing of how do I declare this particular event to be worth that much money?
Yeah, there's other things you can burn it on. So
right,
the cheapest, $5,710. The average was $9,825. And the most expensive lower bowl, $37,000.
Wow!
So that's what it's going to cost you to go. And we did years ago. Rick and I were very fortunate to go to a couple of Super Bowls, but it was the sponsor had paid for it. We didn't drop that money for it. But we were talking about expensive things we'd been to and how much would you pay. That's a lot.
Well,
and if you have a family of four, you really can. It's expensive to go to a lot of these college games and championships and stuff.
Well, it goes back to this. You and I went. It was an easy decision when somebody says, "Would y'all like to go to the Super Bowl and we'll pay for it?"
Right.
That's real easy. Because then you think, well, even if my experience isn't that great, it didn't really cost me anything.
Right.
And I think we can probably have a good time just going to a Super Bowl together and hanging out, and we did. But when you start writing them checks,
it's tough.
Like I said, I have to have blood on the field, and I'm talking about immediate family. I'm not talking about extended. And even
we're not talking about Cece's kid.
No, and even then, when I had to do that and had to write some checks for certain games, even then, my preference. And I know this is going to blow everybody's mind. My preference would have still been to watch it on TV.
Yeah.
Because I actually could see the game better.
Yeah, enjoy it.
Yeah,
that's the thing.
and not have to deal with and even see my own kid better. Even see my own kid better.
Yeah.
I mean, the view of the game on television is better.
Yeah, well, it's got so good.
Right.
Now, there's something about being there and the excitement and, all of that, but for us actually seeing what's going on, it is pretty tough.
Well, I'm sorry, really quick. As far as being able to see, it was so interesting hearing Chad Slade talking to you guys during Rick and Bubba University, talking about being on the field and blocking and then not realizing what is happening on the field only because the crowd is cheering. They know that Nick Marshall is running down or whatever. That was so interesting to me.
Yeah, I can tell you the times that we traveled to go watch our son play in these big-time college games, and the seats would be so bad. I mean, so bad. You could not even tell what was going on. Yeah. But you were there. Which and that a lot of times we would get the tickets just so our son would see us after the game getting on the bus.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
I mean, or
we're here.
You're there to support him.
Yeah. Or if it was a home game, we usually had good tickets to home games. But if it was a home game, just so we could talk to him after the game. But if you were going to watch the game, These tickets were terrible.
Yeah.
I mean, terrible.
The away game tickets.
Yeah, I mean, you're on the road. You're sitting in the awful seats.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't even tell what's going on. Yeah. What's going on down there? I don't know. I can't see down there. And
I don't see how people can afford to support their teams if you have say a college team that wins a lot and goes to the playoffs a lot. Say Alabama fans, for instance.
Well,
I don't know how in the world
I can tell you
can follow the team.
Yeah, I can tell you how they do it. They've made that such a priority in their life. So think about the things in your life, like I think about the money sometimes I put into land because I really enjoy deer hunting and I enjoy having a place. So instead of them putting money in something like that, they put it in their team. So, we all have things that we'll write checks for because they mean a lot to us.
Land probably a better investment.
Yeah, probably so.
Well, you have the memory forever.
But I'm trying to relate it to something
important.
Because you said earlier, and I think sometimes when people hear us say this, they think we're doing some kind of indictment. It's not an indictment.
No.
I can't tell you why I'm not interested in sports much anymore.
I'm not saying people that are doing wrong.
I'm not going out to say people shouldn't go to concerts. I just don't desire to go to them anymore. I don't desire to go to sporting events anymore. I just don't have any desire for it. I can't tell you why. It's just in the process of my life. It just doesn't mean anything to me. So that's not what I want to spend my time and money on.
Right.
And so there are things I care about deeply. And you know what I notice? I spend time and I spend finances and I sacrifice for those things. And that's the way they see their team. It's the same thing.
But I mean, say you follow Alabama with the exception of this year. I mean, you got SEC championship, you got playoffs, you got champ. And then, like, if you're an Auburn fan, you just save up for every 50 years and go.
That's fine.
It's not as bad. It's not a burden on you.
Hey, if I could back to Travis Kelce was talking to the Cincinnati mayor, and we felt like he said the saying that we say, and that is "Know your role, shut your hole."
Yeah.
Someone said The Rock, Dwayne Johnson, when he was with the WWE, his phrasing was "Know your role and shut your mouth." That's what he would say, and then he would throw jabroni in there, and so that's why Travis threw that in there. So I think he was quoting The Rock.
So The Rock's got it wrong.
I don't know if that helps any, but getting some emailers on that.
During the live TV quote, he said he basically run up and said, "Burrowhead Stadium, my donkey."
Wow.
So
right.
Okay. What if he had really said "my donkey"?
Yeah, I didn't know The Rock said it wrong on purpose, I guess.
Yeah.
Or he made it his own.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, it could be that.
Make it your own.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know why he wouldn't just rhyme it. It sounds so much fun. It's so much better if you rhyme it.
Well, I don't know who he's telling. He may be actually telling somebody. There it is right there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. The Rock.
Well,
The Rock.
And know your role and shut your mouth.
That's his thing, I guess. I had no idea.
I didn't either.
Out of the loop.
And by the way, according to ESPN, Jalen Hurts will be the youngest quarterback to reach the Super Bowl.
Okay, so he must be younger than Burrow was last year.
Yeah, must be.
Because wasn't Burrow an older guy in college?
Yeah, he may had an extra year there somewhere.
All right, we'll come back. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Other stories to step into when the Rick and Bubba show continues.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
About the fact that I have a reputation that is correct, that I will tell you everything about a movie that I've seen before you've seen it. I've gotten where I'll ask permission to do it, and sometimes that's granted. I think Helmsy has a little bit of permission regret.
Sometimes you ignore whether you have permission.
Yeah, I'm not mad about it. I just learned a valuable lesson.
Right.
And it still didn't. To be honest, I'm still enjoying it.
Right.
I mean, it really is good. But there are moments where I'm thinking, man, I wish I wouldn't have known that.
All right.
I wish I would have just seen that for the first time now.
And I'm open about this. I've been in therapy. I'm almost obsessed with giving away movies before people have seen them. I love to do it. I love to talk about it. I enjoy it. It brings me some sort of euphoria. I enjoy it so much. But there's a lot of people that are really in a panic about the new Infinity War Avenger. I mean, there's a panic that has swept the audience.
Mm-hmm.
Rick, please. Now, I have good news today, but I'm also going to give you bad news.
Oh, boy.
even Marvel is putting out, if you see the movie, please don't tell everybody, don't ruin it. Now, there's some concerns about this movie that I have, and I am openly a superhero guy. I love superheroes. I love superhero movies. Okay, but I'm also, Greg and I, we see things coming sometimes, and I do think that this is going to be a movie that really has the potential for disappointment because we're at the point now, you know how you can have too much of a good thing? Mm-hmm. We're now going to bring in so many superheroes. I don't know how any of them can get enough lines. I mean, it's almost like what happened to Franklin on the Peanuts. If you remember, and Chris Rock talked about this, Charles Schultz finally writes in an African-American character, and he says, but Franklin never got to say anything.
Right.
Well, part of the reason is there's not enough dialogue left. These cartoons last 20 minutes.
And they got so many characters in there, and a dog that gets a lot of screen time.
Thank you.
Even without dialogue,
With
and
noises,
and a bird.
And he makes noises.
Right.
So by the time Franklin came on the scene, we already had Charlie, we had Linus, we had Lucy. We had Schroeder, we had Pigpen. The list just goes on, and Franklin couldn't get in. There wasn't enough dialogue left. And I worry that we've got too many superheroes, and it may turn into chaos and confusion. And some of the ones you really love, we're going to lose them to try to give these others screen time. And I think this thing has the potential to be a letdown. I think it's almost too much of a good thing. Y'all have heard me use this analogy for 24 years about the time my mother was making fudge for the class party, and the weather wasn't good. She couldn't get this fudge to set up in the way that she wanted it to set up, so we had to eat all the batches that didn't work. We loved fudge until we had so much of it, I had to go a couple of years not even eating it. So what I'm worried is...
Could we try it again today?
That it's almost too much. But let me tell all of you this, so you know. But for all of you in the audience, I cannot see it this weekend because Greg and I are on the Drop the Mic tour. So I don't think I'm going to be able to see it. Now, I could really mess all of you up and go see it tonight. I know that one of my sons is going to. And I have chosen not to go see it tonight because then I will tell you about it tomorrow. So I know that I will. So what I'm going to do, just like an addict knowing he can't go near alcohol or he can't go near drugs, is that I'm going to give you all of you tonight, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, maybe even Monday to see it. But I've got news for you. I will see it in the next 10 days. Okay? Now, after I see it, I'm going to talk about it. So you have this window to go see it without me telling you about it, and I'm going to choose not to see it tonight because I probably could, but I'm going to choose not to. I can't see it Friday, Saturday, or Sunday, so there's no issue there. So you're going to get through the weekend, but I got to tell you, once Monday gets here, you're in a danger zone because at that point I could see it at any day. You don't know when I might see it. No way you get past next weekend because I will have seen it by then. So you've really got about 10 days for sure you've got 4. You might get 10 just based on schedule because me seeing it on a weeknight's not likely next week. So you may get a full 10 days. But I'm telling you.
So make hay while the sun's shining.
You better go see it.
So even
because if you put it off, I'm giving you a week to 10 days. After that, I'm going to talk about it.
So even the study that you have on yourself and you kind of starting to look at yourself a little bit and realize and accept what you have.
I know who I am.
There's no way possible to control it?
No.
There's nothing we can do?
No. Y'all been around me.
I know, but I mean.
Well, and thankfully, this doesn't affect me because I won't go see this one.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah.
But I've learned a valuable
But I
lesson
have
this
people
week.
on. Nine minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. 866 We Be Big is our number. Thank you for being with us today. A couple more things since this hour's mainly been sports. We'll finish up the last few stories. Georgia continues to have things happen in the aftermath of their celebration. Now Georgia quarterback Stetson Bennett has been arrested on public intoxication. This was early Sunday morning, or as we call it, middle of the night, in Dallas, Texas. He has been arrested, or was arrested, on a misdemeanor public intoxication charge. He has, I think, the preliminary investigation found when officers arrived, they located Stetson Bennett, 25, and determined he was publicly intoxicated. He was taken into custody, transported to the city detention center to dry out and sober up, and was charged with public intoxication. Bennett has since been allowed to leave the detention center, but was not available for any comments on this. So the celebration, I guess, with the Bulldogs continues. Unfortunately, we've got some people that are no longer with us, and now we've got the quarterback publicly intoxicated in Dallas.
You know, great couple of seasons, amazing story from walk-on to Heisman finalist to winning 2 national championships. But you would think with the events of his teammates, a week or two ago, that you'd kind of tone down some of this a little bit, wouldn't you think? That would hit home with you a little bit? I don't need to be out doing this?
Well, you're right. I'm not saying this using it as a pun, even though so I guess it is intended, but you would think that the party atmosphere leading to the death of my teammates would be a sobering moment.
Yes, I agree.
It would be a sobering moment, but. You know,
if you're going to tie one on, do it at the house or do it somewhere you ain't out driving around 3 states away.
Yeah.
Well, he was banging on doors trying to get in, I guess, wherever he was going to finally get to bed, and
not the famous "I'm looking for my bed."
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
So not only can that be dangerous in the way that he got picked up, but you go banging on the wrong door in the middle of the night, you're liable to get shot.
Yep, no doubt about that. So there's that update. Then Damar Hamlin finally puts out a statement and does a video, trying to put to rest some of these bizarre conspiracy theories that people get started now, that somehow Damar Hamlin has really died and he has a body double and
all that good stuff.
All this bizarre stuff. But anyway,
that would have been tough to maintain for the years to come. I think it'd been easier just to fake cause of death.
Yeah, there you go. So Damar Hamlin finally put out a video, and we have that video, and that's 5 minutes long.
Yeah, come out of the. He thanks a lot of folks, but at first he just.
All right, go ahead.
Now that my brothers have closed out a strong winning season, as I continue to make so much progress recovering, I think it's finally a good time to share a few things. I think it was important for me to wait and speak publicly at the right time, as it was just a lot to process within my own self, mentally, physically, even spiritually. It's just been a lot to process, but I can't tell you how appreciative I am of all the love, all the support, and everything that's just been coming in my way. What happened to me on Monday Night Football, I feel is a direct example of God using me as a vessel to share my passion and my love directly from my heart with the entire world. And now I'm able to give it back to kids and communities all across the world who need it the most. And that's always been my dream. That's always been what I stood for and what I will continue to stand for. And with that being said, I want to thank a few people who helped me most directly to get back to this moment to where I'm able to speak to you. The Bills training, athletic, and medical staff, notably Nate, Denny, Joe Mika.
So then he goes and does all the list of everybody wants to thank.
Of course, it could be deep fake.
I know, Greg.
He never said I didn't have a body double.
There we
Y'all
go.
notice that?
There we go.
I mean, why didn't he just say that?
I did notice he didn't say that.
He didn't speak directly to me.
Right. I know. But the
I wish he'd have had his sunglasses and his hoodie on and just took it all off. You know, so we could have seen. Oh, it was him.
Well, here's what's going to happen. Here's what's going to happen, because I don't know how many of y'all have been around or got caught in watching the comments from the conspiracy theorist. This won't do anything. They're
unfazed by evidence. You know, I mean, just direct evidence. No,
like in every setting.
Yep. Now there'll be the breakdown of how this is fake, and because it obviously is edited, but it's edited so when he says something, they're like, all right, let's try that again.
Yeah.
Of course, they'll say that it's the thing where they change people's face, which
deep
can
fake.
be done.
The deep fake video. Yeah.
It'll be the deep fake.
I don't know. His eyes look kind of weird.
Again, though, you have to, like Greg said it, and I know a lot of you didn't hear it out there in the conspiracy world, is, sometimes things are conspiracies because, no one has been able to refute them. But once one's been refuted, listen, if your whole narrative was NFL don't want us to know, Greg just said something that you needed to hear, all they had to do was pretend he had a different cause of death or
If
not.
they were truly covered.
Yeah, if they were going to truly cover it up, they just wouldn't tie it to football, okay? They wouldn't have to get a body double and pretend that there's a fake DeMar Hamlin walking around.
Because it's going to be a long time to fake it.
Yeah, and put together videos that are not really him and
for the rest of his
dig
life.
fake and all that. So I'm just going to go ahead and tell all of you that DeMar Hamlin has been through a traumatic experience. And you can tell that, socially, he probably at times can be a little shy and awkward. And this has been a lot for him to handle. And he's walking it out in a way that he's comfortable with. It probably really is that, as opposed to some giant, dark conspiracy. Now, if you want to get into why he went into cardiac arrest and some of the ongoing discussions about COVID and some of our treatments and things like that, that's a conversation we're all still having, perfectly okay. But him pretending to be alive but is really dead, I think we can put that to rest.
I agree, but it was weird the way they were doing it.
It was weird. I didn't say, but Greg, I'm telling you, there's.
But I think there's a logical reason that we've explained why some of that was going on. It may not be the norm. It may not be what you would do or your family, but given him and his situation, he may have done it that way. But Rick, if you have conspiracy blood and you have conspiracy energy that you need to burn off, there's a lot of things still out there. We've got this UFO, UAP thing ongoing. Right. We've got, like I say, the COVID thing. You can just have a field day on.
Sure.
Bigfoot's still out there, Loch Ness. I mean, we still got a lot of things.
We do.
I mean, but it can't be everything all the time. That's what was that old guy, Alex Jones? Every night can't be a new. the whole world's being faked off in something. I mean, because the world has got other things going on. They're busy. They're out there trying to make $1. So it's just, everything can't be a conspiracy. And I really thought we had this flat earth thing put to bed. I don't know why people are revisiting that again.
Well, it goes back to what I said about.
Yeah, but
it doesn't matter.
Yeah, but let me tell you, now the weather modification people, they're out there on us. After that lady called the other day.
Oh yeah. Of course, there was.
Did some of y'all go to work ever?
Some of y'all got to get a hobby or something.
Yeah,
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba.
All right, so let's talk a little bit about, Bubba mentioned going to the break just then. If you're listening to the live show, some of these conspiracy theorists maybe need a pet. Well, if you have a pet, and you just heard me talking about how important it is for, us as human beings to be able to give our body the proper nutrition, well, it's also important for our pets. A lot of the foods, especially our dogs, that are given to our dogs, the nutrition has all but been burned out of it in the process. So it's important that your dog also get the nutrition that he or she needs, and that's the reason why you're going to love the folks at Paul Made. Paul Made products are based, and their whole message is for them to get the nutrition for our pets into the food they're eating, and their longevity formula is fantastic. It's an all-natural health supplement for dogs. It's got 23 dog-friendly superfoods to keep your dog healthy and strong, veterinarian approved. You can even ask your veterinarian about it. Longevity formula from Paul Made. He or she's going to love that. It boosts nutrient intake, protects against toxins, and guards against premature aging. So if you go to paulmade.com right now /Bubba, That's our URL. That's PAWMADE.com/Bubba. If you go there, you're going to also get a free bottle of Paul Made's hip and joint formula. We're giving Bubba some of that. So just kidding, but it's great because a lot of breeds have a hard time with their hip and joint, and so longevity formula, free bottle of hip and joint formula too by going to paulmade.com/Bubba. Your dog's going to love you for this. paulmade.com/Bubba. Media begging me, Rick, please.
Yeah.
That this is their thing.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean? And they're like, Rick, please. Even my own sons are trying to go see it before I can see it. You know what I mean?
It's the Burgess rule.
Yeah, and so I'm letting everybody, because I think I'm the kind of guy, if I'm afraid of something, I'd love to get information on where should my fear really be. And your fear should be post 10 days. Now, you need to be in raging fear of me talking about it by then. I'm just telling you this weekend, if you want to go see it for an opener, you're really in a safe zone.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah. Monday, you're okay. I'm not going to talk about it Monday because I won't see it.
What if in the next 10 days you're around 5 or 6 people that tell you the whole thing?
Well,
how's that going to make you
This is
feel?
where I'm
Does that bother you?
And Bubba's like this too. I've
Or-
noticed. The reason why Bubba doesn't care about this thing with me because he and I are the same on this.
Yeah.
I honestly am not bothered about somebody
That's
telling me
fine,
about it.
and that's fine. I just wonder.
It actually makes my movie experience better.
Okay.
Because I kind of like to know what I'm getting into.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is that weird? I mean, I really do.
I kind of get that.
Yeah.
kind of.
I don't mind knowing, especially if somebody comes and tells you, "Don't go waste your time on this."
Well, that's
I
different.
love that. Yeah.
But
I love
that can happen.
Don't tell me, man, this is great. You ain't gonna believe what happened.
Like for me, when the movie Hostels came out, I was jazzed. Well, then somebody saw it and says, "It's not a theater deal. Wait till it comes to Apple or Netflix. You'll love it on an Apple Netflix night. If you go to the theater and watch this, you're gonna be disappointed." So I did, and last night I watched it, and I 100% agree with that person's assessment. It was an okay movie, worked fine for a sitting around last night with nothing to do, and Daddy got sent to the man cave as Mama was working on something and the boys were gone to something, and I said, well, I'm going to watch Hostels. And when I watched it, see, I wasn't disappointed because it was perfect for that environment. Now, if I'd gone to the theater and thought I was getting into a great movie, I would have been let down. So I love information about it. I don't even mind somebody saying, hey, look, now when it gets to this point, you're going to love this part. Okay, good. Then I know not to go to the bathroom. I know that when I'm sitting in the movie, I go, man, I got to go so bad, but this is not the time to go.
Even though it doesn't bother me, I know it bothers a lot of people.
does.
So I try to keep Rick from talking about it. Like when he will say, hey, I want to talk about this movie, I'll go, hey, here's a Bigfoot story.
Right.
So I'm trying to help y'all.
You do your best.
But I'm not, I guess I'm just not personally tied to it because a lot of them I don't get to see. You see a whole lot more movies than I do anyway.
Yeah.
And, I'm like, I don't. Especially if it's an older one. I understand the ones that just come out, how people get talked about that. But, like, a story that's been out that's a documentary, my goodness.
What I'm saying is there's nothing I can do that is more generous than telling you, here's your window. Because
I think you're doing the right thing there.
Because some of you are so paranoid about Monday's show and tomorrow's show, you're okay. Okay, because you think that's too quick. A lot of you panic to try to see it before I do, because you know I'm going to ruin it. I'm just telling you, relax. You're okay. You won't hear about it on tomorrow's show or Monday's show.
I notice it comes and goes, though. Sometimes you won't do anything. I mean, like you won't say much about a movie. It's the ones you're fired up about that you can't wait to talk about.
Yeah, well,
this is one of them.
Who wants to talk about a movie I didn't enjoy?
Yeah.
Well, no, I mean,
if
I'm
it was
just
a
saying,
loser, who wants to talk about
well, I'm
it?
just saying you.
It is 6 minutes past the hour from the No Name Studio, the bleeding edge of technology. Here we are. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here for another day. And we look forward to chatting with you and Will shortly coming up this hour. And welcome back, Mr. Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us.
So over the weekend, interesting, and I will, for obvious reasons, I'll remove some names out of this. But in the world of husband and hunting and life and all that, in our state, we're in a bit of a panic because we're getting toward the end of our deer hunting season. And so there's a couple things every deer hunting season that are somewhat traditional. We try to have some sort of, we had it this year, some sort of kickoff hunt. Where you get the gang together, and then at the end of the season, toward the end, I have a tradition of going with a friend of mine, and we just take a weekend, and as the years have gone on, we hunt a lot less than we just hang out and talk, and we spend time together. And so this particular year, there was a discussion because he and I are dear friends, but we live about 45 minutes to an hour apart, and so it's not like you can do a weeknight, hey, won't y'all come on over, let's go out with the wives and get something to eat. His life and my life, they don't really work that way. We've done it maybe once where Sherry and I were going to be where they live, and we stopped by and spent a little time with them, but not a lot. So the wives have been discussing that, you two, are really close friends, but we don't really get to see each other a whole lot or get to know each other, meaning the wives. So this year, there was a discussion that when we got together for our normal hunting weekend, that the wives would join us. And then we would go hunt and hang out, and they would stay there at the house on the hunting land, not my hunting land, his. And they would get to visit and hang out, and we'd all have our meals together, and it would be kind of a couples weekend / hunting trip.
Yeah.
We'd never really tried that dynamic.
That's an unusual format.
It was.
I was anxious
different.
to see how it'd work out.
Well, and so were we. But so keep in mind, we've been teaching a lot, and young men really must listen, because we're trying to let you hear from some old dads and old husbands that been at it a while, how to kind of work this wonderful relationship of man and woman, but equal and wonderful, but distinctly different creations. So along the way, Sherry and I had to go to a meeting together about a project, and then the plan was we would leave that meeting together, and we would drive to this land where we would then spend Friday night dinner, and then hunting and hanging out Saturday, come back Saturday night. Okay,
got it.
Going together. Okay,
Couples weekend. Here we go.
Couples weekend, camo and couples.
Okay, I like that.
That's what we were calling it. And so, anyway,
deers and does.
Yeah. So during the show on Friday, that's good, Bubba. That's real good.
I like the deers in it.
During the show on Friday, I got a text from friend that says my wife has caught a cold from one of our grandkids. And it's she's feeling bad enough that she's out. I don't think it's good for her to be there. She's not going to feel good. We certainly don't want there to be any, her getting anybody sick or anything like that. Nothing serious, but it's really getting deep cough, all that. Ugh. It's not good. So she's out. Well, in that moment, because it's couples and camo, I think that I'm out too, because there's no doubt that Sherry's out, so that means I'm out,
Right.
And I was like, well, it was couples and camo, so you know what? It's just not going to happen this year, and we'll reset. Then your mind immediately goes to how the weekend will look now, because you have to adjust, you have to get your mind right. And I start thinking about, well, there's things we need to do. Sherry and I were teaching Sunday school on Sunday instead of her working on the message we're going to do, and then me coming in Saturday night and kind of looking at what she's put together, which is how we do it normally. I'll be there for the whole weekend, and that'll be that way. I can kind of develop as she develops, and
you're switching gears.
I'm totally switching gears.
Yeah.
Okay. Then I start thinking about sleeping late on Saturday. I'm really building it up.
Okay.
I have completely let go of I'm going hunting. I've completely let it go.
You just took that off the table.
So Sherry we had some leftover from Dad's birthday. We had some leftover deer roast and potatoes and carrots. And Sherry said, "Hey, after the show, when you're done with production and everything, I got lunch. If you want to come have lunch here before we go to the meeting." I said, "Yeah, sure. That sounds great." So I ease on home and come on in, and I'm trying not to let my disappointment come up. You know how when you're looking forward to something and you have to let it go.
Yeah.
Because if you cling to it, and all that. So I was like, I'm in a whole different mode now, which leads to this adjustment I'll have to make that really is kind of weird.
Mm-hmm.
So we're sitting there and we're eating lunch and we're having a good time, and man, I love you too, and just so thankful for you and excited about our meeting today. And all of a sudden, she says to me, "So you just gonna drive your truck to the meeting so you can leave from there?"
What?
Say what?
And so there's a moment when, as a man, you don't quite know what to do. You don't know whether this is a test. You don't know whether she's testing me. And you think to yourself, am I supposed to say right now, no, I'm not going, I'm staying home with you this weekend? Is she testing me?
Right.
Is she sincere that she really knows now and is fine with me going on?
You got to back up and look at this, Rick.
Yeah,
Make sure you're not stepping in a snare.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Because it could be a test.
It could.
Because now couples in camo has turned into just camo. And I'm like, is this a trick? And I look, but then what do you have to do then? You got to watch your facial expression.
Yeah.
So now my face wanted to it started getting elated, and I was like, calm down, don't panic, just be calm. And then I made the decision that I would just pretend, yeah, that's what we're doing now.
Yeah.
I wouldn't question it. I wouldn't say, what now? Because if you do that, you open yourself up to discussion of what. So you're okay with staying?
You're seeing where this is headed.
Yeah.
Gotta be careful.
So I just tried to. I said, well, you know what? I said I need to go over to the accountant anyway, and I was going to try to do that and come back before we leave. So here in a minute, I'll just, my truck's already packed because we were going together. I'll go ahead and go do that, and then I guess I'll just meet you at the meeting. And she goes, yeah, and then you can just go on. From there to Hunt. And I'm thinking, and there's a moment I just look at her and she just looks at me and I'm looking at her and I'm like, is this happening?
Because inside you're screaming with joy.
Yeah. Is this happening?
Just get in your truck and leave. Don't look up.
Yeah. Of course, now all I can think about is watch yourself at the meeting now.
Yeah, don't be like too giddy.
You got to be present and you got to be engaged.
Right,
okay?
Right.
Watch out now. Everything now. And now I've been
You didn't change into camo to go to the meeting, did you?
No, look, now I've been handed. Now you start thinking bizarre stuff.
Yeah.
Tell you what, I think I can get an afternoon honey. You start thinking crazy
get on
stuff.
out of here.
And there's no way.
No,
I mean,
no.
that's crazy
No.
talk.
Yeah.
Okay, so
You can't hurry up and wrap the meeting up.
No. Yeah, now y'all wanted to cover that one thing. I don't know. Should we cover that today? You got to watch yourself in this. I mean, so what I said is, Rick Burgess, now you've been handed fine china.
Mm-hmm.
Don't break anything. And then I said,
Don't
Rick,
do it.
and I you ought to heard me in the car. Hey, Rick, you engage in this meeting and you be all in. You have to be told by your wife and the other people the meeting is over. You can never try to end it.
Yep.
You need to be willing that you'll stay at this meeting till dark just to get tonight and tomorrow now all camo.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? Give up the afternoon hunt. Stop it. Don't even attempt.
Leave
It's
it
too
alone.
dangerous. Don't be a camo daredevil. It's too dangerous, Rick. Don't try it. So we come back. You will not believe what happened. Careful, Rick.
Yeah.
And the whole time I'm
Easy.
wondering, is this a test?
Yeah.
And you have to, and you're taking your emotions and you're really trying to keep them in check. Just stay steady. Stay steady. You're fine. Rick, everything now's gravy.
Right.
Okay. You didn't think this. You didn't think with any hope. Don't try to overgrab.
Rick and Bubba.
Skip.
Won't come in and give a report, even if you kind of enjoy
Well, I got
it.
news for you. I'm going to explode about this movie after I see it. I'll tell everything about it. I'm just letting you know. And because I know me. I'm not delusional about me. I wish I could fix some of me, but some of it I can't fix.
Are you saying it's uncontrollable that you got to do?
Yes.
Rick and Bubba.
I don't wear a toupee. It's my hair.
Have you seen this Trump look-alike that's living in Spain? And just when you think,
this poor lady.
When you say, what's the big deal, the Bubba just said it, it's a woman. It's not a man.
Yeah.
I mean,
Well, she's a farmer. She spends a lot of time outside, rough and tumble. She looks like she hoes, manually.
Right.
And
What in the world?
Y'all, here is a woman in
Say
Spain
gardens.
that looks like Yeah, because at first we thought it was a different Trump update. But when you look at this,
Y'all, it's fine to say that. There's
I've
nothing
never
wrong with
heard
what I said.
hose manually. I have never heard that.
You ever heard of a hoe?
Yes, I have.
Okay.
I have.
The art of using that device?
Actually have one.
is there another way to hoe
Hey.
that's not
Oh.
manually?
I guess
We need
you
to
could
stop.
plow.
Right.
You know.
Yeah, but there's not a hoe machine.
How much it cost?
She is gardening manually.
Thank you, Bubba.
What-
Thank you, buddy.
Using a hoe
Right. Yes, there you go.
in this picture,
Well, guys,
which is hoeing.
let's get back to the original, not the Trump update that this sounds
It
like
really
right now.
is.
Well, she looks like
Y'all,
Trump.
it's on y'all. It ain't on me.
Right.
Not a lot.
But this is a woman in
All
Spain who is a farmer of some type, and she looks like Donald Trump in drag.
Yes, she does.
I mean,
There is a slight resemblance in the face,
It could be kinfolk.
this looks like it would be like his mom or something.
or his
Doesn't it?
aunt. His
Yeah,
aunt.
or his aunt.
You think
Yeah.
she's old enough to be his mom?
Oh, his mom is surely going on in. I mean,
There-
Trump's
Yeah,
70-something years
but I'm
old.
saying she's probably close to his age. This woman.
That's what I mean. But I'm just saying, if say he was a kid,
Yeah, I got
you would
you.
look
I
and
got
say
you.
this was his mom. I don't mean like
I
now.
got you. I got
But she looks a lot like Trump, y'all.
Y'all,
I mean,
that's-
she really does.
There's a similarity there. Yeah.
If you're a woman and you think somebody says, "Hey, you know who you look like," and you start thinking about, well, here comes that Marilyn Monroe thing again. Donald Trump. Oh, that has to hurt. I mean, that is not what you're looking for.
What if you were trying to set her up on a date and they go, "Give me a celebrity that she looks like"? Well, Donald Trump. I'm out.
Yeah, I don't know that anybody. Greg,
That'll do it.
you're gonna love this woman. She looks. You don't believe she looks like. Tell me. You're thinking in your mind.
Oh, boy.
Ernest Borgnine. You're like, wait a minute.
Oh my God.
Wait a minute.
So this is in Spain, and she works on a Spanish farm.
Right.
How in the world do you get a picture of a Spanish cabbage farmer
I know
online to begin with?
Who
you know?
found her and said, "You know what?
You know what?
She
I've
looks
se-
like Donald
you look
Trump."
like somebody I know. Hey, wait a minute.
Well,
It ain't like it was a celebrity. I mean, this is just somebody out there working in the garden.
It was a freelance journalist, Paula Vasquez, who first shared the picture of the farmer holding a hoe and standing in a field. The farmer's name is Dolores something, and they're saying that Dolores.
Make farming great again. She has that hat on. Look.
That's funny. That's funny. "21 minutes past the hour. I know your dreams." So as we work our way back, I've been handed fine china on Friday unexpectedly. So now that Couples in Camo has turned into just camo, and my wife's saying, "Well, I guess you'll just leave from the meeting. I'll just meet you there." I really have gone into almost a cone of silence. I'm afraid to say anything. I'm afraid to do anything other than, okay. All right, yeah, that sounds good. But I have to be present at the meeting, and I cannot try to go for an afternoon hunt. Just give that up. Don't even try that. So we get to the meeting, and I arrive before she does, and got everything done. I'm in there talking, to the people we're meeting with. Sherry comes in, and just as beautiful as ever, and we sit down and we're having our discussion. And of course, in my discussion, unfortunately, y'all know I struggle in meetings anyway. And then the person's like, so here's what we're thinking, and then we'll just and I'm just thinking, oh, nobody asked me a question because now, and unfortunately, the person said that I could see outside through over their shoulder.
Oh no!
And
That's
I,
it.
yeah, and at one point I'm like, I think
Glasses out.
At one point I was like, I think I see one moving, and that's not possible because I'm downtown. You know what I mean? And so it's just one tree sitting in a park. I mean, you know what I mean? Come on, Rick. I mean, it's so. There's a statue by that tree. So
and your phone's buzzing. You don't want to look at it, and it's probably your friend going, "Hey, man, they're moving early."
So when you leaving, hey, shoot me a text when you're leaving. And the cell service there's not too bad because this time I'm going into the woods so deep. I've never been into the woods. I've never been to this place that on my way in off the highway. There's a point where you turn on some road that's not even on the map, and there's always at least one car burning on the side of the road.
Right.
Okay,
right.
so this is where meth dealers kill people.
Yeah.
All that. But then you're getting out, way out. It's one of those places, honestly, you might see anything, and I don't just mean deer. It could be any creature of any kind. It's way out, so communication can be a little shaky. So anyway, I can't end the meeting, as y'all know. So the meeting goes on, and there's that moment. Now, I did do this a couple times because we had pamphlets we were looking through. I did do this a couple times. Watch this move. Okay, so
let's wrap it up.
And so
did you just gather your paperwork and stand up?
Yeah, one of those things.
Let's put a bow on it.
Okay, all right. Is that, anything else we need to talk about? I couldn't help it. And inside it's going, shut up. Yeah. Shut up! Anything else? So is that it? We've recovered. And then that one time I saw Sherry kind of turn at me, and I said, "So." And then I went back to the pamphlet, which I thought was just a brilliant move. Look, I start looking back through
like you're really
making sure you checked all your boxes.
Else. I'd like to talk a little more if y'all want to.
Yeah,
and so,
we got time.
And I know what you did in your mind. You got there early, got small talk out of the way early, so it wasn't on the back end.
We were down to Ben there. So anyway, so then there's that moment you think at any moment your wife could say, "I tell you what, why don't you just."
You just go on.
Why don't you just text so and so? Why don't we just go get something to eat and just you keep waiting for it to come apart? And then all of a sudden she goes, okay, well I'm going to do this, this, and this, and this. So I'll see you tomorrow night. I'll see you tomorrow night. And I'm
head on out.
And I'm like, okay, baby, you go on. So we good?
Did you run over anybody?
I do feel bad for this one guy because as I went to get my truck and back it out of the parking lot, somebody was trying to back out with me, and I should have let them go first. I acknowledge that. I just couldn't.
Should have.
I just couldn't because every minute counts now. Because then all of a sudden it dawns on me, I'm looking at the position of the sun, and I'm an hour and a half from where I'm going, and I think to myself, there's still sunlight. I will still land with sunlight. But don't even think like that, Rick.
Can't.
So anyway, so I start moving, and then I get about 30 minutes from there, and I guess he got in a bar or something. He texts, hey, just park inside the gate. Can you throw your camo on like standing by your truck and stalk in? I think you'll get 45 minutes of daylight, and there's a food plot that you can just sneak to.
Oh, not a stalk
and
in.
I'm like, well, here I go. So I get in, I get out, and I begin my stalk. And sure enough, a doe comes across the road. I'm like, oh, they're moving. And so I'm stalking in, and I worked in my way and got positioned, and he could not believe it. He texted again. He said, are you just standing? You just gonna sit on the road? I said, no, I'm in the blind. He goes, in the blind? How did you get in the blind? I said, I'm 35% Indian. I stalked through here like I was part of the forest. They never even knew I was here. Yeah. Do I have on dress jeans? Yes. But I mean, but I've got my camo jacket on.
That's right.
And my camo hat and my boots, and my high powered rifle. And so I sit down, and sure enough, I'm seeing deer. I see deer. I had a great afternoon hunt.
You can't believe it.
I got 45 minutes. I thought to myself, well, this and that, and I will admit this, total transparency.
Come on.
At that moment, when I saw a pretty good 8-point, at that moment, totally, I know better than this, I began to think I could have something.
Right.
I admit it. I openly admit it. Right. I went all in. I thought, well, man, I can't believe this has happened. I can't believe how this has worked out. I still got a whole nother day of hunting together. And we get to hang out tonight and do dinner. It's just camo. It's not couples in camo. So he comes in, picked up, we go get my truck. We can't believe it. We're just having
a good old time.
We get out the chicken, we get the grill going. Had a little issue with the grill, and that nothing worse for your grill not to work when you got your another guy friend standing there. We worked that out. I adjusted on that. Camp House Cook took over.
You felt free, didn't you?
Yeah, I did. I was so free, and we're just eating, and we finish up, and we're talking, and all of a sudden the phone inside the place rings. Has to have a landline because sales shaky there.
Yep.
And I hear him say on the phone to his wife, "What now?" And I think, uh-oh. Well, to make a long story short, and it's not good. It felt like somebody was trying to get into their house back where he lives, and his wife was there alone.
Oh.
So luckily, he had a neighbor that he called to come to kind of sit there with her, and sure enough, it looks like some people were trying to break in. Unfortunately, so then there's that moment.
Not a home invasion.
Where we both know what to do. We know what we have to do, but it's hard to let go. And I said, you have to go home. And he goes, yeah, I mean, there's really no way around it. And because she's going to be terrified all night. You're not going to sleep. Yeah. You can't leave this like that. Your neighbor can't stay there.
Right.
You have to go now. And then he looked at me and he goes, what are you going to do? And I said, I guess I'm going to. Because I can't stay here. At one time,
Did you volunteer to lock up so he could go ahead and get on the road?
Where I messed up just a little bit was I asked where one of the particular ladder stands were, but and I know that wasn't the thing to do because I needed to go to it because now he can't leave me down there because he's not going to get up the next day and be comfortable with coming back so I get in my truck and I can't believe I'm shutting the door and I realize and I'm like. I'm driving back. It's over. It's not just camo anymore. It became camo and couples anyway. Because now we got to look after one of the wives, and we have to do this. And that ride home
ain't a short one either.
Yeah. So I got to hunt for 45 minutes.
You had quite a day.
And
the emotions.
But I should have never thought I could have something. And there's it just. I've never gone that day. The range of emotions in that day, no one should go through. No one should go through. So many highs. Now I got to think about not terrifying my wife coming in.
Yeah. Rick and Bubba.
Do with this other concert going on tonight?
Oh yeah.
Should we go over there and maybe do a jam session with John Legend and Dave Matthews Band?
I think we would fit right in.
I bet that'd go over real well, wouldn't it?
Probably a different crowd that we're
yes,
looking for, but
yes. So
I kind of like Dave Matthews.
Yeah,
not all of it, but I like some of his stuff.
Well, it kind of goes back to, if that's your thing. I mean, it's like I might grab one or two.
I've given this talented people.
Yeah, no doubt.
I mean,
John Legend talented.
Oh, absolutely.
So anyway, we look forward to Montgomery tonight. We'll be with Jason Crabb and Brad Stein, Meridian, Mississippi tomorrow.
Speaking of talented people.
And Daphne coming up on Sunday. If you don't have tickets to that, you can get them at the door tonight. And Helmsley's put it out, and I put it out on Twitter, iTickets, that's one option to get tickets. They're actually running for the remaining tickets at all three locations a little special today. If you go to iTickets.com, put in BOGO, B-O-G-O, you can buy one, get one free for the remaining seats. So there you go.
BOGO,
iTickets.com.
Buy one, get one.
That's iTickets.com. But you can also get them at the door tonight until they're all gone. So, Bubba, we have much to do going forward.
Yeah, a lot to cover today. We've got things are coming together there in Korea.
Look over there.
It looks like.
Look at the old peninsula.
And we'll cover that. It's a classic art of the deal move. We all saw this coming, and Kim Jong-un is out of cards to play. But
Sure.
it's good. I think we should always work toward peace. And we just hope it's real peace.
Well, the wisdom of the real Greg Burgess moments ago, and we've said this all in the past too. Let's see. I am on record that I will kill my own family.
Oh,
I will kill my
in
own
very creative ways.
Yeah, I will kill my own people. I will take Christians and I will jail them and kill them as well. It's possible that I may have the potential to also lie.
Yeah. I doubt he's drawn the line, but I will not lie.
Has lied, has a history.
right. I ain't buying any of it.
No, I think it's...
Greg, you must not know they planted a pine tree.
They sure did, right?
I need you to see, though, and Speedy can find the footage of his guards running beside the car he's in. Have you seen this?
No, I have not.
You need to see this. I died laughing when I saw it. I wonder how much conditioning they have to do and what's their range.
Right, that's funny.
So anyway, we'll cover that. Even more entertaining, the NFL draft last night. Man, you know, I started punching around trying to find it because I knew it was on, and I couldn't find it. And I thought, well, where is it at? And all of a sudden, I go down to Fox, the broadcast channel, and it's on live there in prime time. And I thought, wow, you know, draft night's really moved up. You remember when
ESPN had it too?
Well, I was flipping around, and I guess I missed it. I was on one of the other ESPNs and got down on what our local Fox affiliate is and saw it, and I thought, you know, when the draft is on the broadcast channel, that's a pretty big event.
It was also in Jerry World, wasn't it?
Yeah, they had a Rick. It was
big time.
It was as big of an event. It looked like a Super Bowl type game. I mean, the fans that were there. Of course, they boo the commissioner relentless every time he walks out.
Of course they do.
Rick, you'd think after about the 50th pick they'd give it up. Oh no!
But even he gets it. They brought out some Cowboys greats to get it started, and he said, "I can't believe y'all are booing the Cowboys." He was even making fun of it.
That's funny. We'll be back. We'll break all these stories down. Your phone calls today at 866-WE-BE-BIG.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
In the NFL draft last night, that another incredible Samoan was picked. And, of course, the name has been simplified a little bit, but Deion Sanders asked this man to actually give us his entire given name. "35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. First phone troll of the week. The real Greg Burgess on the phones, and he's taking those now. You make a comment, ask a question, bring information to the table. No meaningless shout-outs, no shameless plugs, no baby predictions. They all get the buzzer. Your time on the program will come to a close. Then we'll get to the next caller. Helmsley has a timeout. So does Bubba. So if there's two calls they want to expand on, they certainly can. So as you are dialing up and as you are grabbing a line, and if you dial it right now, you will, 866-WE-BE-BIG. So the range of emotions of taking your camo and your gear into a camp house and then you're walking it back out to your truck only a few minutes later to drive home. And then as I was trying to come home, remember my wife thinks I'm not going to be home till Saturday night. So now she's gone to bed because I'm not headed back home till 9 p.m. And under our new schedule, Sherry does not stay up past 8:30. So she's in bed, and I've got to come into my house without her thinking now someone's breaking in on her.
Right.
And I can't get her to answer the phone. She must not have it where she can hear it or the vibration or whatever, and I can't get her to answer, and I can't get her to reply to a text, which means she's asleep. And now I've got to come up in the house, and I scare her now just being in the house on a normal day.
Right.
And I'm thinking, oh my goodness, I don't want her to, shoot me. And I'm thinking so much. She's so unexpected And honestly, and she did the right thing. We have a keypad entry. Well, she did the right thing, but there's a door that goes into the house that you can actually barricade.
Okay.
So she did that, as she should. So I couldn't get in there.
Ooh.
So I'm trying to keep from having to get keys out and rattle the door and all this, and then I had to go down and come in the bottom of the house with my key.
No, not the bottom.
And
entry.
now I'm a person she's not expecting coming up steps.
I'm hearing something.
And you couldn't get her on the, you couldn't get her on the phone.
I couldn't get her on the phone, and
Oh, wow.
and so she was just completely asleep and
Just wanted to be sure.
didn't have the ringer on or anything like that. And so anyway, I got in, because again, 35% Indian. I got in with no one knowing, and then I thought, well, I'm in the bed now. If she throws her leg over here and feels somebody in the bed with, she, you know, and I'm like, how do I do this? And so eventually, the middle of the night, I had to get up, as older men do, and go to the restroom. So as I got up, I heard from the darkness, Rick, and I said, it's just me, baby, it's just me. What are you doing? What are you doing home? And I was like, it's a long story. Just go back to sleep, baby. Everything's good.
Oh.
And so thankfully,
I thought you were going to spin it. I just been thinking. I wanted to come on back.
Well,
I just miss you so dang much.
And, you know, there's just a hole in my heart that only you can feel. And so I had to come back. I couldn't stand it. And I told my friend who begged me to stay, I'm going back to my wife because I don't need to be down here.
And I miss you so dang
I thought
much.
she was coming, and when she didn't come, I ruined it. Melissa in Alabama. 30 seconds. Lines are available for you at 866-WE-BE-BIG as well. All right, Melissa, go ahead.
Long-time listener, first-time caller, Green Acres.
Can you speak?
We got part of that.
Can you speak a little clearer? I don't know if you have us on a speakerphone or what.
Yes, can you hear me better now?
Yes. Yeah, we get better. So go ahead.
Okay, I'm calling in regards to the grocery thing. So yesterday I heard him talking about how he got one handheld cart for $90. My family doesn't go in the grocery store anymore. We plan a menu, and then we act like we're shopping for our online groceries at 3 different stores to find the lowest price, and that's how we have to do now to be able to buy groceries.
Okay, yeah, well, I mean...
So,
Listen, what is up with eggs? Why are they so high? Because I know the chickens are not charging more.
Well, somebody said that the eggs are not producing... I mean, chickens aren't producing eggs, and it's been traced back to the vaccine. No, I'm just kidding. I'm
Send it to Rick.
Wasn't there like an avian flu going around?
Yeah, there was a flu. Yeah.
And then there was a huge fire at another egg chicken factory or whatever.
It burned down like this weekend, though. But it wasn't the reason they were high, but it's going to be the reason they're going to go higher.
Right.
Like I heard like 100,000 chickens died.
Oh, another mysterious fire?
Mm-hmm. There you go.
DeMar Hamlin was there.
Okay.
All right.
Adler. What are y'all doing?
Okay. Sorry. All right.
Now, I wouldn't put it by some of these crazy vegans to burn down some processing plants or something. You know, they are crazy.
Oh, yeah.
They can't be happy just being a vegan on their own. They got to try to take everybody else's meat away.
To the phones we go. Davion.
You mess with me, I'm gonna bush hog your cabbage. You know,
Davion, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Yeah, I just want to talk about your bathroom situation. Y'all were talking about last week about not having a private bathroom. Well, I was in the Army, and first time I ever had like 15 toilets lined up, almost knee to knee, and you have to go to the bathroom. Now that's
there's no walls in between.
Oh
right?
no,
there's nothing.
Yeah.
I mean, they're so close, your knees are almost touching.
Oh, that's like that second stall where we are. Yeah, but again, the key to what you just said is we're at work. You were in the military.
Yeah,
we're not in the military here.
Right.
You know, I'll say this: we're not perfect, and we miss on things and don't fully grasp it. But I will say the bathroom situation here was probably the biggest. I really didn't see it being a problem. I didn't underestimated the issue, I guess, would be a good way.
Let me ask you this: is it the biggest contract miss in any contract you've had? Is that a big step out?
I would think. Well, of course, there's some comedy in that I could add on to, but I would say
top 5
things that became a handle that I didn't expect. Absolutely.
Yeah. Randy in Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Randy, go ahead. Oh, we lost Randy.
Randy.
Let's go to Lisa. Lisa in Birmingham, 104.7 WZZK. Lisa, go ahead.
Hey, good morning, guys. I heard on TikTok, not on TikTok, but they said that there's something wrong with the chicken feed from the Tractor Supply store, and that once they switched to some kind of goat feed or letting them free range, that the hens started laying again. And a bunch of people are saying that.
Yeah, I'm out of the loop on chicken and eggs, but you know which one came first, though. Of course, the chicken.
Yeah, it did. It really did.
Yeah, it really did. So yeah, I have not heard that. I did hear it had something to do with the chickens went through a period of time where they were not laying eggs at the numbers they once did, and you get back to supply and demand there, and that's where inflation comes from. Bubba's taught us that.
And the bird flu thing, it looks like 2022 had the deadliest outbreak of avian flu in U.S. history. So that would probably do it too.
I thought that was. I didn't think that was actually a flu the chickens caught, though. Is it?
I know it affects.
I thought
ducks
it was
and geese.
It might be.
It's
I don't know chickens either.
The chickens raised for meat consumption aren't as affected as much by this flu, so that's why the chicken meat prices have kind of.
So
stayed
the chicken
same.
houses are good. The laying houses are the problem. Right?
I guess
There
so.
you go. Cooper, 30 seconds. Go. Cooper, Trooper.
Yes, sir.
Go
Yes,
ahead.
sir. I was wondering what your Super Bowl predictions are.
Oh, wow.
I think that the Eagles will win big.
Really? Quick.
All right, go Eagles.
Birds had it quick.
You know, I don't know. I kind of feel like Kansas City will be up to the challenge.
They look banged up.
That's all right. They got 2 weeks.
2 weeks.
Yeah,
That's a lot of healing in NFL time.
It's one of those things where they've been the best team all year, it seems like, from top to bottom. I don't follow it. I'm just saying this is what people have said, and it feels like they don't seem to be like all the other vehicles. If it was a race, look like they've got fenders hanging off, sputtering around in areas, and the Eagles just like they're every piston's hitting.
Here's the thing about the Chiefs, and we'll have to ask this. They have been in the AFC Championship game 5 years in a row. Wasn't that right? They've been to the Super Bowl. This will be 3 out of 4 years. I'm saying that question mark. Is that right? I'm trying to think.
I have no idea.
They only have 1 win in the Super Bowl.
right.
So if they don't win this year, they're going to kind of fall into that underachiever category of you've wasted a lot of good teams.
Well, just watching the fourth quarter, that's all I saw all season is fourth quarter last night. They're down. They don't have the receivers, Jim.
Oh, no.
And Romo and all of them were saying it sounds like that all their receivers are hurt too.
Yeah, well, they got 17 back, and then he got hurt again. He
just
their
doesn't have
top
the people
dog.
to go to that's normal, Jim. But people got to step up.
Mahomes' ankle looked like, no offense, Rick's ankle. I mean, his ankle looked rough.
Except on that last run of the game, which he dug on it. He wasn't limping at all.
That's for the whole thing. It just feels like, when I've told y'all, like when I warned you about TCU, when a team limps into the game and it's a bit of a Cinderella story and they've overcome a lot of stuff, that stuff runs out at some point, especially if you face a team that's hitting on all cylinders. And I could be totally wrong because I certainly don't know what I'm talking about. But based on, if you gave me the information that was, and it's just information, I haven't seen any in play, the information that I've gathered in the last 24 hours, I think that Philadelphia beats them. So
the Eagles definitely have an awesome defensive line. They really set the stage for.
And if you want a limping quarterback to have trouble, let him have pressure.
You were talking about the Magic running out for Purdy and the 49ers, and
it did.
It wasn't very pretty.
No, all right. I see what you did there.
Brad in Georgia. Brad, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Yeah, I was just going to comment on the chicken and egg problem.
Yeah.
There's a shortage on eggs right now because all the all the chickens are identifying as roosters today.
That's funny. That's funny. I actually did have a chicken guy tell me that they were having issue, seriously, straight up, with roosters that were not getting the job done. He said something.
Well, I think the feed was a big issue nationally, but I think they've got that worked out.
Is that how he told you, Rick?
Well, he said it much clearer, but I don't want to do that here.
Right.
Right.
Well, we're having that problem with humans, too. We've had that story the last few weeks.
Wow. 14 minutes to the top of the hour. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And you will not believe this name. So here's that moment.
Yeah, yes, we'll pick up where we left off.
6'4", 347. This is a freakish dude now. He can move. You can't move him in the run game. Reminds me a lot of Haloti Ngata. I think, DJ, you were in that war room when
Some of the highlights you wanted
him.
of.
And look at the hump move right there in the middle. The Reggie White hump move. That's what he does best. When he's fresh, when he's not tired and plays with leverage, he can be special. Really, look at him just control the middle and two gap. That looks like Stanford to me, David Shaw.
Oh, I saw a lot of this guy.
And again, double team against Stanford. Stays low, gets under it, throws everybody off, collects a bunch of trash, and finishes the tackle. Look at him on the punt team against Penn State in the bowl game. He ran a 5.1 40 at 347.
Unbelievable.
He's got to control his weight, number one, and the true value of this guy is how many snaps he gets in your sub package.
That's a heck of a defensive line.
Look at that line they put together at Tampa. But they went out and got him, didn't they?
Bowling ball of butcher knives, as 99 would call it. There you go. All right, let's welcome him to Prime Time, delivered by Pizza Hut. Prime.
Dita Bear, your smile is infectious, man. You are loving this moment. From a running back in high school to this?
Yeah, man, this is a lifelong dream that just came true right now, man. I'm really excited right now.
You ready to get down to Tampa?
Man, I'm ready to fly out right now. They told me they would call me back about the flight situation, so we'll find out pretty soon.
I like your swag. Can you explain everything to us?
Huh?
Explain the outfit.
Oh, I got the little velvet on. I chose this because I think it complements my skin color, and it'll make me stand out today.
Can you pronounce your whole name for us, please?
What was that?
Your whole name. Just like I said, back to you, Rich.
That's a mouthful.
Wow.
Good gracious.
Of course, it was hard to hear in there, and what he was really talking about is explain that these flowers you have around your neck. He didn't get that, and that made me uncomfortable. But still,
see, you experienced a little bit of
what
I did.
Yeah.
See, that's me.
Yeah, it was. But I know it's a big room. Let's get the guests where they can hear better. So
let's just call him Veda Villa. Is that right?
Yeah, Veda Villa.
Veda Villa.
So
we'll
that's
just stick with that.
So in the first round, I guess if those of you out there that have a team, I guess you were happy with your first round draft picks. I hope. The Baker Mayfield thing will be dissected every way it possibly can. It'll just this Cleveland's world of, I mean, Speedy said it. We've said it on the show. I mean, you could pack almost that same room where they had the NFL draft with dud quarterback choices by the Cleveland Browns. I mean, do you realize how many bad ones there's been?
I think the stat, if I remember correctly, is they've had 28 different starting quarterbacks since 1999.
And they did an animated
Most
deal.
in the NFL.
They put them all in one room, animated.
I wish I could have seen it.
And it was pretty funny. They were all sitting there like they were in a classroom. It was just a whole rows of quarterbacks just sitting there.
We asked this.
I'm telling you, they got to change the uniform, at least the helmet, and then something good will happen.
Something has to happen.
We asked this in the first hour, but and of course, I'm going to get in the headline here in one of the news. Do you think that he was their pick all the time, or the Josh Allen controversy had anything to do with it?
Well, to me, and I've heard everybody saying this, including that I think that was overplayed. I just don't think that should have been, the end of Josh Allen, something dumb he did. And it wasn't, like y'all said in the kickoff hour, and we said yesterday, and you're right, and even Stephen A. Smith said it, he really wasn't using it as a derogatory statement toward any race of people.
No.
What he was really guilty of is this politically correct police that says African Americans can use that in slang, but white people can't. That's really what he fell victim to. Mm-hmm. I think that's kind of a weird rule, but it is a current politically correct rule. And if you want to say he's guilty of that, then he was. But he was also
16, 15?
15, 16 years old. If I'm the Cleveland Browns and all the disaster that I am, if that kept me from picking the quarterback that I really wanted, then I'm an idiot. So
I think Mayfield was their pick the whole time.
I do too. That's the reason why I think probably not in their situation.
Yeah.
If they thought that he was the answer, I think they would have picked him. I disagree with their pick. I think maybe not him, but that prototype was out there, and you saw other teams, picking up the kid from USC.
The Jets got him.
Yeah, and then you also had you had Josh
Cardinals.
Allen and Rosen, right?
Yeah, I think the Arizona Cardinals got him.
Yeah.
They traded up to get him.
They may have. It is 9 minutes to the top. The Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is our number. All right, so phone calls coming in, and we'll take more of your calls if you want to join us. We have a couple questions, may take it up anyway. But those of you on hold, we are about to take your calls. HelloFresh.com/Bubba. You heard the woman talking a minute ago who called earlier, I think Melissa, her name, and she said, look, we're having to change the way we're doing groceries because of inflation. Of course, we keep being told there is no inflation, but of course we can go to the grocery store and see that there is. But it's kind of odd.
Fooled me once.
No, that's not that. HelloFresh.com/Bubba may be the answer. It's 25% cheaper than takeout. And it also keeps you from going to the grocery store, guessing on your meals, and ended up a lot of times with food that you don't even use, and then it expires because of the schedule, or you just never quite got around to that. When you go to HelloFresh.com/Bubba, you're going to pick out the meals for the week, just like she was talking about meal planning, but then they send you the recipes and they send you the ingredients, and then you prepare the foods. And we're getting you 65% off right now, plus free shipping with the code Bubba with America's #1 meal kit, HelloFresh.com. 65% off plus free shipping. They have fit and wholesome if you're trying to do just a little bit better, but also family friendly and quick and easy. And their chefs crank out 40 weekly recipes to choose from. It's a better way to shop and a better way to do meal planning and a better way to get the family around the table. So 65% off and free shipping if you go to HelloFresh.com/Bubba right now and then put them to work for you, now more than ever, really. All right, Luke says he has a question for the show. He's out of Birmingham, and he's on 104.7 WZZK. Luke, go ahead.
Hey, Rick. I actually graduated with your son, Brooks, and Bubba's daughter, Caitlin.
All right.
Good deal. So good to hear from y'all.
Thank you.
But I had a quick question. Would y'all rather fight a duck-sized horse or 100 horse-sized ducks?
So a horse that is now the size of a duck, or a duck the size of a horse?
Yeah, 100 tiny horses or one giant duck the size of a horse.
I'm going with a giant duck.
No, I'm going to go. This is where I'll differ. I'll go with the tiny horses because I don't think they're going to be aggressive by nature. A duck can be very aggressive and mean.
Yeah, I think I can take the duck though, but
it's a giant duck.
Yeah,
though,
you're
Rick.
right.
Yeah.
You're right.
It's a big duck.
I think I would
You
just
could
like
get pecked to death.
I think. Well, ducks can't really peck
Yeah,
because they've got the rounded off.
Oh, they
He
think
can
they
snap me. He can snap me. With his. I don't know how big his bill would be in this. You know how they eat bugs and stuff. But
It's the size of the horse. He's going to be big.
That's going to be a big
He may
bill.
choke you
Yeah,
out
yeah.
with that bill.
It's a
I mean,
lot
that
of little
thing's-
horses coming at you.
Do
It's
we have
a lot of
weapon?
them.
Do we have any
100?
weapons?
But you can just kick them like footballs.
Yeah, it sounds like I can pick a weapon, right?
Do we have a weapon? Yeah, is there a weapon?
No weapon.
No weapons?
No, you're straight up fighting them.
It'd be tough. The duck would be
I think
hard.
I'm still going to fight the duck.
You going to choke him?
Would you try to ride the duck?
No, I'm going to get him in a headlock and break
I've
his neck.
had bad luck with ducks before. I had one almost tear a golf cart up. He got to pulling the wires out from
You thinking of
under.
a Canadian geese?
Is it a goose or a duck?
Goose?
It was like a mallard-looking thing.
Really? Just a regular duck?
Oh, ducks are mean, y'all. Everybody thinks they're cute.
Yeah.
You've seen
Yeah,
them get
right.
after
Yeah,
some
they
poor
are.
little kid around the pond.
Well, if you look at
Huh?
even in Disney, look at that. Mickey Mouse has a much better countenance.
Yeah.
I mean, Donald's always mad, angry, spitting. Randy Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Randy, go ahead.
Biggins, how are y'all?
Good.
Hey, I got a funny one for you. The boss man got us a new truck. It's got satellite radio in it for when we travel.
Yes.
Under the categories, Joel Osteen's channel is listed under entertainment.
You know what? Somebody sent that to me, and that Joel Osteen is listed as entertainment. And you know what? That's accurate. So I think satellite put him right where he belongs. But yeah, somebody did send that to me. It's under the entertainment category. We continue. Let's go to Joe in Alabama. Joe, welcome to the show. Go ahead.
I was told that the egg shortage was due to woke hens identifying as roosters.
Oh.
Well, we
you know
already-
what? We
Joe, we
heard
already had that one.
Yeah.
Were you not listening to the show? Somebody had already done that same one.
I like his voice. Though.
Yeah,
That's a good one, though.
Your voice actually gave it a little extra push. I'll give you that.
And a slightly better phone, I think.
Ryan in Alabama. Ryan, go ahead.
Hey, good morning, Rick and Bubba.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, I was calling in about the egg shortage.
Yes.
Okay.
So I'm actually a poultry grower. I actually just walked out of my hen houses. But
Okay.
At the current time, about 43 million hens have been affected by the avian outbreak.
Okay. So that is it. The avian flu is causing
Is
the
it
egg
that,
shortage.
and also, is there a feed problem? We were reading about that.
No, we don't have a feed problem for the company that I grow for, but it's mainly the avian. They've had to put down so many birds that's what's affecting the table egg shortage.
Okay. Okay. So when you think we'll catch back up?
It would have to be when they've actually replaced those birds and put them back in the market.
And that,
So that
takes a little time, doesn't it?
Do you deal with hens
Yeah.
that lay or just the meat chickens?
No, I deal with hens that lay. My eggs are actually fertile eggs. My eggs hatch for the baby chicks that go to the broiler farms.
Got it.
Okay.
Okay.
I got you.
Okay.
So you're making little chickens.
Yeah.
So we need you to turn it up.
Yeah.
That's right. All right. Well, yeah. So it's the flu. It's that avian flu that's caused the egg shortage.
Yeah, and then there's the unfortunate event that several of those large farms have had the fires that makes it even worse.
Yeah.
I got you. It all matters.
Well, do what you can. Dim the lights a little early. Maybe leave the music on longer. Whatever it takes.
Dim all the lights, sweet darling.
'Cause tonight.
Yeah. So
better stop there.
Right.
Had you closing your eyes and everything.
Let's go to Dana. Dana, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Thank you. I was referring to the guy that called a while ago and was talking about the chickens taking their roosters. Well, we have had a what I call a transgender rooster because it was kind of a joke. We thought it was a hen all the time after it hatched, and it looked just like one. It set up in the truck with my son listening to music, and all that. Well, all of a sudden one day someone said, well, that hen's got spurs. And just like overnight, it became a rooster. But he could not crow. Could not crow.
What kind of music do you like?
A country.
Yeah, well, I saw that coming. Yeah, thanks. All right.
I heard he liked the Gap Band early in the morning.
But he couldn't crow. What a waste. Top of the hour. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
May have had the pick of the draft moving around a little bit again for them, for what they need. So we'll see whether this all works out or not. The proof will be in the pudding, won't it?
It really will.
But I just, in my mind, and I don't know enough about the NFL and even college football. I don't follow it to the level that I once did, so I'm certainly not an expert. But sitting around as a fan, and now a very casual fan, it just seems to me that the Baker Mayfield types rarely ever work, and
there are exceptions.
Yeah.
Drew Brees would be an exception about that height.
Russell Wilson, if you're just going by height.
Yeah.
If we're going by height,
his game's a little
but you look at the game a little different. But I mean, also the release point for Drew Brees is almost something that makes him taller.
Mm-hmm.
But you just certainly there's an exception to every rule. But I just, in general, if I'm a Cleveland Brown, I don't like playing percentages that are small. I like playing big percentages.
Yeah, you need to play some high percentage football to get back on top of this thing.
If Baker,
it's been ugly a long time.
If Baker Mayfield turns out to be a great NFL quarterback, all I will say is I will be surprised. Now, that doesn't mean it won't happen.
Yeah.
Because I certainly am not the final say on that, and I'm not an expert by any stretch. And a lot of very, well-studied people disagree with me on this, and they certainly have more credibility than I do. But I'm just saying it doesn't appear on paper to look like a good pick, in my opinion.
Well, as you know, when colleges are signing kids or pros are trying to draft them, they have a template they go by, and that template is based on success and failure. And but not all of them fit that. I mean, we've had some real bombs at quarterback, and we've had some that came out of nowhere. So you just never know.
Ryan Leaf fit the pro-style quarterback to the T physically.
Absolutely.
Physically, they just missed it mentally.
Yeah, they missed it mentally, and all that matters. And maybe it'll be great. I don't know, but and I do think Lamar Jackson is also making a mistake by not being open to playing another position. This is Tim Tebow all over again. He's a lot more athletic than Tim Tebow, but this bullheaded I'm gonna be quarterback, do or die
or bust.
Yeah. I don't know that that's wise if you want to play in the NFL.
Right.
Right. And you have talents that could be used elsewhere, like Tebow did and Lamar Jackson does. But that's their prerogative, and he ended up with the Ravens, who moved up and took an Eagles pick and cut a deal with them and got him at 32. So, if he pans out at a quarterback, that'll be great. Boy, I sure would like to look at him at a receiver, though.
A slot receiver on third down, where a linebacker's got to stay with him.
Because
wow.
the style quarterback of Lamar Jackson just has it. You may come out in the NFL and you kind of have a pretty good year the first time you get a shot because none of these defenses have seen you. Then there's that second year when the greatest defenses in the world have adjusted.
Mm-hmm.
And I love my favorite. I love when everybody talks about how fast somebody is, as if the defenses in the NFL are not fast.
Yeah, we just saw a 347-pound guy, Rick, who can run a 5.1.
Yeah.
That's incredible. Well, he went to the Ravens, and their offense is kind of bland. They rely on defense to win games, and their quarterback is getting older. So, if they don't require too much, that might be a great role for him.
Yeah, we'll see.
I love some of the picks that hadn't played in a whole lot of cold weather. And then like somebody picks them like Chicago. I think it was Smith, the linebacker out of Georgia. He was being interviewed about the coldest weather he's ever played in. He goes, I think it was in Auburn. It was like in the 20s. They're like, yeah, okay, good luck. That's warm in Chicago sometimes.
We'll be back. 6 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG. Thanks for being with us as a brand new hour is underway from the No Name Studio on the bleeding edge of technology. So Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and Eddie Van Adler, all here. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussy.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for joining us. It's a little party we call Rick and Bubba.
Here it is, climate change, global warming update, climate disruption, whatever name it has this week. It is... or if you want to see a biblical worldview, it's a fallen creation groaning and groaning for the new world to be reestablished, and it's out of control and doing all kinds of things. But nope, the left tells you it's evil human beings, and there's all kinds of things we're doing to cause it.
Burn, baby, burn.
Follow when they do the very things they tell us are causing it. Makes it hard to find some sincerity there. But Bubba, what's the latest?
Well, Rick, you know, the continuing search for anything that could be adding to global warming is amazing to me.
Yeah. Oh, yes.
The headline today says, would you accept less anesthesia during surgery to save the planet?
Save the planet.
Doctors say it could reduce the world's carbon footprint by, get this, up to 0.1%.
Well,
all of that.
Well, then cut me open and give me something to bite on.
Doctors at the Henry Ford Health in Detroit, Michigan, said they could significantly reduce the carbon footprint of hospitals in the U.S. if they would cut back on the anesthesia used during surgery. The senior doctor in this study said global warming is affecting our daily lives more and more, and the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions has become crucial. No matter how small each effect is, it will add up in the long run. As anesthesiologists, we can contribute significantly to the cause by making little changes in our daily practice, such as lowering the flow of anesthesia gas without affecting patient care. Well, here's my question. If you can do it with less gas, why haven't you been doing that all along?
Right. Mm-hmm.
Now,
wasn't there a reason?
Yeah, I'm going to say on my surgery, give me what you've been giving me. You know what I mean? I don't want to cut back. I don't think that's really going to make a big difference in the footprint. Maybe if you could get John Kerry to take one less plane ride, that would cover all of my surgeries.
Yeah, you know, by far.
And my minivan and my tractor and everything else.
Yeah, by far.
Yeah, like you said, it's going to be like the old West, give you a stick and a bottle of whiskey.
Yes.
Bite down, get you a knock off
a bullet to chew on.
Oh, man. Yeah, I just, like you said, tough sale. When you're hitting me with 0.1%, that's a tough sale. If you're going to come in and ask me to, bite down on a bullet or an old rag, and y'all give me a whiskey in one hand and let me bite down on a rolled up rag in the other, a piece of rope or a bullet. If I want to do that, I got to hear a bit more than 0.1%.
Yeah, it's got to be like, hey, next day, I mean, the degree are going to drop by 10.
You know, it's a Daily Mail story today, but I really feel like that this was not really a story worth printing. You know,
it doesn't.
It's just
nobody's going to go for this.
It's just a non-issue.
No, what I would love though. What I would love is
they concentrate on cow farts.
I would love for Al Gore to need surgery. And something that where they need to really knock you out. Something that would be awful and excruciating to have to go through. And I want to walk in and say, Al, this is your time to show us
what you
got. Let's dial it back.
Show us your commitment to save the planet.
Rick, they want us to do that. They ain't gonna do that.
We're about
that elite group that got to meet.
Greg, we're going to do knee surgery on you, and we just want you to bite down on this piece of rope.
Get you a knock off his Jim Beam.
That's right. And we're going to watch you save it. Because when you do this, I'm going to tell you something, Al, from this day forward, never again will I say on the air that you don't practice what you preach. I want to see you try to see if you can contribute to the 0.1%, which who knows where that number even came from. Okay,
really.
And let's see
show me the research that came up with that.
Well, if dialing it back to 0.1, hey Al, not having it at all probably makes a bigger impact.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah,
Really
let's
help
just cut it
mankind.
out totally.
So
that, no cows, breaking wind, that's
Yeah.
still probably my favorite as far as ridiculous.
But why are they singling just certain animals out?
Yeah.
And people, I mean, the whole world breaks wind.
Yeah.
I mean, what are you going to do about that?
All the other animals.
Yeah.
What about
Yeah.
wolves and coyotes?
They're all
and-
breaking wind.
Yeah. Dogs, cats,
Yeah.
Oh,
everything.
I know my dog does.
Oh, I know. I got
That's
one.
what I'm
that'll-
saying. I mean, why are we picking on cows?
He'll clear a couch in a minute
Because they got a bunch of stomachs?
Yeah. Right. Yeah.
Just to clarify, when Rick says, "I hope Al Gore has surgery," that's just for like an example, like a hypothetical.
Right.
Please
Well-
don't, nobody clip that one sentence out. That sounded
No,
weird.
well, how about this? If he needs surgery, I hope he can get it.
You're right.
I'm not
That's-
saying that he should just announce, "Give me surgery."
Right.
I'm just saying if he
If
has
he
a
needs
problem,
surgery, that's when you would tell him, "Hey, now's your time to step up, bite the rope."
if he has a problem
Get
that
that
surgery would repair,
Yes.
I hope that he will have the surgery, and I hope he does it with no anesthesia, so he can be an example to all
Help
of us.
mankind.
Save the planet.
Speaking
Right.
of biting down on something, has that ever really helped y'all?
Yes.
Oh,
I mean,
yeah,
yes,
absolutely.
Really?
absolutely
Yes.
it
I
does.
don't ever have been
Yes.
enough
I mean,
pain that I had to, but
right.
I
just
guess
don't.
it would.
I've
It
been
is.
in some pain before. I didn't really want
It
to bite
does.
down.
I've
on
seen
it.
a lot of
Yes,
movies
yes,
they used it.
It does.
yeah.
Back in the
It
old
keeps you
days.
from cussing too.
It does. Taking a knock will help too.
Why does
Just get you a good
anesthesia?
bump.
Why does anesthesia?
You're doing really well with that word, by the way.
Yeah.
Why-
yeah. So
It's been
he's opening
impressive.
his
That's why he
mouth.
keeps
Why
saying
does that add to
gonna
the
mess up with
carbon footprint?
have
I mean,
no
it's
idea.
not. It's
Yeah.
not a. You're not burning anything.
I'm like you. What?
I mean, what's the deal with
How
that?
much
Well,
actually gets out into the air?
Yeah, Bubba Dudney just
Oh,
texted
what-
me, said they're gonna stop laughing gas.
Well, they better not
Laughing
stop
gas
that.
out.
Well, it's a
I'll
gas.
I'll have
that
some
would help.
rotten teeth.
That will help too.
Rotten teeth.
Is
I'm out,
it
ain't
that
going.
that gets you so bloated where you have that after your surgery?
What?
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah,
you know
when
how
they- that
sometimes
gas
you
that
get
gets
Yeah.
in
Oh,
yeah.
yeah.
Are they
Hurt.
saying
I don't know.
that's causing people to do
Well,
that?
I mean, that's an inert.
Oh, they
gas.
do
I
that
don't-
so they can get to it.
right. Yeah, they got to blow you up.
Yeah, I don't see how that is. I mean, I don't
Well, they
even
don't
see
want
how
you
that's
eating.
tied to, the exhaust out of something. To me, it wouldn't
yeah.
even be in the same category, would it?
Come on.
I just don't see it.
That's our answer. That's where we're going.
Well, that's where we're at. That's
like-
all we can find to talk about.
I don't know it word for word, and there's a few choice words in it, but when Bruce Willis gives his speech on Armageddon, this is all y'all got?
Yeah,
this
right.
is what a government can come up with?
Right. Yeah.
And he tells them how ridiculous it is? That's what I want to say.
If I could take if my PR firm, the same one that came up with Straight Up Airlines, if my PR firm could take over the Save the Planet movement, y'all need some help with your marketing. I would say, all right, let's drop all they have surgery without anesthesia.
The stuff that people are not
Hey,
gonna do.
let's drop people can't drive or fly. Let's drop that. Let's stop talking about livestock farting.
Yeah.
I think we need to drop. We look like a bunch of buffoons. Okay, nobody takes us serious because we sound like a bunch of raving lunatics. So let's get a better message, and I would then start working on their
Well,
message.
see, they would be offended by that, Rick, because they don't think they sound like a bunch of raving lunatics.
That's what recordings are
Rick,
for.
they want a fart-free society, and that's not possible.
No,
it's
You
not.
can't have a fart-free society.
You
just
cannot.
can't.
How about this? You can't grow vegetables without running tractors.
That's
either.
right. You can get rid of all the cows you want. But what
And
do we do with all the
18-wheelers
cows?
are going to got to bring it to to market too. So
They're the most short-sighted, childlike view of the world people I've ever seen.
Yeah.
You know,
Anesthesia.
Would y'all rather?
anesthesia. Is that a Disney character?
Would y'all rather pee the rest of your life and that take care of everything and not have to do the other, or you could eat whatever you want and never gain weight?
Pee.
Eat whatever you want,
eat whatever
not
you
gain
want,
weight.
not gain weight. No question.
But but the other, you're
Everybody
just
likes
peeing the
good
rest of
sit
your
down.
life.
Everybody likes good sit down every now and then.
Yeah.
What else are you gonna read?
However, would we read a magazine?
When all my
Come up with that scenario.
I was just thinking about it.
I'd
One
never
is
read
bad,
a book.
one is good. What are we talking about?
yeah.
Think about it though.
When all my
I'm just
kids,
peeing.
If I don't have to walk a half a mile to it, I don't mind sitting down.
yeah. When all my
Eat
kids,
whatever we want.
yeah, when all my kids were home, that was the only place Daddy had any privacy. Don't take that from me.
What are you doing?
For the longest time, I didn't think girls did that.
That's great, buddy.
Speedy, I need to talk to you in the break. I got an update for you.
Just kind of sheltered.
Yeah, no, I was a little younger. But think about it. You just stand the rest of your life.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
Wasn't picked in the first round last night, so I think I'll just stay put.
Thank you, Bubba. We do have much to cover. We'll get into North and South Korea, that bizarre
thing that happened, and we'll talk about it. And we've talked about the draft a little bit. We actually, I was thanking someone last segment for sending me the book Babylon Bee, which was this book they put out. I'm laughing my heads off. I have friends of mine that can't wait to get the book. They're asking me to take pictures of certain pages and send it to them while they prepare until the book gets to them. But anyway, so now moving into something that we talked about yesterday, and we've talked about for years, and it is a fault of mine, and I acknowledge it. But I'm aware of it, and I know that I'm dangerous. So as long as you know you're dangerous, you can protect people. And that is, if I see a movie, I will come on the show and tell you all about it. Okay? And I've done that for years, and I apologize.
It's just something you do.
I can't seem to break it. I'm in counseling. We're working on it. The first thing I had to do was acknowledge that I have a problem. And so anyway, I want all of you to be calm right now. I'm not going to tell you anything about the new Avengers movie as far as anything that happens in it. Okay? What happened last night, my wife, on behalf of all of you, it was almost like when someone has a problem, if you can get somebody to sit with them, you know what I mean? Hey, it's your assignment not to let him go to the bar.
Right.
It's your assignment not to let him go see his drug dealer, you know, that kind of thing. It's your assignment, you know, to keep him out of these situations. So my wife, on behalf of the audience, said she would stand between me and going to see the movie last night.
Thank you, Sherry.
And then the Drop the Mic tour is this weekend, so I can't see it this weekend. And I did tell everybody that I will see it probably by the middle of next week.
All right, so you have time. You have a window.
Right. Now, what happened last night was dangerous because some of the things, just like this North and South Korea thing, sometimes the worst thing you can think is that you've made it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That everything's okay. So
Don't let your guard down.
So my wife, doing her job, had everything done. And her husband, the dangerous movie ruiner, had gone to bed. Everybody thought it was fine. Everybody said, we've made it. Sadly, one of my sons had gone to see it. Okay, now it's gone past the time that I should be bothered. Okay, I'm pretty much asleep, but I'm like not deep sleep. I'm shallow sleep, and I hear him come in, and I hear my door open.
Uh-oh. The little man gets it honest, doesn't
he? Dad. Yeah, man. You awake? I am. And from the bathroom, my wife starts hollering. No! Like that.
Don't do it.
He's got a show tomorrow. You know, so anyway, all I will say is this.
You don't have to.
All I will say is this.
It's good.
Well, now understand, because Greg, I think you'll get this analogy. If these kinds of movie aren't your thing, like somebody could come to me and say, hey, Rick, don't miss the REM tour. It is the best tour they've ever done.
Right.
Well, I hate REM. So it doesn't matter. The best REM concert has no interest, doesn't even remotely interest me. But if you're an REM fan, for somebody to say it may be the best ever, then that would be a big deal to you.
Yeah.
If that's your thing. So if these kinds of movies are your thing, and they are mine, I enjoy them almost every time, is according to my son, he said the audience just sat there after it was over with their mouths dropped, is what he said.
Oh, wow.
Jaws dropped, saying, wow, wow, wow. He said it is fantastic.
And stop.
That's it. That's all I'll say.
That's it.
Is it fantastic or fantastic?
It was fantastic. He said all I got to say is wow. Incredible. Now there were some few other things said I'm not going to say.
Rick,
let's
stop.
Let's see if he can do it, y'all.
Not till the end of this segment.
Yeah.
I'll tell you when.
I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it. So that just the. How about
I have heard it's really.
If you're a
really
person
good.
who hasn't been there and you're wondering those that have seen it if it's any good, and then we're not going to take any calls about anything like that.
Can I?
They just said it was good. He said it was great. Loved it. And he's pretty critical about it.
You're going to be very frustrated with me with
It's
this
that honesty.
question, but I need to know. As someone that doesn't follow superhero movies, doesn't really care anything about them, am I going to go into this and enjoy it and not have to see the prior in order to understand it?
I don't think you have to see prior, but there has to be and from what I could gather, because then you're not going wow. You have to have some understanding or grasp of the storylines of all the different superheroes.
Okay, that's fair.
I'm not talking about the obscure ones.
Okay,
there's the obscure ones I don't really understand.
And which group is this one, Rick?
This is Marvel.
And which group does that include?
That's your Spider-Mans. That's your Iron Man. That's
21 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. More stories from the weekend to come, and breaking down now headlines. Today, obviously, the Tyre Nichols story is being talked about everywhere. It is another horrible situation, and where Tyre Nichols was beaten by 5 Memphis police officers, and to the point that he did not survive. And now that has led to all kinds of discussions everywhere, and the footage is very difficult to look at. And there's been, different versions of it out there with their body cams and things like this. Sergeant Betsy Brantner Smith, National Police Association, this is her quote, nobody teaches baton strikes above the shoulders. Nobody teaches kicks to the head. Nobody teaches the denial of medical aid. These men were street fighting. They were not acting like police officers. So that's from the National Police Association.
It's troubling video. They're even it's crazy as this sounds. There's some people trying to put a racial component into this, which I for the life of me can't figure out. As you said earlier, Rick, we were talking about it. This is an abuse of power situation.
Yeah, it is.
Nobody thinks this is how policing ought to be done. Nobody is defending these people. It's indefensible. I mean, we've got the video. We saw what happened. I don't know the history with this. There's several questions that are still unanswered about it. We don't even know why they initially made the stop that I've seen.
It was reckless driving, I believe.
Yeah, something went on there.
Well, still, some of this is just incredible and very difficult to watch. But I will say this, while some people will also try to make this an indictment against policing, in the last 24 hours, there's probably been thousands of interactions between citizens and police officers, and this is the one, that was a tragedy. And I hate to play the bad apples card again, but it really is a case of people who were breaking the law and out of control. As you said, Rick, an abuse of power. That it should not be an indictment on policing as a whole because the numbers just don't show that.
I know some of you are obsessed with ethnicity, but Bubba just said it. It doesn't matter what color everybody was. In this case, they were all black men. I don't know why we have to make that point, but we're in a society you have to. It's an abuse of power, and it doesn't matter what color the person is abusing their power. It cannot be tolerated, whether that be white, black, Latino, whatever it may be, Asian, whatever. So that's not the point. People can't seem to let that go. But one of the points that I did hear made that was interesting to me is that we have allowed law enforcement to be demonized in our society over a few bad apples, which, by the way, the thing I don't get is when the bad apples are actually being prosecuted, punished, and held accountable, we still get mad saying there's no accountability.
Right.
But
that is accountability, and that is part of the process of the system fixing itself.
But in our mob mentality, throw the baby out with the bathwater mentality, we're starting to see some of the bad results because who do you think really wants to be a policeman these days? People threaten to kill them all the time. They don't
make no money. They're ambushed all the time.
They don't make money. They get ambushed. They're treated as evil and wicked. So you know what happens? The standard for people who are approved to be police officers is dropping because you got to have them. And now you see people probably that are getting passed through that when the standards were higher probably would not have been.
Yeah.
And so that's also a problem. But the bottom line is what happened to Tyre Nichols is an overstep of authority. Now, for some reason, I don't know why, we can't let it go that somehow white people are still to blame.
That's a stretch on this one,
guys. Look, if we want to deal with the bigots and the racists that are still in our society, and they are still there, this kind of stuff is not. It's going to make people not take us serious when we're pointing to someone who truly has some sort of wicked view of themselves because they think their ethnicity is superior to someone else. This is not it. But here comes a white woman, always willing to speak on behalf of black people. And says that this still is white supremacy. So watch this attempt at this narrative. Here we go.
I got a message today for some white people, if we have white people. listening, paying attention. I wouldn't mind if you would do this with me. We rub our chests, we find our heartbeat, and we say, we did this. We did this.
Really?
White supremacy did this. I'm talking about Tyre Nichols. The police didn't do this.
Oh, my. She must not have seen the footage.
The Memphis Police Department
She
didn't
was
do
getting
this.
a haircut.
White supremacy did this.
You need to back that up somehow, right?
Well, Bubba, not today, Greg. We don't have to walk our narrative out.
Well, I think Van Jones said something to the same
did.
effect.
He did.
That racism and
Like, even white people can influence black people to be
right,
racist.
that they have influenced black people to be racist against other black people. That's basically what it was.
That is,
I guess.
I know. I was like,
CNN's Van Jones claims, to Bubba's point and what Greg was saying, black cops who killed Tyre Nichols may be driven by racism because black people aren't immune to anti-black messages that have been taught them by white people.
No world.
Wow.
You know,
Look,
you're never
it's
really
laughable.
going to solve the problem
No,
if you keep chasing ridiculous causes.
That,
you know?
I mean, there's a lot of things you can say, but I ain't seen a white person within 20 miles of this situation.
I don't.
And it's not. Also, and I also saw an article saying this isn't representation of black officers as a whole. No, it's
Right.
not. In any of these cases, it's
No.
not. Just like when it's white officers that do wrong. Derek Chauvin did not represent all white police officers either. Right?
Right. No. How about all officers are not represented by those that are bad apples.
No matter what
it
your
is
skin
simply
color is.
an abuse of authority that cannot be tolerated by a free society.
And they will be punished.
And we've talked
we
about
don't
this-
tolerate tyrants no matter what uniform they have on.
Yeah, and we've talked about this before. To have law and order, the government has to do that. That's even outlined in the Bible.
Romans 13.
And the police department is the first layer where civilians, regular citizens, meet a government entity with deadly force. That's the first line where they. And so it's very important that the police department have the right people and the right training. And even so, you're still going to have issues come up. But again, the numbers of encounters with criminals, innocent people, people who are being questioned over a 24-hour period is in the thousands. And you have something like this. But this, statistically, it's not the norm. But it did happen. We all saw it. And it was terrible. It shouldn't have happened. And they're going to be prosecuted. They're criminals. And
they've been relieved of their duties.
But because we live in a fallen world and humans are involved, you're always going to have issues like this. You just try to minimize it.
Right, and you also, even though this was not warranted, this type of force, you also probably want to try to make decisions in your life that would minimize the odds of you interacting with people who represent the government with deadly force.
Yes.
True. Sometimes it can't be helped because they'll go rogue. But
And even if you're wronged by them, you'll have your day in court. You don't have to challenge them and their authority on the street.
No.
Not that he did that, but we've all taught our kids that. You say yes sir, no sir, yes ma'am, no ma'am, do what they ask. And even if you're wronged, you'll have your day in court to prove it.
Bottom of the hour, we'll come back. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hulk, that's your Thor.
Captain America?
Captain America, Wonder Woman. No, Wonder Woman's over on
Black
this side.
Panther?
Black Panther. What are, I'm trying to forget. Some guy shoots arrows. I don't know.
Aquaman's he in this?
No,
one?
that's the other bunch.
You said Spider-Man, Thor.
Yeah.
The Galaxy
Captain
bunch?
America, Black Panther.
Yeah, you don't know.
Who was the other? Iron Man.
Iron
Right?
Man's big. Yeah.
I love
and
him.
did you get Hulk?
No, I didn't get Hulk.
Yeah, Hulk's in
He's
there.
big.
Yeah.
He's big. And then
Thor?
Thor.
Did you say
Thor? Got that.
And then you've got whoever, I don't know who this person is that Scarlett Johansson plays, but some female superhero. I don't know what the name of her deal is. That bunch.
We need a chart in here to keep.
We
up
really
with
do.
this.
Is it Hawkman? Is that who shoots the
Hawk?
The Hawkman shoots
Hawkeye.
I wish, and I wish somebody would send me an
And
email
I don't even
that
know
is really into this and say, if you'll watch these 3 movies before you go watch that it'll be very clear to you, or 2 movies, or
Yeah, I'm concerned.
because it's going to be hard for me to watch every single one.
No, you don't have to do all that. You need to have a general understanding of what the background of this bunch is.
I feel like I don't give
Who's
this
the Green
enough.
Lantern with?
I really don't.
Would you mind just going to say watch the other Avenger movies? Just that.
Rick, what about Green
There's
Lantern?
only
Who
two
is he
others.
with? Is he with this bunch?
I could do that.
Green Lantern, is he here or the other bunch?
You. I mean, here we go.
I think so. I don't know.
What about Flash?
Flash is over on DC side.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's not Marvel.
You got Marvel and DC.
I love the Flash, but he's not.
Yeah.
So the Avengers.
Can I ask you this real quick?
When
and
I
this is
saw the
stupid?
first Avengers, the first one, I thought it was the best superhero movie I'd ever seen.
Really?
Yeah, the first Avengers, the first one. But
do you know that it catches Amanda off guard when my wife she hears you discuss superhero movies?
well, we all have things that are not in our norm.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? You would say, "You think Bird's a superhero movie guy?" And you go, "Nah." And he goes, "By the way, he is."
Who's the?
we can't all be put in a box.
Well, see,
Who's the doctor in this? The
and like
doctor
me, I like him, but
Dr.
I don't.
Strange.
I don't.
but he's part of
study
this too.
Yeah,
right?
but
You
I
know,
don't like him. I don't follow him.
I go and just
I didn't even watch
casually
his movie.
enjoy it, which is Rick cannot do that. He's into it.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I mean,
And that's why I don't know who's on what side because I forget it.
and I don't
The
know
Galaxy movies too. That whole crew.
Guardian
Guardian the Galaxy.
See, now you're giving something away.
Well, no, it's in the trailer, Rick.
Okay, it is.
Yeah.
Is Blank Man in this?
Now there's your cigar.
Guardians of the Galaxy, they're
Yeah.
part of this
Okay.
too.
Yeah.
But they are this time. They've never been part of the Avengers before. But anyway, so which is why
Yeah,
I
it's
didn't
in
know
the trailer.
I didn't know if you're supposed to give that away. But the other thing is this, Bubba.
It's in the trailer.
But where I'm no good to people is I'm almost in a no-win zone.
Mm-hmm.
I'm in the zone that I like these movies just in general entertainment, which makes the comic book people think I'm one of them, but I'm not. So they want me to discuss it to that level, but I can't.
Right, and they'll corner you.
Yeah, but then the people who are not them
Because they got plenty of time.
don't want to talk about the level where I'm at because they don't like them at all. The people who think I'm part of their group, I'm really not. I'm not far enough into it for them.
Right.
But for the bunches that don't care at all, I'm too much in. Do you follow what I'm saying?
Who is the leader of this group?
It's
Is
a weird
it Iron
place to
Man?
be.
Is Iron Man the leader of this group?
Sort of, yeah. Sort of, kind of.
Who's the leader of the other group? Superman?
Oh, yeah. Or Batman, really. Batman's the leader of the other one.
Is Captain America not the leader of this group? Not really.
Well, it's almost like they.
Which
they
one's
they-
Poison Ivy? Which one's she with?
I don't know. I have no idea. Wasn't that like a villain against Batman one time?
I don't know.
Maybe that's what it was.
All right. "35 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba, thanks for being with us. We'll get to more of your phone calls coming up later. Upside.com. Kind of fired up about that. I mean, I'm getting another email over the weekend. Somebody saying, hey, Upside coming through for me. We're talking about, man, everything costs more out there right now. Getting cash back is huge, and Upside's so simple. When you have inflation like it is right now, go ahead and go to Upside.com. Download the free app. Go ahead and get it. And then use our code BUBBA and then the number 25, BUBBA25. The reason why it's BUBBA25 is then you're going to activate the Upside benefits by, filling up your tank, getting that first tank of gas. And so when you get that first tank, you're going to get at least 25 cents back a gallon. And so go there, Upside.com, get the app,
It is free. And then after you do that first tank of gas, now it's on. And then, you just do your typical business and keep using our code Bubba25, and you'll get savings out there everywhere. Just pay as usual with a credit or a debit card and get paid back. It's that simple. Current users are earning more than $1 million a week. My goodness, that's a lot of folks saving. And they also have 4.8 star rating on the App Store. Give it a try. Upside.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors and start getting some cash back. So, Bubba, speaking of that, now with all the technology out there, we all live in, hey, somebody's fishing, somebody's trying to pull me into some kind of scam, and everywhere you turn, here, scam, there, scam, over here, scam. And I think we've become so hypersensitive. You said it got you in a little bit of a bind.
Well, Rick, you do have to watch.
Of course
that.
you do.
And identity theft is big. I've had to deal with that on a couple of occasions, and so you try to monitor what's going on. We live in a digital money world now, so you got to keep up with that.
Yeah.
I was reviewing my credit card, and I saw a charge for $175, which is not a big charge. And
you talking about $1.75?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, and it was listed to some USA Technologies or something, some kind of vague name.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought, well, that's odd, and I really didn't pay any attention to it. And then the next week I was looking, and it was there again.
A little recurring revenue.
And I thought, because a lot of times when they're fishing with credit card numbers, they'll try a few, low dollar things and realize they got you. Then they hit you with something big.
There you go.
So I thought, well, that is really odd. I can't imagine. And you know what I thought for a minute? That it may be the snack machine upstairs.
Oh, yeah.
Because I go up there every now and then.
That's the one that got me,
Yeah. But I go, I've never come out of there with $1.75.
No.
I would love to get out of there at $1.75.
Yeah.
It's usually $4 or $5 coming out of there with a handful of stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, if I'm going to go up there and risk running into the door, I'm going to make it count. So I called, and I got to looking back at my credit card list, and it's there, and it's just happening. It looks like every week.
Yeah.
What? And I'm like, man, these guys they're working me over for $1.75.
Right.
Wow. They're getting a lot of money, $1.75 at a time.
I talked to Betty about it, and she couldn't figure out what it was. I said, well, I know it's not that snack machine. So I called the company, and I said, hey, I need you to block this out. And
you called the company that was charging you, or just the bank?
Well, I couldn't get anybody at the so-called company.
Okay.
And so I just called the card. I said, I want to block all charges from this vendor, and I want to file a dispute because I don't know what these are. And I felt pretty good about that. I thought, well, I'm watching.
Look at me being a man of action.
I'm watching my business.
Look at me being proactive.
My money on my mind.
Look at me being proactive.
Fell in the store, but getting it done.
I thought, I probably need to call. I need to call the kids and tell them what a great job I've done.
That's right.
Keep on this stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And so then Sunday morning, as we're walking into Sunday school, and I'm doing my usual routine where I go back to get a soft drink, and I walk back there and I look at the machine, and my drink is $1.75. And I thought,
oh boy! And all of a sudden, that little light bulb came on.
Oh no! Greg, it was more like a spotlight on stage. Boom!
Got it.
Funny. And I go, you know what? Now I know where that 175 was, and it is kind of regular. Maybe that's good. I'm hitting Sunday school a little better. So I had to get online and tell my credit card company that I'd like to cancel that dispute, and I would like to unblock that particular client from charges.
And I will continue to have 175 on that.
And luckily, I went up there and hit it again, and it went through, so everything was good.
Tell you one
Everybody's
thing,
been paid.
Tell you one thing you did. Daddy doing his part on the budget. I'm gonna stop that soft drink.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah,
I've done that. See a charge and throw a fit about it, and then realize, oh yeah, I remember I did that.
I did it. And most of the time, it is something I've done.
I know it.
Yeah. I try to give it a little time to figure it out, and then when I go, well, I'm going to stop it, and then there I am with egg on my face. But
sure.
You know, it's
this
is something that would
Gonna
help.
stop this charge from coming.
Tired of it?
Got a little bit of a list.
The way they
Buying
list
land?
charges on your credit card sometimes makes no sense.
It's
I mean, if
crazy.
you go to a box store or a
Crazy.
convenience
Oh, I know
store,
it.
you know, it's usually the names
Crazy.
that you
Yeah.
know. Yeah, I stopped at
Say
Ed's,
digital.
Ed's Gas and Go. I remember that.
Uh-huh.
But some of them list these names that you
It's
go,
like
what?
digital.
Crazy.
Like USA Technology has nothing to
Right.
do with vending machine.
Yeah.
I mean, why don't you put vending machine at your church? You know what I mean?
That would work.
A location would help.
Right, yeah.
Daddy wanted a drink. $175.
I'm telling you, we got a good vending set up too. It is right next to our Sunday school.
You love a
It's
vending
awesome.
machine, don't you?
Well,
So
in
you're
this
there
case, I do.
eating snacks and drinking during class?
We have the snack ministry, but it ain't every Sunday.
Right.
You know?
I got you. Yeah.
So
Yeah, that's good.
I actually brought that to the class. I know you're shocked.
Thank you.
I know you.
Thank
did.
you for what you do.
Yeah, thank you, buddy.
Not shock anybody.
No,
It's the little
nobody's
things.
shocked by that.
Thank you
It's
for
the
your
little
service.
things we do to serve each other.
The I had you talk about the technology we have now, how it shuts everything down. So I was trying to make me being efficient. I can't stand when something's not efficient.
Mm-hmm.
So I was, and there was no way I could get it back. This probably bothered me almost as bad as the hunting trip that turned out not to happen. So I'm needing. Sometimes this show is such a blessing, and sometimes it can be a little bit of a detriment. It's the thing, Sherry's warned me now. Be careful talking about things that you want to stay in good supply.
That's right.
Well, we have a relationship with TheraBreath that the audience loves, but I've noticed that I'm now having a harder and harder time finding the TheraBreath lozenges, which are a staple in my life. Okay, so I was out.
We all appreciate that, Rick.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you,
That's the gift that I give back. So I was like, when I get low on them, I'm like, I got to have them. So we're out at the house. I have some at the house and some here, and I'm almost out here. And so I said, all right, on my list of things I got to do today, I'm going out. I got to pick up some TheraBreath stuff, okay, and I need some batteries. So I thought to myself, you know what? I said, that's not really a full-blown go inside a big store thing. I probably can jump in here at the drugstore and grab those, okay? And so I go into the drugstore, and, of course, sure enough, thanks to the audience, empty shelf with TheraBreath lozenges. And I said, well, that I'm in here, I'm going to go ahead and grab my batteries and at least get that done, okay? And pick up a little item here or there. And so for the last weekend of hunting season.
Mm-hmm.
So I go over and I get ready to check out, and I'm looking at the card, and it's not doing anything. And I'm like, So the person behind the counter said, what's going on? And she said, I don't know. She said, we're really having trouble with all cards today. I said, all cards? Oh, no. Then I hear somebody from the back, internet's down.
Oh.
And I'm like, y'all don't have any internet this whole drugstore? And she said, no. But they said they're going to send some repair people. And I said, so let me get this straight. I said, are y'all going to go through this to every person that comes in here and comes up to this counter and is ready to go? I said, how many people do you know walking around with cash that can come into a drugstore and pay cash for the overpriced crap y'all have in here? I didn't say it that way. The overpriced stuff that's in here.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't say overpriced. And she goes, yeah, this is going to be a problem. And so then they did the thing. Well, it says here we can call American Express and get a. I said, is this just? I said, I'm backing away. How big an issue is it right now that I just abort this mission?
Mm-hmm.
I said, I'm stepping away.
Can't get this time back.
Can't get it back, and it's going to kill me to walk to my truck and know that I stopped, came in here for no reason.
Right.
And that'll bother me most of my day. Yeah. I said, but right now I can feel my life getting away from me a little bit.
Yeah.
I think I'm going to be stuck here a while, so I'm just out. And they said, yeah, that's no problem. And they canceled. And I went out, but I thought to myself, can that place even run without the internet? I mean, how many people? They ain't gonna take a check.
It's gonna be a note on the
anymore,
door for sure.
And then how many people come in there with cash for like a purchase of? It wouldn't take anything for you to have a $40 purchase, $50, $100.
Yeah.
Think about what's going on with the prescriptions over there.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, how are they gonna run this place without being able to run cards?
Boy, you better get the internet back up.
I didn't know. Then I go to the grocery store that's next to it. Go to the shelf. We're sorry, we're out of TheraBreath lozenges. And I thought, well, here we go again. Everybody's out getting the lozenges, and now we can't get them. And I could see the sign, but the shelf was empty.
Yeah.
And so now I'm just spiraling.
Oh yeah.
Now,
You're wasting all kinds
well,
of time.
Here's what I do. If I feel that I'm wasting time, I'll immediately go to something else. I'm getting something.
Yeah.
I start trying to think of what are some things I need.
Yeah, didn't waste this trip. At least I got this.
So I went ahead and stocked up for Camp House breakfast. I had to do something. I couldn't not get something done.
Yeah.
You know, and thank goodness I was able to I actually bought some eggs with gold. I had gold.
Okay, that's good.
And but I thought to myself, I can't leave here and do nothing. So yeah. But Bubba, thank goodness you stopped that soft drink machine. It was killing you.
You know what? No scammers this week.
We'll come back. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Bill Cosby. Bill Cosby
found guilty.
Bill Cosby. We have a very uncomfortable PSA that Bill Cosby did in was this in the 90s?
The 80s.
The 80s.
It was at the end of a Fat Albert.
If it's Fat Albert, it couldn't have been the 90s. So
it might have been the 70s.
But to give you an update before we go to it, Bill Cosby has been found guilty of the 3 counts that he was charged. This was the one they had the mistrial, and then they set it up and had the trial again, made the same presentations, and they said after it was over, after a deliberation of a little over 14 hours, Bill Cosby was found guilty. He can face up to 30 years in prison, which means we don't know what his sentence will actually be, but most people say if you look at his age, no matter what he gets, he will likely die in jail. So now think about this. We've lived long enough for Bill Cosby to be found guilty of being a sexual predator.
Dr. Huxtable
will die in jail.
Yeah,
good.
I mean,
this is the one that he had paid a settlement to, correct? And she looks like a man. Have y'all seen her?
Greg.
Isn't it? I mean, he had paid a settlement, and then she took the money, but evidently didn't.
It's kind of hard to see that one, but
Right.
the Rick, if he's guilty, it's a horrible situation. I mean, and aside from that, because I mean, we don't know Bill Cosby personally, but just the character and the comedian, we all loved him growing up. It's just kind of tough, to see that. And I think it's been said several times, we just don't want to live in a country where Bill Cosby is a sexual predator.
Right, but apparently this is one of those things like we talked about with O.J. and we talked about with some other people. Even if the things that are being said about them, whether all of it's true, is it criminal, the things that Bill Cosby has openly admitted
not good.
Are horrible and repulsive, and it's his own behavior that's got him in this situation. There's no one to blame but Bill Cosby.
Right.
Agree. Anyway, so the counts that he was found guilty on, aggravated indecent assault, and there were 3 of those, and each charge carries a maximum penalty of 10 years. That's where they're getting the 30 years. He didn't make a statement at the press conference, but he did scream out at the district attorney that demanded that the bail be revoked because he thought Cosby was a flight risk, and he mentioned that he had a plane and could leave. And Bill Cosby, they say you said under his breath, but here it says that he screamed.
Yeah.
He doesn't have a plane, talking about himself in third party, you a-hole.
Mm-hmm.
And that was an outburst from Cosby. But anyway, here's that PSA from Bill Cosby from the 80s telling people how to stay out of jail. Here we go.
All of those people who are in prison right now were kids once, just like you. They went to school and they had girlfriends, boyfriends, they played baseball, rode their bikes, just like you. And then somewhere along the way, they did something wrong, something dumb. Maybe it was getting mixed up with a bad crowd, or maybe it was shoplifting or stealing a car. Whatever it was, it probably started small, became bigger. Maybe they even got away with it at first and thought they'd never get caught. They were wrong. Now, they're in prison. Now, prison isn't any fun and it isn't any joke, so play it straight, gang. That way you'll get where you want to go, not where you don't. Right? Right.
Oh, wow. It's from the 80s.
Did something, thought they could get away with it. And,
wow. Do you notice that was reversed out? Did it look like the words were backwards?
I didn't notice it. No, it may be. The video was. How about seeing him in that?
Oh, I know.
Makes it even worse.
I know it does.
And as we said, as far as the business and the way he carried himself as a comedian,
I always thought very highly of Bill Cosby, and was a strong influence on the way that I learned to tell stories by listening to Bill Cosby tell stories about his family, and even had a chance to meet him. And at the time, that was a real honor. Yep. And it's just it's heartbreaking, but at the end of the day, it's all on Bill Cosby. Bill Cosby isn't being wronged. He isn't being mistreated. He behaved in a repulsive way as a man, regardless of what isn't true about him. The things that are true about him show that he is a person that is not to be held in very high esteem.
And I think you've made this point before, even though he did fail in this area, that advice he just gave is good advice.
No, it is.
It doesn't make what he said not true. Now, he need to act, obviously accordingly to it.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
But the advice he gave in the other speeches he gave, that which basically led up to the comedian going.
It's 9 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today. Our number is 866-WE-BE-BIG. Looking ahead to the week, Tuscaloosa, Alabama, fired up about Sunday night. It is the next man church at First Baptist Church in Tuscaloosa, and I am honored to be there to present the message coming up this Sunday night. They'll give you a free meal. That's part of it, and you're welcome to join us and be there. Sunday night, First Baptist Church, Tuscaloosa, Man Church. They're going their second year and their second curriculum they're going through from themanchurch.com, and this will be their next gathering, and I'll be there to deliver the message, and I'm really looking forward to being with you guys coming up Sunday night. So, Bubba, I saw people that were all kinds of stuff over the weekend. Like I said, I don't really watch the NBA, but I know that LeBron James, a lot of people are saying, he's a crybaby. Others are saying that he got robbed. Others are saying he traveled, so he has nothing to complain about anyway.
I don't think they travel in the NBA anymore. You get so many steps, and a European step, and a South American step, and before you know it, you've covered the court.
Yeah, I saw the highlight because people were sending it out over the weekend. It looks like to me, by the rules of traveling, he clearly traveled. But
the NBA has come out and said, "Hey, we missed this one, and we missed it big time."
Yeah. So
anytime the Lakers and Celtics play, it's always exciting. When we were growing up, that was a big rivalry. It was great.
Oh yeah.
And they had another barn burner this weekend. The Celtics ended up winning in overtime, 125 to 121. But what we're going to look at here, and what you're seeing, is the last play of the game. LeBron James, the game is tied, is driving to the hoop for what would be the winning bucket, and he gets fouled, and it is not called, and he is unhappy about it. So let's see it again. We got a couple of different angles on it here.
That's it. James on the drive, gets in the paint, layup, missed it.
So they go to overtime, and he is having a meltdown.
They thought he was fouled. Excuse me, and it's now overtime. LeBron James so upset. Regulation is over. We go to the 5-minute OT.
So let's see it from another angle now, and you have the slow-mo here to see it too. All the Lakers were screaming he got fouled. Watch the hand come in. Whoop.
Wow. Clear foul on Tatum.
You're not going to make a layup if somebody else hacks your forearm. It's just not going to, even if you're as strong as LeBron James, right? So he doesn't make the shot.
Yeah. Well, nor go into the foul line.
Right. Well, yeah,
Which is
either one. Either one.
That's the thing. And the NBA.
Then what is funny about this? A photographer, and there's all kind of people on the basket taking pictures, gets a clear picture of the foul. One of the Lakers players looks at it, borrows the camera, carries it out to show to the referee. Referee didn't care for it.
I bet he did not.
To Eric Lewis with the camera. I mean, just ridiculous.
He said foul.
And Eric Lewis rightfully tees him up.
Boom. Take your. He's still saying, "I got a picture of it."
Foul.
Foul.
That's funny.
Yeah.
Got you a tee, but that's funny.
Sure. Yeah, I even
kind of knew it.
It is kind of funny. He carried the referee to show him a picture. I think that's funny. He shouldn't have done it, and it did get him a tech.
Sure it did.
And they ended up losing by 4 points, so that may have been the difference in the game. But when they miss one that bad, that's.
Well, I would go as far as to say the defender is taught, don't give him the layup, make him shoot the free throws.
Yeah. I'm not saying
expected to be called.
Yeah, I think he expected it to be called.
Yeah, Tatum did what you would do in that situation. I mean, you're down to the last couple of seconds.
You can't give him
and
the
this is
layup.
going to be it. You ain't even going to have time to sling it full court after that.
Lost in all of this is how high they are off the ground. Those guys are amazing.
Those are big people,
Yeah,
too.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, well.
There you go.
There it was.
Sorry,
Yeah,
LeBron.
That's the way it is.
So what
Win
did
some,
the
lose
what
some.
did the NBA? They came out
came
and
out and
said
said
we
they
missed
it. Yeah, they said it was,
So what do they do to fix it?
I think they
Nothing.
called it a gut wrenching miss.
It's part of the game.
Part of the
You
game.
have missed
There's nothing they
calls.
can do.
But I think LeBron did the right thing too. If I'm him and I've got the ball, I'm going to the hoop with 2 to 3 seconds
Of
left
course.
and make them foul me,
Of course.
which they did.
Yeah, right. I mean,
oh man.
I mean, I'm gonna travel a little bit, but I mean, that's. I mean,
Rick,
You
I'm
get
telling you,
two
I haven't
steps,
seen traveling
actually.
called in the NBA, and I don't know when.
Let's see.
They really walk. I mean, they take an amazing amount of steps. I will say, all I saw initially was LeBron's freak out.
It didn't look like a walk.
It's 2 steps. Is all it is.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, I'm just saying in general, they are giving him a lot more, it seems, these days.
right.
But
The
all I
European
saw was LeBron's
can't
freak
believe
out,
it.
and I was like, oh, what's wrong with LeBron again? There he goes, crying. But that is pretty egregious.
Yeah,
it is.
he had
Well,
a
the fact
gripe.
that NBA came out and said they missed it says a ton.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
that's kind of the end of it.
Well, here's the other answer for LeBron. Big as you are and the head of steam you had, you should have jammed it home.
Well, that guy's just as big, if not bigger.
Yeah. Well, I mean, again, I think it all was supposed to go the way it went. I mean, the defender got beat, so the next guy's got to foul him. So you're still going to probably lose because guys at that level don't miss a lot of free throws, but you got to make him shoot them. And I think that's really what he was doing, and he got away with no call.
Yeah.
Because I think he was just doing what you do, force him to have to hit the free throws. You're not going to let him make the layup. You can't do that.
I don't know if he was going for the ball and accidentally hit him or he, tried to take his arm off. I don't know that.
Well,
the best part to me is camera.
Yeah.
I mean, I can't get over that.
I mean, we've all
here. Look at his
been at
face.
some sporting event that we felt like that a referee totally blew, that we wanted to carry out evidence on
Yes.
at that moment and show him what he did.
And now you have social media where you can put the picture out there for everybody to see.
Yep.
But you still get a T and you still lose the game.
Teed him up.
But at least you get to tell everybody.
So is that referee standing there? Does he know he blew it? Or what's he thinking about?
Yeah, I bet.
Or is he? Because I don't know the mindset of a referee. You have to move on. I'm sure there's a lot going on. There's a lot of calls, but he can go. Oh boy, I missed that one.
Probably. I think the guy, the big football one that we all loved with the Saints, I think that guy was like, I don't know what I was thinking.
I ain't got caught a stare.
I think sometimes they just blow calls, and because they're human beings, they're like, I don't even know what I was thinking.
Right.
Why did I stand here and not call that?
Right.
And you guys moving.
I mean, but are you riding home thinking about it? Or
Oh yeah,
But they
Well,
are
you're thinking
supposed
about
to
a
be
lot
the
now.
best of the best. So.
yeah.
Well, most of them have a review process and some kind of scoring or rating system, and it'll eventually, come back on them. They'll end up getting downgraded or not get to referee in a high end event or something.
The exact quote from the NBA: like everyone else, referees make mistakes. We made one at the end of last night's game, and that is gut wrenching to us, or gut wrenching for us. This play will weigh heavily and cause sleepless nights as we strive to be the best referees we can be.
Okay. That's you know what I like somebody.
Yeah, at least they admitted
I'm glad
it.
they admitted it.
And,
I do too.
There's no system to fix it, but at least you admitted it.
Yeah.
I mean, let's face it, that one is hard not to admit since there's obviously a lot of pictures of it.
Yes.
If you don't believe us, look at Beverly's camera.
Yeah, absolutely. Wow. Top of the hour, 866 We Be Big is our number. More of the Rick and Bubba show coming up right after this. And if this is the end of your day with us, have a good day.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Rant about him. He's telling everybody how to live, and Hannibal Burgess, when he put that in his act, and that started this whole investigation. Still, the things he was saying were good advice.
No, it's true because I actually saw an article that came out one time, and I think, to your point, Greg, because I think it's an important point. This goes back to truth. Truth stands. It really doesn't matter who says it.
Yeah.
Whether they're living it or not, the truth in and of itself still stands, and it has power. And if you don't believe that, look at the number of people, and we've had some even going on now, of, say, people, and this was the article, is when a very prominent pastor, and we've had more of those now,
or speakers or people who went out and they portrayed themselves. And Jesus said, look for these people that'll be false teachers and false prophets. And he says, if you want to really know if they're really with me or I really know them, just watch how they live their life. And sooner or later, you will find they are not doing the will of my Father. They're in conflict with what they're saying, and that means they don't really know me. We're not talking about a stumble where somebody makes a mistake, but if they've been living a long lifestyle that was a lie, a kind of a double life. But you'll find in those cases that because what they were saying came from the Word of God,
and it was truth,
and the things they were saying, to Bubba's point, were truth, it was still powerful, and it still was used to change people's life, even though the person who was saying it wasn't sincere and was fake. And so truth, that's why I keep saying what the world really needs is truth, because truth is powerful, even if the person handling the truth says it correctly, even if they don't apply it to themselves. It still stands.
And change.
Because there are certain things that are just true. And everything that he said is true. And, if he had applied the very thing he said to himself, he wouldn't be in the situation. That's why it's true.
Yeah.
When people say this is who God is and this is what he did, if it's biblically accurate, and I'm not talking about people that put out false theology or when they're coming with Scripture has power, whether the person delivering the Scripture has been changed by it or not, or applies it to their own life, it still has the power to be applied to anyone's life. I remember, when this happened one time, some people who actually had given their life to Christ under, a pastor's leadership that turned out to be be fake, or had a major problem in their own life. And I remember them questioning what happened, and I was like, look, the pastor didn't change you, Jesus Christ changed you. When Paul said, look at me, he said, only look at me if I am exemplifying Christ. Don't look at me if I'm not reflecting Christ. If I'm reflecting Christ, look at me, but always look to him, because he won't fail.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
6 minutes now past the hour. From the No Name Studio on the bleeding edge of technology. The gang's all here. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, I am glad to be here, and thank all of you for being part of the Rick and Bubba Show. It's the greatest discussion on the back porch ever.
More weird stories that we all don't really know what's going on. This Paul Pelosi story has just been strange and bizarre. Body cam video has now been released. It's a weird thing. We know that Nancy Pelosi says she blamed herself, that the attacker was actually looking for her. And apparently they had some sort of exorcism there at the home. But anyway, it's interesting how when something like this happens, she appears to fear the dark forces, but then will go out and make speeches and rulings on other biblical issues that seems like she doesn't fear that at all. But anyway, so the footage is out, and the attacker and there's all kinds of conspiracy theories on this too. This footage that we're looking at here. Oh my God! So that's when the police have now arrived at this point, right? And, And this guy's so crazy that with the police standing right there, he clubs Paul Pelosi.
They ask him for the hammer, and he's like, "No."
Yeah.
And then hammer.
Yeah, but
hammers him.
you could tell the
lack of a
police
better term.
officer, he was trying to figure out what was going on. He's like, hey, guys, what's up? What's
it's
happening? What's going on?
confusing. Yeah.
And then all of a sudden that happens, and they're like, holy moly.
Mm-hmm. There's his rear end. I'll tell you
I
that.
didn't know he was a plumber.
He needs to pull his shorts up a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Fox had footage,
Look,
I guess it was
Pelosi ain't
Friday.
moving. He's out,
He's
man.
out
Yeah.
of the intruder putting his backpack down and breaking into the house.
Yeah, so he definitely broke in the house, and so
It's weird, man.
So the law now is at the door, and there's Paul Pelosi right there. So here he is out front,
Right.
and then
Attacker on the left.
Somebody
Paul
called
on the right.
911, right?
right, yeah.
He's got a hold of the hammer, too.
Yeah,
holding it.
and he's holding Paul Pelosi. And I don't know why Paul he doesn't. Oh,
Looks like
and
he's trying to hold the hammer, like, so, hey,
Yeah.
don't do anything. And then all of a
Right.
sudden,
Oh my goodness!
Yikes.
What about when you show this guy's so crazy, he just attacks him anyway, right in front of the police.
Night.
So it's this guy is.
But Pelosi is okay
issues,
now, right? I mean,
Now
he had
he
a
is.
Yeah,
now
surgery.
he's doing all right.
So
Fractured skull.
the man who attacked Nancy Pelosi's husband showed no remorse and continued his dangerous fixation on the former House Speaker in a bizarre phone call to a San Francisco reporter on Friday, according to the Bay Area station. Says that he called Amber Lee at KTVU in San Francisco from the county jail the same day the attack footage came out, which was over the weekend, right?
Yeah, right.
And he gave her what he called an important message for everyone in America. Why is this guy getting a call to TV station?
Who hits him to the phone?
Right. And so
How did you
That's
ever
him
get to
breaking
talk
in
to
right
somebody at a TV station? You usually get
Yeah.
voicemail.
he said that he had gathered names and addresses of people he believed were systematically and deliberately destroying American freedom and liberty, and said he wanted to have a heart-to-heart chat about their bad behavior. That's why he went, and said that he should have been better prepared, and he was sorry that he didn't get more of them. That's not going to help.
No,
that's
no.
That's
Listen,
The-
I
the way on
understand. I understand your feeling, but that's not the way you handle it.
no.
The way he just kind of strolled up to the house, put his backpack down, and then started hammering on the window or the door to get in. It's just, you could tell he wasn't in a hurry, he wasn't worried. He's just wasn't thinking right. He's just off.
Right.
Nut.
Yeah. And he also
Look at him. He's pounding.
Yeah. He also laid out to the police when they were interviewing him. When Trump came into office, he said what they did went so far beyond spying on a rival campaign. It's just crazy. And without evidence, he claimed the Democrats were on an endless blanking crime spree when it came to Trump. And he said they were putting fake evidence to spy on the rival campaign, covering it up and persecuting Donald Trump with no grounds for it. And that he just said he'd had enough.
He's a loon.
Yes.
One of the most shocking things in that video was when Pelosi gets knocked out, he starts snoring.
Yes.
Did y'all hear that?
Yes, I did.
No,
The
really?
police officer,
we didn't hear any
curses.
audio.
Yeah, we didn't.
Yeah.
I didn't play it. The police officer curses when he hits him with the hammer, but then after that, Pelosi is just snoring, and it's like, dude is out.
Wow. Well, if somebody hits you in the head with a hammer, it's hard to regain consciousness.
Yeah,
or to hold consciousness.
You're lucky that that's all he's doing, and he's not in a convulsion or something.
I know it was obvious that Paul was probably frightened and scared and not sure what to do.
Yeah.
But when they opened the door and the officer said, "What's up, guys?" You could tell Paul was trying to hold the hammer where, he was scared what the guy might do.
Well, yeah.
I guess maybe looking back, maybe he could have said, guys, I need help. This, and they might have been able to get him before he got rid, he lost grip of the hammer because he was trying to hold the hammer and he just lost the grip.
Well, he thought about he's trying some way to keep the guy from hitting him. And and then all of a sudden that strategy get hit anyway.
Yeah.
He'd been better off just start screaming, hey, y'all got to help me with this
something.
guy.
Right now, I believe I would have let go and took off running toward the police officer. And then if he came at the police officer with a hammer, they'd have dropped him.
Yeah, because he doesn't. Yeah, because he doesn't have a gun. So just start running toward the officer, even though he's got you.
Because the only thing that's going to get you is if he gets your hand off that hammer and takes a swing at you without you moving toward the.
Well, but wait a minute.
Here's what you got to think about though. If he does that and runs to the cops, they're going to think, are they attacking me?
That's what I was just about to say.
Are the cops thinking, is this guy about to attack me?
Right.
Yeah. I would scream, help, help.
Right.
So, well, I mean,
I think running toward the police. I didn't think about that. They don't know who's the troublemaker and who's not. They may fire on you.
But the weirdest thing is that Paul Pelosi's kind of like casual lack of alarm and lack of being what it looked like scared. He kind of was just kind of like
almost
chill.
Like he's grinning.
He was chill on the phone and he's smiling right here. And it's almost like him being so casual. It made the police not really know what was going on.
Yeah, right.
But they watched the guy with the hammer for a while. Like their flashlight was on for a while. I feel like they could have moved a little bit faster.
I think you're right. I don't think they really know what they're dealing with. They're looking at something, going, "What's going on here?"
Yeah, you could tell they were looking for some direction. Like, what's up? What's going on?
Pelosi's probably doing that to try to keep him calm.
You need to put the hammer down, and then we can sort it out. That's the thing.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, I think he proved to all of us.
Didn't he tell them when they asked for the hammer? No.
Yes. Yes, you're right, Greg. I mean, lights on, flashlight. They're kind of just standing there watching it happen in a weird way. But what are they to do too?
Well, it looks like
trying to criticize.
It looks like that Paul Pelosi's holding the hammer, and the guy starts twisting it, which hurts Paul Pelosi's hand. You can see that, and he's trying to twist it loose, and then when he got it loose, let me tell you this: we can all say the guy's not going to give the hammer up.
Yeah,
he's not
we
right.
We had they
guys.
released the 911 audio too, and it's bizarre as well with that when he calls, and then he's holding a glass that he won't let go in his left hand, and I don't know what's in that, but it's obvious he's trying to hold him back, and Rick starts
he does
twisting
have a drink in his hand.
Yeah, I don't know what's up, but.
Well, this is not.
You hated he's got hit right in the head with a hammer.
This is not how you handle things. Yeah.
No.
Well, it's a wonder it didn't kill him.
Yeah, it is. It really is.
I mean,
Or he's damaged.
It's a wonder
brain
it didn't kill him.
damage.
Right. But he's. I mean, from all I can gather, he's fully recovering. Right. I mean.
I think so.
Wow. So
this cat doesn't need to get back out, though. I know that.
No, that's this guy's a whack job. Phone calls next. 866 We Be Big. We find out what's on your mind at 866 We Be Big. We've talked about a lot today. You can comment on any of it that you've heard. You can bring up a topic you want to talk about. Whatever. When the Rick and Bubba Show continues with your phone calls right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Got no shame. Well, I got no one to blame.
Following this, every time we've played this theme up till right now, we have given an update on mass killings, family members being killed. Remember the time he sent an uncle or somebody to an area, then bombed it?
Sure. Oh, yeah.
And so this is starves his people, makes up things. And then at one time, like Greg mentioned earlier, the president was calling him Rocket Man because he was launching all kinds of tests. You know, the people of Japan didn't know what was going to happen. South Korea was in a panic. We're literally on the air talking about what should we do. People crying in the camera saying, I don't see any option that does not get, lots of South Koreans killed when he just fires something over on them. Donald Trump is supposed to be going and meeting with him in June. And then all of a sudden, we hear from Kim Jong-un that he will lay his weapons down.
Well,
He's
Rick,
smiling, shaking hands.
talk is cheap. Actions speak louder than words. We will see. But it is rather historic that we have seen the two presidents, or leaders of their country, I should say, meet and agree to end the war. The war never technically officially ended in 1953. It was a ceasefire.
Right.
And so they have met. They planted a tree. They've been all kind of goodies. President Trump's fired up about it. Of course, this, again, looks like the art of the deal in play. He's been very aggressive, roughed everybody up, and then got them to the table where he wanted them, and then he's praising them for the success now. So, again, that same blueprint. Need to read the book if you hadn't seen it, if you have doubts about what he's doing.
Yes.
And their goal is a nuclear-free Korean peninsula. And, the South Koreans technically do not have nuclear weapons, although we have a lot of submarines in the area, I'm sure, that could cover them if need be. Another thing, I really think what has happened here, Kim Jong-un is out of cards to play. I mean, he's tested his missiles. We don't know how many he's got or how many he can make, but he doesn't have a place to test his nuclear weapons. He's already destroyed the mountain range in the northeast part of the country. Reports were out 2 days ago that it has collapsed upon itself where he was doing these underground tests. We already know that the water and soil was contaminated there, and so he may not have a place to test the stuff anymore that he's got or be able to produce it. China has secured the border with him to the north. They have helped us out in this, at least to some degree, and he's very isolated. I don't know that he doesn't have another card to play right now other than let's all be buddies and get me some money coming back in here.
Maybe. I mean, Bubba, listen at terms like this. This is Kim Jong-un, okay?
Now, he was going to fry our cities a few months ago, right?
I know. And now he's saying to Moon of South Korea, I feel like I'm firing a flare at the starting line in the movement of two new Koreas, writing a new history in North and South relations, peace, and prosperity.
Does he have another choice?
Right. It just seems like, he seems like, well, first of all, as we've pointed out, evil dictators have always lied throughout history.
Yeah,
100%.
Hitler, we can go back to Hitler. That one's been well documented.
If they'll claim that they climbed to the top of some unbelievable peak with a pair of loafers on, if they tell you that they played golf for the first time and had 10 hole-in-ones or whatever it was, if they'll lie about their history, lie about their superpowers, lie about everything, then everything they do, you have to be suspect is a lie, and then you got to figure out, so what's the play? None of us think this is sincere, so what's the play?
Well,
like you said, it's just get money going.
I think he has two examples to look at. He can look at what happened in Iraq. He can look at what happened in places like that, and then he also can look at what happened in Cuba, where the end goal was to get the United States to guarantee they would not invade, and we did that in Cuba, and they've had a communist regime there for decades now, and he's out of moves, and I think he wants the same guarantee. You're not going to invade me, you're not going to starve me to death, and I'll quit being a bad boy for right now till he can reload. Now, all bad boys go back to what they were doing, Rick.
20 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. We thank you for being with us. Here we go.
This is Rick the assistant. And Erica 212.
To the people we go. We'll start with Scott out of Alabama. There's room for you. You can talk about whatever you want to. That's the beauty of the phone troll. The only thing you can't do is a meaningless shout out, a shameless plug.
baby prediction, anything like that, not happening in the troll format. Just not set up for that. It's set up for a lot of people getting in. Here we go. I got something to say. I got a question. I got whatever. So we'll start with Scott in Alabama. Trolling.
Keep them phones a trolling.
Here we come, phone trolling, phone troll. All right, Scott, go ahead. You got 30 seconds.
Wow, what a video. So I was noticing, did you guys notice the timestamps on both those videos? He broke in at 5 a.m., and then the police got there at 9:30 at night?
Yeah, I don't know whether it took him a while to get in or was Paul Pelosi at a part of the house. I don't know how it would take. Maybe there was a point he was holding him hostage that couldn't get to 911. I don't know. But
yeah, there's always been a lot of oddity about this whole thing.
Oh, yeah.
And, of course, there's a lot of rumors and everything, and maybe some of them justified in asking, but it is very strange still.
Yeah, well, if the time...
But we do know this. He got hit... he had not been hit in the head when the police got there.
No.
And he was hit in the head. We saw that.
Yeah, and the fact that the guy has not held back at all talking to everyone about why he did it.
Right.
So it's not like that the guy's saying, well, that's not what... I mean, what the guy has not made any accusations against Paul Pelosi that would feed any of the conspiracies. He's telling us why he did it.
Yeah.
It sounds like.
Yeah.
So, I think he is saying why he's doing it. Let's go to Chuck in Sweet Home, Alabama as well. Chuck, go ahead, 30 seconds.
Yeah, on the Paul Pelosi scandal, I don't understand why Nancy said she didn't want to watch the video or know anything about it. If my wife got hit in the head with a hammer, I'd surely want to watch the video.
Well, she may say it was too upsetting to see him get hit
Yeah.
like that. I mean, there's certain things that if it happened to a family member, you might not want to see. I know people that don't want to see where the crash site was, even when they survive.
Right.
They don't want to go look at the car.
Yeah, everybody reacts different to that kind of stuff. Look, there's a lot of things about Nancy Pelosi I certainly don't like, but I'm not gonna falter for that one.
No, some people just don't want to see the trauma of the situation.
Right.
That's not abnormal. So I think you may be going, as Bubba said, there's a lot of things that Nancy Pelosi and I think we here would just completely disagree with her on, and don't like her in the positions she's in, don't like the things that she perpetuates. But when it comes to something like that, I think that's pretty normal. Nick, welcome to Rick and Bubba. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, how y'all guys doing?
We're good. We're good.
Good. I was going back on that story back. Rand Paul got beat up after I was riding lawnmower.
Yeah.
Whatever happened to that?
I don't know.
That was his neighbor. Him and his neighbor had been in some kind of skirmish over a property line or something, and the neighbor got charged with that.
I think they did charge the neighbor. Yeah.
A lot of property lines have caused problems with neighbors. You ever notice that?
Yeah.
A lot of disputes over property lines.
I'm looking at this timestamp thing with the Paul Pelosi video, and it looks like the police video is timestamped in Zulu time. It's timestamped in Zulu time, so don't let that get you confused.
Well, let me ask you this: what time is 31:53 Zulu?
There
isn't a 31.
Paul Pelosi called the police at 2:23 a.m. and the police showed up at 2:31 a.m. The break-in, I'm trying to figure out what time that happened, but on the video, the timestamp says 5:10 a.m. So that doesn't make sense. So this timestamp, according to when the police were called, this video of this break-in would have happened after that. So that doesn't. Neither of the timestamps on the videos are correct, it seems, or at least in our time, because one's in Zulu time and the other says 5 a.m., but the police were called at 2:20. So I don't know what to make of this.
Adler, I don't think the other one is Zulu because it's 31 something. Zulu wouldn't go over 24.
Right.
I think it's the 9:31 Zulu.
Yeah.
9:31:53 Zulu.
Okay.
Oh, I see.
I got you.
Okay. I don't know.
So with 9:31 Zulu time would be 2:31 a.m. our time, I guess.
Well, what about their time?
Just 2:31 a.m.
2:30.
their
Mhm.
time. Their
Yeah.
time.
Yeah.
I mean, 2:31 at their time.
Yeah.
Oz in Georgia. Oz, go ahead.
Good morning, guys.
How about it?
Just wanted to say Paul Pelosi has to be living proof of just how hard-headed the Democrats can be.
That's funny.
Yeah, that is funny. That is good.
Took me a minute.
That's
but
bad. That's bad, but it is.
It is.
It is
Yeah.
funny.
Yeah.
Bad but good.
That's good. The does it seem like almost like when it comes to these kind of comments about Democrats and stuff like that the same guy calls them?
It does. It does sound like
just keeps using a different name.
And he's got a good phone too.
Right, but it's like everybody that has that similar comments, they sound almost like the same guy. Yeah. Let me tell you about Paul Pelosi. So yeah, I get all that, but the hard headed it's a little insensitive, but it is funny.
Yeah,
because that's quite a blow to the head with the hammer. I didn't realize. I mean, I knew he got hurt, but and knocked him out cold. But that hammer is coming down like John Henry swinging.
Yeah,
I mean, it is.
He's wondered to be alive.
Chris, in the great state of Maine. Chris, go ahead.
Yes, sir. I just wanted to remind y'all and point out that Mr. Pelosi's attacker was an illegal alien, so it's kind of funny how that came full circle, ain't it?
Is he really?
He's a Canadian, though, right?
He was a Canadian overstay. He come to the U.S. and he was supposed to leave, and he didn't.
So if they had just followed their own visa laws, he wouldn't even been here.
How about that?
Yep.
Yeah. Hey, Chris, nice catch. But let's be honest. When a Canadian wants to overstay, nobody cares.
Yeah.
Well, you don't think they're going to cause violence, right? You know,
Until they hit you in the head with a hammer, and then you wish they'd left.
That one maybe should have left.
They may buy up all the syrup at the local store,
Right.
but there's no, you don't think of
Let's
violence.
just face it. Canadians just don't strike. Canadians just don't strike fear in you.
If a Canadian comes up, Bubba's gonna bring up syrup.
Oh yeah,
every time.
Bubba not known for his variety. I mean, he gets a couple of winners, and he just
Look, people are laughing.
right.
Oh, I'm laughing.
Yeah.
I figured out the timestamp on the surveillance video. Not that anybody cares, but
buddy, we got it.
The,
Zulu.
2 a.m. would be the security camera was in Eastern time, basically.
Okay.
Because that's where the Capitol Police are. So the time all checks out. It's just hard to read on those particular cameras. He broke in at 2. The police were called at 2:20. They arrived at 2:30. Just for people that were worried about the timestamp.
Let me
Thank
ask
you for
this.
the timestamp update.
But this was in San Francisco, though, right?
Correct.
But why are they on Eastern time because of the Capitol Police?
Night, Bubba.
I guess the Capitol Police are the people who maybe install it and
that?
monitor it and set it up. That would be my only guess.
Right.
Keep researching. Let us know if that's true.
Or it's a body double. Either that, or we got body doubles going
You
on.
like Adler's time update?
I know I got a timestamp update.
Well, can I tell you why he has to do it? Because everybody's making the conspiracy people. He does need to clear up the thing they're claiming isn't true. But it is funny that he keeps coming back.
It's
saying,
not easy.
I've got the timestamp.
Really
again."
struggling.
I know. And why is DeMar Hamlin in the background? Somebody explain that to me.
What in the?
We'll be back, bottom of the hour. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Know that.
Right.
We've seen the bad boys, from Charlie Sheen to Johnny Manziel to evil dictators. They always want to make good when they're out of options. And then when times get better, they go back to their old ways. So, make hay while the sun is shining. Do what you can do. We all hope that they really could have a peace situation there in Korea. But, history tells us that probably this is not the way to get it. History says you have true peace by overwhelming victory, and that is the lesson history teaches us.
Well, they planted a tree which represents peace and prosperity.
Mm-hmm.
And once again, Kim Jong-un continues to cause me to ask the question: do you have no other outfit? I mean,
that is his uniform.
Is that what you wear every day? Do you just have a closet full of those? But anyway, so
I can't say a lot about variety in clothing.
Right, but at least you have 3 shirts. He doesn't appear to have any.
I mean, sure. Have we seen Kiva Dunes a lot? We have.
Yeah, I got a Kiva Dunes closet, man. What are you talking about?
So tell me about this footage about this security team running.
No, this is funny.
Well, he's got his bodyguards, and he starts out in his limousine, and he's actually leaving. Looks like I don't know where, but anyway, they're walking out. President Moon is saying goodbye to him. They shake hands, and he steps into his limousine. And I guess you got maybe a dozen bodyguards surrounding
I see
his
him, yeah.
limousine. And they, as he starts to pull off, they have to start jogging beside him.
Oh, look, one guy's trying. So he's go. They're gonna.
And so they're just kind of easing off.
Oh, here we go.
Here we go.
Now we got to run.
Matching black suits, black tie.
Well, they got him covered,
I mean,
don't they?
Hate to say each other, they all look like a carbon copy of each other.
Speedy?
No, I'm just saying, as far as in the distance, it looks like. Does that not look like? Look.
Well,
I mean,
they have the same suits.
I mean, it's not up close. We're looking far
How
away.
far are they going to jog?
I guess as far as he goes, they got him
Please
covered.
There we go. That's a little better.
They got
now.
him covered on all sides.
By the way,
He needs to get out and jog a little bit.
I mean, but running in that suit though, that doesn't look like a good running suit.
No,
Maybe
Rick.
No,
Talk
I
about
don't
sweat
know
in bad
how far
places.
they're having to go. I
Where
don't know
are
what's
they
going
going?
on.
Still running. Still running.
Yeah, it looks like now they're down
now
a
they're in
road.
dirt.
They're
Now we're in
road. Yeah, we're in a
Now
dirt
we're
road
running
now.
again.
They do. I bet they're thinking, I hope we get where we're going.
We're taking a shortcut. To
Yeah,
get
they
to
cut through there. Is that the border? Is that the big border meeting place?
It must be. Still running.
Yeah, and we're still running. Now I gotta
I
tell
hope
you,
they don't run all the way back to the Capitol building.
we're probably going about 15 miles an
Now
hour,
the
20 miles
limo's,
an
the
hour.
limo's picking up a little steam now.
Yeah.
I mean, that
Somebody's getting blisters here.
Look, I'm saying, once we get around this tree, I ain't running no more.
I don't
Right.
understand what they think they're doing.
Please, I mean, look how much they're having to run.
They're having to run quite a
Yeah.
distance.
I hope
here.
they don't have dress shoes on.
all in black. So, they're dress shoes for sure.
All right, so
And now, but they might be the cushion kind. I don't know, but they look
when
like
does
dress
this
shoes.
end?
yeah,
And there they go. They
they're just side to
disappear.
side, but we don't
Did
know how.
they go back to North Korea? Is that, did he
They're
cross
still
back over
jogging,
the border?
y'all. They're still jogging. I don't know if you can see them.
running.
Look.
There they
They're
go.
still running.
Guys.
But it started out with
that
them
not
saying
crazy?
bye, and then there they go. I'm talking about they are all dressed exactly alike.
Yeah, it's like Men in Black.
Yeah,
They're in
that's
pretty
what,
good
that's,
shape.
That's a great. Yeah, that's exactly what I meant.
Yeah.
That's
Phone
good.
calls are next, and all the lines are available. You can get in right now at 866 We Be Big. You can comment.
The guy on the front's getting a little far away there. He's out of line. He's,
Oh,
gonna
he's
get
in trouble.
Oh,
He
he's
is.
in bad trouble. Never see him again.
866 We Be Big.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It is 35 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba's show. Thank you for being with us. No matter what people may tell you in Washington, it does seem that we have inflation when we go out to buy anything. And the economy is not, it's a little sickly.
It's you can hear it breaking as it cracks in the background. Listen, if you're seeing a slew of articles right now quoting highly respected financial analysts predicting gold prices will continue to soar as high as $3,000 to $4,000 an ounce, yeah, maybe it's time to move. At Lear Capital's current gold prices, the profits could be life-changing. But with all due respect to these experts, no one can guarantee that gold will hit $4,000 an ounce. But still, here's what we do know. The recession and inflation are getting worse. We know that. A stock market crash or major correction is possible. Owning gold will help you hedge against all of this, as gold has always outperformed the S&P 500 for the last 20 years. So it's got a pretty good record going right now. So be a wise investor and check out LearBubba.com. With over 25 years of experience, thousands of five-star reviews, and a risk-free purchase guarantee, they're the choice you can trust when buying gold. So get your free Wealth Protection Investor's Guide and get up to $15,000 in free bonus gold based on the purchase. Just visit LearBubba.com. Or if you'd like to talk to someone directly, you want to mention the show, 1-800-707-4575. That's LearBubba.com. Or call 1-800-707-4575. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com. Find Lear Bubba right there under the sponsors button. All right, so we've updated you on Tyre Nichols. We've updated on Paul Pelosi. We've covered who's in the Super Bowl now. We've done stories from the weekend.
Got the timestamp.
Got the timestamp down. And
Adler said he had another update.
Wait a minute, timestamp update.
You got any more on the timestamp, Zulu?
I really don't, guys.
Okay.
Although it's interesting that the Capitol Police monitor the Pelosi home, and they also monitor the Capitol building. Did Pelosi tell them to let people into both places? I don't know. Good question, though, guys.
Adler. Well, here's the thing.
You know what? Strange as it is, that is a good question.
Yeah, it is. We listened to the 911 call on the break, and can I say to the dispatcher, you need to be a little more alarmed.
Yeah.
Paul Pelosi
he's
is trying to tell you he has an intruder without screaming, I have an intruder.
Right.
And you're not getting the hints.
At one point, you're like, okay, well, just call us back if you got any problems. And he's like, hey, there's a person.
I'm not calling back.
There's a person in the house.
Hey, Sherlock.
That is waiting on my wife, and I don't know who this person is. I do need somebody to start moving.
Please
help me. I've got a head. He's got a hammer. Okay.
Oh, okay.
All right. All right, some other things that you need to be updated on. Sad news here. Lisa Marie Presley was back on opioids and taking weight loss meds, trying to lose 40 to 50 pounds in the weeks leading up to the Golden Globes because she wanted to look good to celebrate the Elvis movie. So this led to her going back on opioids, and apparently she'd had some issues with that in the past. So they say that may have contributed to her problems, that she was back on those drugs again. So there's one.
That family does not handle prescription drugs or any kind like that very well.
No, they do not. It's not good. And then we also have a couple of things from Biden, if you want to look at videos 1 and 2, Adler. Well, I know, Speedy, you've almost gotten through one show without secondhand embarrassment.
Yeah.
Where to go? I'm sorry about that, buddy.
Anybody know Basement Joe?
So he's addressing a congressman. The congressman's name is Doug. And why does he?
Actually, Rick, it is a Democratic congressman whose district he's in, and his name is Don Beyer. But President Biden keeps calling him Doug at least 5 different times.
Yeah, and this is the thing. After we play the thing, when we play the thing about him telling the congressman who's been in a wheelchair, to stand up for everybody to see him, at that point, me trying to riff and talk to people in the crowd is over.
Yeah.
When I tell a wheelchair-bound senator to stand up, Chuck Graham. And stand up, Chuck.
God love you.
God love you. What am I talking about? Once I've done that, I don't do this anymore. I don't even care if I don't. I'm not. The least of my worries is getting names right because I've told a guy to stand up that's in a wheelchair, so I never do it again. But here he is actually trying to talk to, as Bubba said, Democrat Congressman Don Beyer, but he can't get off calling him Doug. So here we go.
Where's Doug?
Oh my gosh! Where's my
He said it.
Can't find him.
Ain't nobody in there named Doug.
Doug, thanks for the passport into town. Doug and I have something in common. Doug, I think you might have been with Doug knows. Don, look, here's the deal. On my watch, we've taken a different path with Don's help.
All right, so he tried
Finally
to.
got it
He did a
right.
Doug Don.
He
did a Doug Don, and then picked up a Don.
Yeah.
Did you see the Doug Don? The Doug Don.
And then he stuck with Don.
Then he said, "Oh, that was almost like his."
Do you
mind.
think one of the handlers ran like to Walmart and got a poster board and
held up
and
Don?
Don and was screaming in the back like
Oh, my
waving
gosh.
Don?
Hey, Doug.
Because how do you get the message to the stage? Hey, buddy, you're calling him Doug.
Speedy, I feel like they probably have that poster board handy.
I think so too.
Yeah,
It
at
looks
this
like the
point, I
sidelines
would
of
travel
the
with it. Yeah.
Where's Doug?
Oh gosh.
Where's Doug?
I don't know where Doug is.
No.
There's
You
no
think,
Congress-
you think Don's looking around for Doug?
Where's
Don-
Doug?
Don's
Oh
like, is he
my
talking to me?
goodness.
Yeah,
Congressman.
Oh, Doug.
Doug, thanks for the passport into town.
Hey,
Doug and I have
hey,
something
Doug.
in common. Doug, I think you might have been with Doug knows. Don, look, here's the deal. On my
Here's
watch, we've
the
taken a
deal.
different path with Don's help.
There's
Well,
finally
he
got
finally
there.
He's
got
my
it.
buddy. I've known him forever.
Yeah, come on. You don't.
Used to ride the train together.
I know. I would. I'm so close to saying I would call this a fact. I can't because I can't confirm it, but I strongly feel it is plausible. Okay, for these conversations to go on. I don't know anybody's names or who has the role. Okay, hey, I told you to tell him don't riff. Why are you I'm not. I tell him not to do that. I know that person's saying,
Rick.
I've gone over this and over this. I can't stop him from trying to reference people and call them by wrong names. I've told him to stick to what we told him to say that is in front of him on the teleprompter. I can't make him stop doing this. Because you know somebody's tried to.
Oh, yeah.
I love the term riff, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
That's funny.
Oh, he's riffing.
He's riffing.
Don't you know this is what's happening right now? Oh, he's riffing. Get ready for anything.
Get ready for anything.
Get ready for anything.
Poor Don.
Is that Doug Don
That's
there?
Doug's face right
It's
there.
Doug Don.
Oh,
Hey,
he's
Don,
calling
why does
me-
everybody call you Doug?
He's
Rick,
calling me Doug.
We've been there before. If someone's calling you the wrong name, at what point do you just start going along with it? You know, like, yeah, I know it. Thank you, sir.
Yeah,
I've done it. Like
yeah.
poor guy
Yeah.
at Pizza Hut thought I was you for like 10
How
years.
about the home run derby where you had to go with Speedy?
That's right. You also know him as Speedy. I went out there as Speedy.
Yeah.
I didn't correct him.
Bubba, while you were out,
right.
while you were out on Friday, we had been talking for 3 hours that you weren't here or wouldn't be here to the last hour.
Right.
And the first thing we do, we go to the phone. Guy says, "Hey, Bubba." I was like, yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Was it Charles?
Hey, what's? I don't understand what Bubba's doing. What are you doing? What is? Hey, man.
Thanks, Spaced out.
All right, so
Where's Doug?
now they need that. Now, Corinne
Looking for
John Pierre. She will now tell us that the Biden economic plan is indeed working. All right, so here we go.
Really?
Yeah, oh yeah.
Saying that we need to build an economy from the bottom up, middle out. And if you think about his plan, it is working. It is indeed working. And
Look at the body language. When she says that, she looks down, which indicates I know.
saying
didn't need to
that
read
we
that.
need to build an economy from the bottom up, middle out. And if you think about his plan, it is working. It is indeed working. And he's saying
She
that
won't even make eye contact
No, I
because
wouldn't
nobody
either.
can say that.
You know, I really think if I can give the demos just a little advice here, I think the thing where you admit it's not working but blame Republicans for blocking
That's
this
correct.
is a better. I mean, I think it's an easier selling point.
Yeah.
And you're going to blame the Republicans anyway because I think when you tell people that it is working, they immediately go, "Well, you're lying."
Yeah, no, you're right. Because they see. When we come back,
because they tried to buy eggs this week.
Yeah. We come back. Finland has introduced the world's first transgender national figure skater.
Y'all ain't ready for that.
It doesn't go well. And we got a DJ that be careful. Make sure your confetti cannon is pointed in the right direction.
Yep.
So we got those two videos. We'll look at your phone calls wrapping up the hour as well, if time allows, at 866-WE-BE-BIG.
Rick and Bubba.
Where's Doug?
Did you see that Amazon has stepped up?
65 millerinos to stream Thursday night NFL football.
Amazon will pay $65 million a year to the NFL to stream its Thursday night games for 2 more seasons.
Now, so they're already doing that, right? Is that
so? It looks like,
and it's also on the NFL channel, right?
Correct.
So they're just wanting the streaming part of that, huh?
Correct.
That don't affect me. I do not acknowledge NFL on Thursdays.
Thank you,
I
Greg.
I just won't watch it.
You're one of those people, huh?
Yeah.
On Thursdays, that's too much.
Yeah, I don't watch it much either. But anyway, the
ESPN's got the college game on.
Twitter, Inc., and Google were fighting to get it away from Amazon and could not keep staying. You're not going to outbid Amazon. Not right now.
No, they got the cash, buddy.
Amazon has moved in. We used to.
Do y'all? I mean, at one time, did you ever think anybody would outdo Walmart in the current state that they're? And you thought, well, that's untouchable, and they've done it.
Well, I remember, like on the show throughout the 24 years, we said things like you said, Walmart has taken over the world.
Right.
We've said Disney has taken over the world, and now it's Amazon.
No, they really have.
Amazon is building rockets, Rick, to go to Mars. I mean, they're into everything, and good for them. That keeps everybody else working hard.
You got so much money, they sit around going, oh, what do you want to buy?
What can we do with this?
Y'all, hey, y'all want to stream that Thursday night game?
65 millerino.
Buy that ring thing. That little camera. Remember, they paid a chunk. Buy that little thing. Buy that little ring deal.
Yeah, that's
the doorbell with the camera in it. Yeah. I don't know how you make your money back on that. That's are they just doing it? Is it a loss leader and they get you to? I mean, how many times are you gonna have to click? I don't need to restock that I've already ordered to watch it.
Remember, Walmart started looking. Now, we're from Alabama, so we make a lot of references, but this was a pretty well-known thing nationally, and everybody acknowledges the name Bear Bryant. Well, this is the Bear Bryant mentality, I think. Back before scholarship limitations, Bear Bryant would recruit a kid that he didn't think could really start for him, but he really didn't want him to start for somebody else.
Right.
And so they'd be 3 and 4 deep in a position of players that just wanted to play for Bear.
They have 125 scholarship players and 6 quarterbacks.
Right. So what's happened is Amazon, then Walmart got to the point where they would take a loss on one thing, but then they'd make it up over here, and they'd take a loss in a product they just didn't want you to sell.
Right.
And they would undercut you where people would start coming to Walmart for it, and then they'd parlay that into other purchases where they were making money. I think Amazon is saying, I just don't want Twitter or Google to have this.
Right.
And we may not be able to monetize it all that great, but for our brand and these other areas, I don't want them picking up any momentum through this brand.
Yeah, nobody's going to be clicking over to their website to see it. Rick, in another story.
Another big player.
And this is one that are you on this one here?
Yeah, the Coca-Cola?
Yeah.
How? Because that's another big name. I was just thinking it ties into this.
There's got to be video out here, and maybe, Speedy, you've got it, of a man who allegedly stole a Coca-Cola truck and then led police on a chase from Hattiesburg, Mississippi to Petal. And how many times have you seen an 18-wheeler that's a Coca-Cola truck stolen and hordes of police cars in pursuit?
I wonder if he had a CDL license.
Well, you wonder.
They said it's the worst thing that's happened in Hattiesburg since the radio show knocked down a German gift, a chandelier at a theater.
So someone took video of it flying by.
Look.
Look at that. Look.
Hey.
And
I mean, it is hauling with the door open.
Doors open and everything.
There goes the police after him.
And we actually have
there goes a 2-liter.
We have a video package of this. That's funny, Greg.
This is courtesy of WDAM Damn TV.
Thank you,
Well, there you go, Bubsy.
Damn.
This here, and I think you might appreciate. I just listened to the first 20 seconds of it or so. Appreciate the mom's perspective. You're going to hear her voice first, and then they set up the interview with her.
To be honest, it was kind of a relief because I knew he wasn't cold in the woods. I knew he wasn't dead. He was safe in custody.
The mother of a man accused of stealing a Coca-Cola delivery truck this morning and leading police on a high-speed chase is speaking out.
Trina Mann says her son, Chad Kendrick, needs help. And as Charles Harrington reports, she hopes now he's going to get treatment.
Trina Mann is making no excuses for her son, Chad Kendrick.
He has got to suffer the consequences of his actions. I'm not trying to get sympathy. I'm trying to be a voice.
Kendrick is accused.
10 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. We thank you for being with us. All right, so as we work our way back, we do have a couple of videos that I mentioned. Now, we are living in a time where we pick and choose who we can and cannot applaud, and some people just get a pass. You can't say anything negative about them at all, or the mob will get you. But I think we may be drawing a weird line here. Finland claims to be introducing the world's first transgender national figure skater. Now, when we hear this, somebody help me. Is this biological male that's going to compete with biological females?
Yep.
But
has this got a Blades of Glory look to it?
This person isn't very good at all.
Don't you have to be a good figure skater?
You would think.
All right, so it doesn't matter.
I thought it was like some little expo or something.
So
they're gonna.
Yeah, I don't understand this one bit. Like,
I don't either.
What do we, like? This person can't skate at all.
Wait a minute, so this person...
Please look. Now, y'all have seen figure skaters and what they can do. But you look at this.
This can't be real.
This is a joke. This is Saturday Night Live.
It's got to be Saturday Night Live.
Rick.
No. Yeah, this isn't real.
This can't be.
They're making fun.
All right, so there's a story out on
y'all
it.
Can't get up.
No, can't get up. I have secondhand. I can't watch it again. All right, so this 59-year-old, they say, is a transgender farmer, and previously known. Okay.
I guess he identifies as a skater too, even though he's not. Just like he identifies as a woman.
Right.
No, you're right, Greg. This person is so delusional. Not only does he think he's a woman, he thinks he's a skater.
Right. He's a 59-year-old biological male who suddenly came out as trans a few years ago and decided to take up figure skating. During the ceremony, this person delivered a slow motion spin around the ice, then fell and could not get up until a young woman skated over and offered to help get him up.
I don't know what kind of competition they have there, but
he's closer to being a female than an ice skater.
Bubba, you're correct.
Amen. Well said, sir.
Skirt's a little short.
Oh, watch out there.
You may get more than you bargained for.
Watch out. I've heard of ice cubes, but this is over the line.
No wonder he fell.
And look at the other ice skaters out there. I would say a little thick.
Yeah.
Compared to the
This
other
can't be
skaters.
real. Why is this person on the ice?
Okay, so
I got the quote, Rick. You don't gonna believe this from the director of
boy, that move. Boy,
from this figure skating association. We tried to justify the inclusion of an aging trans skater, saying that the move was to strike for diversity. We wanted to change the figure skating world by showing that talking about a skater's weight is not the top priority, but muscular, healthy athletes may also succeed at the top level. It's important that we have different looking skaters, a variety of sizes and competitions.
It's really
I get all that, but we can't find somebody that can actually skate.
Yeah. Wait a minute. That's what I'm saying.
This is a skating competition.
All the others have trained their whole life.
Yeah.
Here comes,
that looks like the third time you've been in
Here comes Helga, the German giant.
Y'all.
I thought did he just say high level?
Yes. This figure skating is a very conservative sport with a variety of strict rules. In international competition, same-sex skater pairs are not allowed, and there's no category for non-binary skaters. I hope that every country will start working for equality and diversity in the field.
Well, if y'all want to, you need to find a trans skater that can actually skate.
Yeah, what about the category that you can't skate, but you want to be a skater?
I have good news for women who are worried that transgender women are going to take over the sport. Not this one.
No competitive advantage.
No worries there.
This one is no issue.
Straight up, it looked like me getting out there trying
Guys,
to do that.
exactly.
Yeah.
I don't even know how to ice skate. I could pull that on.
But look,
How about the slow motion?
Finland just wants to get on record. We put a transgender out there.
embarrassing
You
that
can't
is.
don't do that. I mean, this is embarrassing.
First of all, you're 59. You decide to start your ice skating career at 59?
Yeah. Was that the first time on the ice?
It looked like it.
Starting now.
Yeah.
How about this? I straight up can ice skate that good.
Yeah.
Yes.
I think so.
With a bum foot.
A turn move.
Yeah,
It's basically stopped and turned.
Ice skating's really hard on me because of the bum foot. but I can do that.
Yeah.
This made transgender people look worse, not
Oh.
better. I'm
Guys,
not trying to be mean. It just
shows you
And
that
what
is a
kind of
joke.
farming community lets a farmer put on that outfit?
Really? I don't know what he's farming.
This is so bizarre.
You think he started practicing on a frozen pond?
Of course he did.
yeah.
You always wanted to be a female figure skater, I guess.
Right.
But guess what? You're not
Well-
a female, but you can fake that, but you can't skate. You can't hide that.
Well, he's still
I think Bubba said it best. He's more of a woman than he is an ice skate.
That's I agree.
So now
He looks like somebody's ugly aunt. He really does.
Greg,
He does.
good,
He's
Greg.
got that look.
we all thought that, but there's no
great,
need to
buddy.
say it.
Greg.
There's no need to say it.
A lot of ants out there.
Got a mole on her lip.
Clear the ice. Here comes Martha.
That's exactly.
Somebody help Martha up.
That's pitiful.
Come give Martha a hand and some sugar. All right. So we now have it.
Get up.
We now have a DJ, Bubba. By the way, if you're gonna have a confetti cannon,
Yeah,
and who doesn't love one?
Yeah, don't have it pointed at your face.
Let's not have it pointed at our face. I don't know who this DJ is, but it's not good
DJ
because she gets first-degree burns and cuts to her face.
Oh, she's got it turned around.
She's got
She's
it
got it turned the
backwards.
wrong way.
hard. No.
And right to the face.
No,
where
it is
here
right
comes-
backwards.
Yeah.
I mean, she is about to blast herself.
She's trying
in
to
the
time
face.
it down to the beat. Listen.
Oh no.
Oh!
Oh,
Not
well,
good.
Oh wow.
Yeah, she
Oh,
got
wow.
herself real good. I mean, just held it up right in the face.
Right in the old face.
Sorry.
My favorite is like,
Rick, good thing you didn't do the hot dog launcher. Oh my.
Oh
goodness.
yeah.
listen, trying to wait till it hits.
I'm
Look.
sharp. Greg, I'm sharp. I'm a DJ.
How could you even get it backwards? It seems like with a trigger and all, it'd be turned a certain way, right?
Why am I pulling
You
it with
would
my
think.
thumb?
Yeah.
Why am I pulling it with my thumb? I don't get it.
By the way, that just in from Finland, they said she's awesome. Yeah,
Yes.
she's great. She's the best, one of the best DJs there's ever been.
Yeah, but she had some serious
Wow.
burns,
Yeah.
but she's okay. She's gonna
Well,
be
yeah,
okay.
I mean, you
Nobody told me how to hold it.
Wow, cut her chin pretty bad too.
Yeah.
I agree.
Burns, real burns.
How embarrassing! You got
So
to-
stupid.
You got to look, hey, look at me dancing to the beat. Don't forget that.
Oh, yeah, she's trying to time it
Yeah, I'm
down.
gonna time it right now. Oh my goodness!
Hey, could you get her talking in the car? Could you get her talking?
I don't know what she's saying, but
I don't
yes.
either. Let's see.
I think she's Brazilian.
Speaking Portuguese. Anybody know it?
Aconteceu acidente comigo em questão de papel canhoto.
I had to hear it so I can get it.
Okay.
Okay.
Can we look at the gun again? Is there any distinguishing marks would
I
let
think
you
she's
know?
pulling it with her left. I mean,
I think she used her thumb.
I think she's pulling it with the thumb.
It's terrible. Let me tell you something. There's some stage manager, Adler.
It
You
looks like
know.
she has her trigger finger on that back.
How about a little error the way it's supposed to point out?
I'm trying to be sharp too. I mean, I've watched this.
Oh yeah, look, I've got the beat.
Got my outfit on, Greg.
Wait.
Oh my God.
Oh my gracious.
Listen. Listen.
Oh, it's awful.
How about this? I think there's
That
a
made my
stage.
face hurt.
I think there's a stage manager that this was his answer. I didn't think I had to tell her which way to point it.
Come on, guys, it's obvious.
Doesn't everybody know which way to point it?
But look how she's got her trigger finger up on the back.
Oh, I know.
Wait for it to hit.
And oh yeah.
Oh,
First degree burns and heart, and a pretty bad cut on her chin.
Bless her
Thing
heart.
comes with a lot of force.
Yeah.
That was his answer, wasn't it? I didn't think I had to tell her which way to point
Yeah,
it.
that's it. Most definitely is.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
I'm glad she didn't point it at like an antique chandelier, you know?
All right.
that would've
No
been
need to bring up old stuff. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Waking on their blubber. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Gonna be a big star. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Fat will get you very far. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba